Gary Werskey. The Visible College. Contents. Preface. Foreword. Part 1. Chapter 1, High Science and Low Politics 1. Cambridge Science 2. The Open Conspiracy 3. Scientific Imperialism. Chapter 2, Worker, Warrior, Citizen, Socialist 1. Hyman Levy, The Scientist as Worker 2. J.B.S. Haldane, The Scientist as Warrior. Lancelot Hogben, The Scientist as Citizen 4. J.D. Bernal and Joseph Needham, Scientists as Social Idealists. Chapter 3, Cambridge Men 1. The Counterculture 2. Deeper Loyalties. At Professor Haldane's Scientific Politics. Chapter 4, The Outsiders. Q. Professor Hogben's Political Science 2. Professor Levy's Socialism 3. Waiting for Levy. 8 Contents. Part 2, The 30s. Chapter 5, Increased Visibility 1. A Russian Roadshow 2. Personal, Professional, or Political. 3. Red Professors. Chapter 6, Theory. I. The Science of Marxism 2. Bernalism 3. Hogben's Descent, Needham's Aside and Stalin's Surprise. Chapter 7, Practice 1. Who Wants to Know? 2. The Cambridge Scientists Anti-War Group 3, A Popular Front for Scientists 4. Making the Left Safe for Science. Part 3, Since the 30s. Chapter 8, Two Cultures, Two Camps 1. Scientific Warfare 2. Cold Warfare 3. The Lysenko Affair. Chapter 9, Coming in from the Cold 1. Regroupment 2. Retirement. Preface. In the 10 years it has taken to bring this work to fruition, I have received help from literally hundreds of men and women. To mention them all would result in a rather meaningless and somewhat self-congratulatory list. Nevertheless, I must mention Everett Mendelsohn, who introduced me to this subject and supervised my doctoral research, Joseph and Dorothy Needham, who generously shared with me their memories, their papers, and their home during the summer of 1968, Bob Young, who inspired me to ask more searching questions about my work, Michael Totten, who helped to put me in touch with a far larger number of socialists from the 30s than I would have ever been able to meet on my own, John Wolfers, whose faith in me and this book never faltered, even when I did, and Jennifer Hustfield, who, as a socialist and feminist, was most responsible for my own radicalization, without which I could never have understood an earlier generation of socialists. They and the others made this book possible. Unfortunately, I still had to write it. Whatever mistakes and errors of judgment remain are all my own. G.W. Highbury. London. September, 1977. Foreword. The invisible college persons that endeavor to put narrow-mindedness out of countenance by the practice of so extensive a charity that it reaches unto everything called man, and nothing less than an universal goodwill can content it. And indeed they are so apprehensive of the want of good employment that they take the whole body of mankind for their care. But there is not enough of them. Robert Boyle, 1646-7. The Visible College has 5 central characters, 3 themes, and a single purpose. Each of these elements deserves a brief preview. The men whose activities and ideas I am featuring are J.D. Bernal, J.B.S. Haldane, Lancelot Hogben, Hyman Levy, and Joseph Needham. Although these 5 cannot be said to have formed a cohesive group in the interwar period, they did hold a number of qualities in common. The first one is that their commitment to socialism predated the so-called Red Decade of the 1930s, which is usually reckoned as the starting point for their generation's radicalization. Another attribute they shared was their participation at various times in party politics, whether on the left wing of the Labour Party or in the Communist Party of Great Britain. Finally, through their many books and articles, they were the authors of a large and distinctive body of socialist thought. Of course, they were not the only outstanding progressive scientists of their era. The names of P.M.S. Blackett, N. W. Peary, W. A. Worcester and even C. H. Waddington come to mind here. but none of them combined in his own life all of the characteristics I have ascribed to Bernal, Haldane, Hogben, Levy, and Needham. That is why I have grouped them together into the Visible College asterisk. I have written a collective biography as opposed to a general and more abstract account of the scientists' movement in the 30s because I believe that no significant social phenomenon can be understood apart from the motives and aspirations of the persons who shape it. Yet while men and women can be said to make their own history, they seldom do so under conditions of their own choosing. That is one of Marx's insights which I have tried to apply both to the different circumstances of my 5 subjects and to the organizations they help to set in motion. Hence I shall be continually moving about between the concrete details of a man's life and the broader political drama of his time and place. Running throughout this interplay between biography and social history will be 3 major themes. One of these is a reassessment of the kinds of intellectuals who found their way into the pre-war left. I do not share the view of many previous writers on this topic that the typical middle-class radical of the 1930s was a politically inexperienced poet who naively opted for communism only to find that his God had failed him by the following decade. However well that hypothesis might work with a few individuals and however comforting it might be to some unreconstructed Cold Warriors, it simply breaks down when applied to the experiences of the great majority of this period's left-wingers, including the scientists. Hence there is a real need to determine why some parts of the intelligentsia were more prone to leftist ideas than others, and why some of the radicalized intellectuals eventually turned their backs on all varieties of socialism while others did not. That is one reason for taking a closer look at this generation of socialists. A second theme is the discovery of what a particular grouping within the left was doing and saying at this time. Until recently there has been a tendency to trivialize the thought and experience of left-wing intellectuals from the 30s. Their theory has commonly been regarded as little more than a collection of slogans handed down from the Soviet-dominated Third International, while their practice was supposedly limited in the main to the production of pamphlets for the faithful. But such was not the case with a number of the scientific left's leading spokesmen. They not only fashioned their own novel, coherent and contrasting interpretations of Marxism but closely linked their theoretical perspective to a set of highly effective political practices as well. Together these beliefs and actions constituted a form of politics whose nature and limits deserve the most careful scrutiny. The final theme I want to tackle is the impact of the 30s generation of socialists on my own. Once again the pre-war left has been the victim of 2 very serious misconceptions. Either it has been said to have had little or no effect on British political developments since the Second World War, or, alternatively, its vision of socialism is supposed to have been categorically rejected by the new left of the 1960s. In fact, both propositions need to be modified, not least in the case of the old left scientific cadres. Many of their ideas did enter into mainstream politics in this country, first through the early wartime debates on the need to modernize Britain and later via the attempts of Harold Wilson and the Labour Party to launch a white-hot technological revolution. Admittedly, most younger socialists have long since abandoned the technocratic reformation of British capitalism as a worthy or workable goal. Yet their own socialism usually still retains the scientific ethos which Bernal and his comrades had first evolved 40 years ago. How significant a continuity this is and what it implies about the left's future prospects is a third area to be explored. There are of course many other themes: the left-wing scientists' contributions to various fields of biology and physics, their writings on the history and philosophy of science, the relationship between their private and public lives that I might have chosen to highlight. While not altogether absent here, they only enter the text to the extent that they illuminate the main story line. In other words, 16 forward. I am principally concerned to describe and analyze what it meant for an intellectual to be an active socialist around the time of the Second World War. This tale may therefore be of interest to socialists, intellectuals, academics, people who are politically engaged in this period and, more broadly still, anyone who finds biographies a good read. In its telling I have tried to keep in mind the needs of these different but overlapping groups *. Ultimately, however, what they all require is a lively narrative that is faithful to its subject. I hope the Visible College successfully approximates that ideal. For, as a socialist, historically minded sociologist and avid reader myself, I believe that this story deserves to be more widely known. Part 1. Chapter 1. The modern man of science knows that he is respected, and feels that he does not deserve respect. He approaches the established order apologetically. My predecessors, he says in effect, may have said harsh things about you because they were arrogant, and imagined that they possessed some knowledge. I am more humble, and do not claim to know anything that can overt your dogma. In return, the established order showers knighthoods and fortunes upon the men of science, who become more and more determined supporters of the injustice and obscurantism upon which our social system is based. Y. Bertrand Russell, 19311. When we settle down to read about the lives of poets or politicians, we already feel that we know them. For all of us have some knowledge of the kind of domain in which these people move and the sort of work they do. In fact, we have been encountering them, albeit at a great distance, ever since early childhood. At school, literature and politics were the bread and butter of literally thousands of English and history lessons. Now upon coming home from work we turn on the news, which usually turns out to consist of a series of political events. If we wish to escape from the reality projected in these broadcasts, we often turn to works of fiction, of history, or possibly even of biography. Ironically, however, one reason why we can relax with our books in this way is that they tend to reflect back and reinforce our notion of what the world is like and who is important in it, hence our continuing love-hate relationship with artists and statesmen. We understand them too well. Scientists, by contrast, are almost complete strangers to most of us, because we do not know where they come from or how they spend their time. Indeed, having been denied access to their history and culture, we are often tempted to regard them as pretty uninteresting people. Not even well-written accounts of such scientific 20. threats as Darwin and Einstein have succeeded in removing the stigma. The fault here has largely resided in the refusal of biographers to trace out the web of social relationships in which their subjects' lives are deeply entangled. Until authors and readers alike undertake that enterprise, we are likely to go on forsaking the world of science for that of literature and politics. Our need to understand how the scientific vocation is organized and integrated with other social pursuits is especially great in a book which is principally concerned with the careers of 5 highly atypical academic scientists. They were deviants in that, unlike the vast majority of their peers, they were committed to the overthrow of British capitalism and the creation of a socialist commonwealth. Just how unusual they were in this respect, if not others, needs to be established and explained. So the first thing we must do is describe the environment in which, between 1901 and 1931, they came of age as scientific workers. That means, for a start, discussing pure or what I prefer to call high science as it was practiced at Cambridge, a community that left a profound mark on all professional researchers in this period. Thereafter we can identify what brand of politics normally attracted the most scientific approbation. We should then be able to appreciate some of the important changes that were made in the organization of British science around the time of the First World War. Having specified the structure, outlook, and dynamics of their rarefied yet exciting milieu, we can more easily understand, and possibly even identify with, the struggle of its more rebellious inhabitants. 1. Cambridge science. High science is research which academic scientists hold in the greatest esteem. In the 20th century, high science in Britain has had the following characteristics. It is pure, i.e. undertaken for purely intellectual as opposed to utilitarian reasons. It is hard and experimental, which means, among other things, a bias towards the techniques and problems of the physical sciences and an aversion to speculative theorizing which runs far ahead of empirical investigations. High science is also fashionable, hot science, a research area of outstanding promise or continuing excitement. It is, above all and at its best, the work of first-rate practitioners. 21. The locus for pure, hard, experimental, fashionable and first-rate science was, and probably still is, Cambridge. Certainly in the interwar period an affiliation, whether past or present, to Cambridge science was almost mandatory for anyone who looked forward to a bright future in academic research. No other university had such an abundance of human and physical resources to devote to disinterested investigations. Its graduates were naturally the big men in their chosen fields. By sitting on important government committees and controlling the major laboratories in and out of Cambridge, they were able to determine the style, the ethos and, not least, the direction of pure science in Britain. As might have been expected, the most fashionable of scientific enterprises were based in Cambridge itself. Between 1918 and 1939, for example, its Cavendish Laboratory and Dunn Institute were the homes of the two finest research schools in what were then the two hottest subjects, particle physics and biochemistry. Given the excellence of those institutions alone, it looked as if Cambridge's dominance of high science would continue for at least another generation. So would the pressures on academic scientists to get themselves identified as Cambridge men. Yet there was far more to becoming a Cambridge man than merely learning and developing the branch of physics or biology that happened to interest you. Once admitted into this ancient university, your research interests were woven into a way of life and a set of attitudes which you were expected to uphold. The values generated from within this culture were unsurprisingly elitist and competitive. Among the most highly prized virtues were loyalty to your lab and dedication to your work. Political commitments were your own affair, as long as they did not impede your full participation in the activities of your chosen research community. Whatever else might be said about the lifestyle of Cambridge scientists, it was not one likely to inspire or sustain socialist convictions and practices. On the contrary, this unique community of high scientists might be powerful enough to reshape and assimilate the socialism, however revolutionary, of its most rebellious members. Of course, this idea needs to be elaborated. For Cambridge science has long been associated with traditions of free inquiry rather than intellectual constraint. 22. How then was it possible for the vast majority of its products to end up holding deeply hierarchical views of what science was like and how society worked? Consider the circumstances of a typical Cambridge scientist. He was recruited from a suitably aristocratic, bourgeois, or professional family and often had the advantage of a private income. As an ex-Cambridge biochemist recently observed of his own lab in the 1920s, most, say 7 out of 10 of the staff and research workers had some inherited money. This gave them a feeling of security and independence. After receiving a public school education, he went up to Cambridge as an undergraduate and then stayed on to do a higher degree. Thus for a minimum of 6 years he was working in a town and university setting then notorious even by English standards for its ritualized observance of class distinctions. Indeed, it was entirely possible for him to spend years at Cambridge without ever speaking to working-class people, other than a small army of deferential college servants and laboratory attendants. Apart from social class, he found that sex was the most important stratifying principle. Male domination, which typified the university as a whole, was especially obvious within the Cambridge scientific community, where there were 10 times as many men as women. That imbalance grew even worse upon his promotion to a senior staff position. By this stage he was spending almost his entire working life with prosperous and clever bourgeois males. As a member of an intellectual elite, entry to which was largely reserved for one class, one sex only, it would be remarkable if he did not begin to think in elitist terms. Inside his own lab the Cambridge scientist was exposed in numerous ways to views that corresponded with his daily practices. Naturally he was soon made aware of the norms and values of high science. Hence any gravitation on his part towards industrial research was bound to be regarded as somehow both morally and intellectually suspect. It was widely known, for example, that Sir Ernest Rutherford, the Cavendish professor and doyen of British physics, had no interest whatever in technology and technical problems. It even seemed that he nursed a prejudice against them, insofar as work in the area of applied science was concerned with money motives. Rutherford's dictum in these matters was that God and Mammon were 23. Metrically opposed masters. And, one of his ex-students has written, he was right of course. To our Cambridge man, however, an even more powerful objection to work done for extra-scientific ends was that it must, almost by definition, be intellectually less demanding than pure research. That view was reflected in the mathematician G. H. Hardy's estimate of war work in science as essentially second-rate and dull. However public-spirited and praiseworthy such preoccupations might be, they were not worthy of a first-rate man with proper personal ambitions. 4 Who was and who was not a first-rate man was yet another system of ranking that pervaded and defined the life of the Cambridge scientist. His main concern, inevitably, was whether he himself would be judged first-rate enough to merit the esteem of his colleagues. A young Cavendish student named Lancelot Law White, after months of worrying about this very question, realized early one wintry morning in 1923 that he was not going to make the grade. A wise old Cambridge man whom I had consulted some time earlier, had said to me, "Only stay at Cambridge if you can be a star of the first magnitude. Otherwise clear out and have a more varied life is equally severe on stupidity and willful ignorance." Such were the laws of biology as laid down by science's most authoritative periodical. Meanwhile, nature's inner circle was able to console itself with the slow but steady conversion of industrialists into true believers in science. Gregory's earlier criticisms of the business community's scientific illiteracy faded out in the 20s. By 1932 Brightman was convinced that, although manufacturers had been insufficiently scientific in their outlook, this tendency was now passing. Registered 4 years later, he was able to conclude that everywhere in industry, the importance of applying the help that science can afford is widely realized. Registered one reason for this transformation of attitude, Brightman thought, was that large corporations were relying upon boards of directors which collectively combine the knowledge of finance, general organization, administrative problems, and the trend of scientific and technical developments requisite for wise and far-seeing decisions on general policy. Degree to nature. The paradigm of such business organization and the paragon of scientific virtue had to be the Directorate of Imperial Chemical Industries, Limited. When ICI was formed in 1928, its leading figures were immediately and favorably identified in a Nature editorial as H. G. Wells' open conspirators come to life and Teddy to extend the writ of science. This was high praise indeed. We are prepared to believe that Sir Alfred Mond is inspired by an idealism akin to this, that he realizes that the economic direction of world affairs must be based on the scientific study of all those factors fashioning the environment of man, that industry at its truest and best must be the prelude to man's highest expression. The men he has chosen to deal directly with these matters and to control certain factories and processes enjoy his confidence and inspire us with the same feeling. The anonymous author of this encomium to science-based monopoly capital was a Labour MP called A. G. Church, of whom more later. In another editorial, Reynald Brightman, an ICI employee, strongly seconded a suggestion of Sir Harry McGowan, I.C.L.'s second managing director, that the chemical industry should in fact undergo still more centralization. In short, L.C.I. was urged to expand until it controlled directly or indirectly the entire chemical industry. The effective rationalization thus secured would, observed Brightman, stabilize development and coordinate or expedite research. 3. In nature's eyes the big chemical firms could do no wrong. 1 week a spate of serious accidents involving the storage and use of dangerous chemicals would be blamed upon inadequately trained personnel, who would soon be put right by public-spirited industrial chemists and their employers. 3 The following week Gregory would praise the generous way in which successful industrialists have endowed the prosecution of scientific researches. 4 Yet the most striking aspect of I.C.I.'s image, as projected in Nature, was that here was a soulful corporation devoted mainly to public service and scientific advance. Profits were only a secondary consideration. To Church it was obvious that this gigantic industry is based on science, and modern science with its progressive dynamic outlook forces its disciples along hitherto untrod paths in search of greater knowledge and, he added truthfully, towards greater power. Despite the at times tremendous imbalance in the dedication of capital and labor to scientific advancement, Gregory and his associates went on attempting to promote a spirit of unity among all classes through the alliance of science, invention, and labor working as a single force for national development and common welfare. Point 3 Registered their main agency of reconciliation here was the British Science Guild, which had been founded in 1905 by Gregory's predecessor at Nature, Sir Norman Lockyer. In 1924 the Guild even staged a special conference on science and labor where, it was hoped, the representatives of laboring men and women might endorse the claims and progress of science and its applications. Point 8. A large number of industrialists, scientists, and M.Ps turned up for the conference, but very few trade unionists. Perhaps it was just as well, in view of the patronizing stance adopted by several of the main speakers towards the labor movement. Nevertheless, the workers' apathy here did not bode well for Gregory's dream of making the empire strong and secure through science and the application of the scientific method. Point 3 And if that hope failed to materialize, then might not Britain be faced with a further weakening of the economy, declining possibilities for investment and, most fearfully, growing demands for a social revolution? This was not a pleasing prospect to Gregory and his allies. In countries which have large untapped natural resources, revolutionary experiments may perhaps be indulged in without doing permanent irreparable damage, but in England it is a life and death matter to combat them. Our very existence depends on daring private enterprise, just as truly as did that of our Norse forefathers. It must therefore be our constant endeavor to encourage private enterprise in every possible way. Point 3 In any event, Nature's supporters were unlikely to support a revolution of any sort, having persuaded themselves with the magic words that nothing revolutionary can be proposed on any rational basis. 4 The existing social order, on the other hand, suitably enlarged and retooled, was proving itself to be a most scientific and humane form of industrial and social organization. All it lacked was the wholehearted cooperation of the masses. Such was Nature's outlook on politics and, by extension, that of the scientific elite as well. But that assertion needs to be qualified in two ways. First, it must be said that the opinions which found their way into Gregory's journal represented only one of a number of variations that could have been made on themes that were central to ruling class ideology. Some high scientists, for example, many, have objected to the eugenic strain in Nature's leading articles. Many more of them were undoubtedly so persuaded of the historical importance and moral worth of their own work that they probably found it difficult to muster Nature's enthusiasm for the industrial feats of various scientifically enlightened businessmen. Otherwise their conservatism, whether of the progressive, moderate, or reactionary variety, was almost a foregone conclusion. Certainly that was the opinion of those few high scientists, notably Bertrand Russell and Frederick Soddy, who did not subscribe to their colleagues' complacency about class-based inequalities and injustices. If we choose to adopt their perspective here, then it is probably all to the good that Britain's scientific elite was generally content to leave politics to its publicists. 3. Scientific imperialism. In our somewhat static presentation of the professional practices and political outlook of high scientists, we have overlooked some of the ways in which their relationships both to the state and to other kinds of scientific workers were changing, especially around the time of the First World War. These developments would prove to be significant at two levels. On the one hand, they would demonstrate and reinforce the scientific elite's power and authority within the community of science. On the other, they would bestow upon that domain an explicitly political dimension that had previously been lacking. Both processes conspired, in the short run at least, to increase the odds against our finding a high scientist who was also a socialist. Between 1911 and 1920 a number of state institutions were founded to encourage medical, military, agricultural, and industrial research. The most ambitious of these ventures was the Department of Scientific and Industrial Research. Its main duties were to administer the state's own civilian research facilities, postgraduate grants for academic investigations, and the industrial research associations, which were to be jointly financed by private firms and public money. In these endeavors the D.S.LRS administrators 38 were supposed to be guided by an advisory council. As with the medical and agricultural research councils, this body was free to ignore the short-run requirements of particular government departments. More importantly for our purposes, it was also dominated by a relatively small coterie of high scientists as well. Their position in the state apparatus accordingly allowed them to redefine a mandate oriented to the solution of pressing social and industrial problems as one that emphasized the need to enlarge the opportunities for practicing pure science in their laboratories. This argument, the quintessence of common sense if one were an academic researcher, was to govern much of the country's scientific affairs for the next 50 years. The scientific elite's preeminence here rested upon a long-standing commonplace article of British belief that there is one science and the university was its teacher. 41 Certainly that was a perspective which Sir Richard Gregory's Nature regularly elaborated and defended. To Gregory science was essentially a pursuit of truth for its own sake, an enterprise whose sole object was to understand nature better. Indeed so exalted a venture was this that it regularly required the services of the divine afflatus *, which inspires and enables the highest work in science. 4. Engineering and industrial research were, by contrast, devoted to the control of nature for material ends. Although these activities were crucially dependent upon scientific advances, Gregory nevertheless regarded them as the province of the inventor rather than that of the man of science. 42 On the basis of that apparently innocuous distinction he concluded that, as the font of all scientific knowledge, high scientists had to serve as the state's leading makers of science policy. Only they sufficiently understood the inner logic of their disciplines to know where the next scientific breakthrough might be made. Without their guidance science would cease to advance, and so eventually, argued Gregory, would technology and industry. Therefore high scientists had to exercise their hegemony over all forms of research. Absolute control over their own studies was already a self-evident necessity. Gregory would not, however, allow industrial or governmental researchers anything like that measure of autonomy. As one of Nature's leading articles asserted, though they may regret the gradual encroachment of bureaucracy on the freedom of scientific investigations, have to recognize that they are primarily public servants whose first duty is to perform their allocated tasks in the social machine. 44 Such an imposition in the domain of high science would of course in Gregory's view be repugnant to the best research workers. 4 They had to stay on top. Yet the writ of high scientists was neither unlimited nor unchallenged in this period. Their influence on the development of government strategies and policies, apart from those specifically directed at scientific institutions, was at best rather slight. 4 Even within the DSIR they were unable to impose their will upon some of the more recalcitrant directors of state laboratories and industrial research associations. 47 One reason for this indiscipline, according to a group of up-and-coming Cambridge researchers in 1919, was that the elders who manned the advisory councils were often too remote from contemporary laboratories to command the respect of those immediately below them. Registered that charge took on some force when in the early 30s the scientific elite could not prevent a temporary cutback in funds available for university research. But by this date senior academics had at least managed to lay the material and ideological foundations for Snow's golden age of high science. They had, in other words, succeeded in looking after themselves and their progeny. Their relationship with rank-and-file scientific workers employed in government and industrial labs was not nearly so satisfactory, as is evident from a brief look at the short history of the National Union of Scientific Workers. Founded in 1918 and officially registered as a trade union, the NUSW hoped to represent the economic interests of a large and growing body of applied scientists. The union was determined to secure for its members higher salaries, greater security of tenure and more control over their jobs. It was also opposed to differentiation between THESXs for the purpose of depressing the economic conditions of either. 4 Registered though the NUSW specifically eschewed the strike weapon, its militancy was unmistakable and made possible a number of pioneering 40 negotiations with state agencies and other employers. By the early 20s it had attracted over 1,000 members and had established branches at, among other places, the National Physical Laboratory, the Royal Aircraft Establishment and Woolwich Arsenal, as well as Siemens and the General Electric Corporation. Included in its membership was a smattering of left-wing socialists who were active trade unionists and belonged either to the National Guilds League or to the Young Communist Party of Great Britain. Theirs, however, was a distinctly minority view. Indeed, the NUSW was not even willing to affiliate to the Trades Union Congress, let alone the Labour Party. Nevertheless, through its concentration upon the status of its members as professional employees, it was potentially a promising school for socialists, the first of its type to spring up inside Britain's scientific community. The union was also a base from which a challenge to the hegemony of high science might be launched. Yet by the time of the world slump, the National Union of Scientific Workers had virtually collapsed. Two obstacles had been put in its way. One of these was a complex of events: Britain's economic decline in the early 1920s, the formation of company-dominated staff associations, the rivalry of other professional organizations, all of which frustrated the N.U.S.W's growth in the public and private sectors. Those developments might not have proved so disastrous had the union not contained within its ranks such a sizable contingent of academics. In fact, the NUSW had first been proposed by a group of Cambridge scientists, who wanted to see scientific workers exercise in the political and industrial world an influence commensurate with their importance. 5 degree This remained the outstanding goal of the union's university members, many of whom were uncomfortable from the start with their organization's activities as a registered trade union. Their unease stemmed mainly from a desire to separate science off from the irrational struggle of capital and labor. However meritorious in other respects, this perspective debarred the NUSW from vigorously prosecuting the claims of its industrial branches, at precisely the moment when they were most vulnerable. Membership declined accordingly. In a bid to reverse this trend, the union launched in 1927 an appeal for new recruits, who were told that, in the wake of the general strike of 1926, the 41 organization was going to deregister as a trade union and change its name to the Association of Scientific Workers. This initiative was supported by Nature, and a bevy of distinguished professors registered. 600 scientists, mainly academics, joined the new A.SCW. Yet, stripped of its old bargaining powers, it was not at all clear what this revamped body could do for its members. By 1930 a large number of its adherents, new and old, had left the A.SCW, which was now close to bankruptcy. Whether or not by design, a university-based scientific establishment had thus succeeded in denying to rank-and-file researchers in the outside world an organization that might have ably represented their interests. Here was one more example not only of high scientists' power within the scientific community but of their tendency to shy away from endeavors that smacked in any way of trade unions and socialism as well. Such an outcome was to be expected from a social grouping that was drawn from a variety of privileged milieus, educated at public schools, indoctrinated with an aristocratic conception of science, based in elitist institutions of higher learning and, finally, co-opted as special counselors to the capitalist state. They were, in short, a part, albeit a rather minor and discreet part, of the British ruling class, and they behaved as such, not least on those rare occasions when they made their political views explicit. Though their social system allowed for quite a lot of ideological variation and a small measure of rebellion, it was remarkably closed. What changes did take place between 1900 and 1930, inside and outside the domain of high science, tended to reinforce both the conservatism and authority of its leading practitioners. Their protégés were in turn all the more likely to reproduce correct attitudes and fit the life that had already been prepared for them. The main exceptions to this rule at that time are the principal subjects of our inquiry. By way of summary, we can quickly trace the early career of one of their more normal contemporaries, Julian Huxley, who operated safely and typically within the boundaries of high science. Like J.B.S. Haldane, Huxley derived from and was bound for the scientific elite of his day. Unlike some of his elders, he was not afraid to popularize scientific discoveries or enter into semi-scientific public controversies. Yet in spite of his widespread and long-lived reputation as a free-thinking liberal, Huxley was from the outset of his career a scientist who seemed to take all of his political cues from nature. For instance, he assumed the presidency of the National Union of Scientific Workers after it had ceased to function as a trade union. He also subscribed to a number of Sir Richard Gregory's eugenical beliefs. To be fair, Huxley did not want to sterilize en masse various sections of the Welsh and the Irish, or most coal miners and dockers for that matter. But he did believe that the inherited potentialities of slum dwellers were below average, and that this was almost certainly not due to the effect of living generation after generation in the slums, but to the fact that a considerable proportion of types that have inherited poor qualities have gradually drifted into slum conditions of living. Degree. Huxley went on to warn in 1931 of the tendency for the stupid to inherit the earth, and the shiftless, and the imprudent, and the dull. And this is a prospect neither scriptural nor attractive. 54 As a measure to hold down the birth rate of the working class, Huxley advocated that the continuance of unemployment relief be made conditional upon a man's agreement to father no more children. Infringement of this order could probably be met by a short period of segregation in a labor camp. After 3 or 6 months separation from his wife he would be likely to be more careful the next time. Registered if that kind of thinking 43 were typical of a politically moderate high scientist, we at last may be able to appreciate how exceptional were some of the socialist beliefs, and actions, of J.D. Bernal, J.B.S. Haldane, Lancelot Hogben, Hyman Levy, and Joseph Needham. Chapter 2. Worker, Warrior, Citizen, Socialist. Already, in 1918, we knew that politics had a lot to do with science. Lancelot Hogben, 19,681. The pre-1914 crisis of British capitalism transpired during the early adulthood of J.B.S. Haldane, Lancelot Hogben, and Hyman Levy, and was succeeded, in the late adolescence of J.D. Bernal and Joseph Needham, by a period of post-war political disenchantment. How these changing conditions affected each man's life obviously depended upon his own unique circumstances. Yet the net effect on their social outlook was strikingly similar. For by the war's end the foundations of their Edwardian world family, friends, religion had generally, though not entirely, been destroyed or seriously shaken. What now came to unify their existence was a devotion to scientific research and to its humane extension into the lives of working people. However, such apparent unity could easily break down upon a closer examination of their scientific sensibilities. The arbiter of these differences in fact turned out to be whether they first encountered science as workers, warriors, citizens, or social idealists. One Hyman Levy, the scientist as worker on March 7, 1889, in Edinburgh. Hyman Levy was born into poverty, on the periphery of the Scottish working class. His father, an exile from Tsarist Russia, was a self-employed picture framer whose workshop could be found in the damp, built-to-last forever slums of the Old Town. The business was supposed to support his wife, the daughter of a German rabbi, and their 7 children. But the resources of the Levy family were stretched so thinly that some of the offspring, Hyman included, were forced to sleep in the shop. Worker, Warrior, Citizen, Socialist 45. Which was just across the street from a particularly rowdy public house. Late into the night young Levy would listen to the cursing and quarreling of the pub's more drunken customers. I heard their bodies and their fists, he would later write, smash against the wooden door within a yard of where I lay, while I prayed and entreated God to send them home. That experience alone would have been enough to have confirmed his retrospective judgment that Edinburgh was a terrifying city. 2 A further misery was the intermittent persecution to which young rough Ian subjected him as a Jew of foreign parentage. Anti-Semitism was not a new experience for Levy's mother and father, who nevertheless persisted in the practice of their religion and sent their children to a Hebrew school. At home the parents mingled their slightly different Yiddish dialects, When they talked to Hyman's brothers and sisters, or played host to a meeting of local Zionists. A third tongue Hyman Levy acquired, along with the social world that sustained it, was that of the streets, a thick Scots brogue that colored his speech for the rest of his life. However, inside the elementary school rooms packed with 40 or 50 underclad and underfed children, the only accent tolerated was the precisely rolled English of the Edinburgh bourgeoisie. This daily interplay between such a diversity of cultures was bound to stimulate Levy's social awareness and might even, in the right circumstances, provoke him into political action. One connection with politics has already been mentioned, the Zionist discussion group, where Levy could learn about the history of the pogroms in Eastern Europe. Through this same coterie he was also introduced to the Victorian rationalists' approach to natural and social knowledge, as well as to a rather vague and idealistic species of socialism *, yet in terms of true working-class consciousness it was Levy's mother who was the more direct source of her son's later political orientation. Thus while her husband and his friends were busy philosophizing, she would wander down to the Mount Edinburgh's Hyde Park corner, to listen to socialist orators like Keir Hardie. Soon her son was doing the same. On some of these occasions he would buy, with a copper I could ill afford, a penny pamphlet with a picture on the outer cover of a heavily bearded gentleman called Karl Marx. This I took to the public library where there was at least heat and light, and read. 46. Slowly and carefully, but it beat me. I could not understand the language in which it was written. I knew the proletariat only too well, but the word was not in my vocabulary *. Mrs. Levy's ideological exhortations to her son were more direct and more personal: never become a wage slave. Registered. That was easier said than done. The Levy children were made to understand very early in their lives how important it was to apply themselves to their studies. But despite his evident quickness at mathematics and most other subjects, it looked late in 1902 as if the 13-year-old Levy was headed for a career as a skilled worker. An interview for a 5-year engineering apprenticeship with the firm of Redpath Brown had even been arranged. At this point Levy's schoolteacher intervened and forbade his charge to take up any manual job. Levy was instructed instead to wait a few months, obtain a bursary from the local fee-paying high school and then prepare himself for entering the University of Edinburgh. He did as he was told. After securing a scholarship through competitive examination, Levy entered Heriot's in the autumn of 1903. As it happened, the school's curriculum had been drastically reformed in 1886, with far more ample provision allotted to scientific and technological fields. Levy later felt that Heriot's was probably the most scientific and most technically advanced in the country at the time, teaching mathematics to a high standard, with excellent physics and chemical laboratories, the beginning of a biology lab, and an engineering and woodwork shop. Registered. The main drawback of this environment was extra-educational. Levy's financial inability to participate in the sports program was a constant reminder of the gulf between his social rank and that of the fee-payers *. The subsequent discovery of kindred spirits in the school only partially compensated this poor yet proud Jewish Scot for the hidden injuries arising from his class position. Worker, warrior, citizen, socialist. 47. The social climate of Edinburgh University, which Levy entered with the aid of a Heriot scholarship in 1908, was, if anything, worse. The world-famous medical school was essentially a ruling class preserve, as were the more esoteric arts subjects such as classics. To the extent that those further down the social scale found their way into the university's precincts, the preferred route for them was through modern subjects, preeminently the natural sciences. That did not of course necessarily mean a great degree of working-class consciousness on the part of either staff or students in these fields. On the contrary, the lecturers and professors were making every effort, it appeared to Levy, to consider their physics, chemistry, and maths as useless and as effete as the more aesthetic side of bourgeois culture. Years later, Levy remained dumbstruck by such escapism. When, as a student, I heard it argued that one's life should be devoted to science or art for its own sake, and that nothing else mattered, I could only gasp in astonishment. These people seemed to be speaking a different language from me. Not that I underestimated those cultural pursuits. On the contrary, I valued them so deeply that I felt that they could not be enjoyed unless they had been fought for, not merely accepted, otherwise they are mocked by the hateful reality underneath. So apparently uninvolved with the rest of the world was the university that it boasted no political society of the left until 1910, when a small number of undergraduates, among them Levy, founded a branch of the Fabian Society there. The one advantage of Edinburgh's quietism, remember, this was one of the bitterest periods in British social history, was that it threw up few distractions from the business of mastering one's studies. Levy graduated in 1911 with a distinguished first-class honors degree in mathematics and physics. Levy's performance at university would seem to have indicated his suitability for postgraduate research. His simultaneous attainment of a Ferguson Scholarship, a Carnegie Research Fellowship and an 1851 Exhibition Award gave him the financial wherewithal to realize that ambition. He was advised to continue his studies of theoretical physics at Cambridge. Yet Levy found it difficult not to regard that move as a betrayal of his social background and political ideals. Not only did Cambridge represent the 48 educational apogee of Britain's class system, but it also sustained and promoted the ideology of high science, which Levy had already found quite abhorrent. In Levy's own retrospective words, "At that time Cambridge held a class grip in maths and physics, and I felt it would be treachery to play up to that." So Levy refused to go to Cambridge on class grounds. 8 Instead he went on to the University of Göttingen in Germany, which in any event probably offered more scope for a theoretically inclined physicist than Cambridge. Among Göttingen's exceptionally brilliant staff could be found Max Born, David Hilbert, Felix Klein and Edmund Landau. They revealed to Levy much of the excitement and significance of the intellectual revolution then taking place in the physical and mathematical sciences. While the young Scot appreciated and was stimulated by those developments, he found himself becoming more strongly attracted to the work of Professor Adolf von Karman on hydro and aerodynamics. What Levy saw in von Karman's work was the possibility of extending abstract theories of mathematics, via arithmetic, to solve practical engineering problems. Perhaps Levy fancied such a union of theory and experiment, in part, so that he might have a convincingly practical rationale for pursuing his abstruse researches. Whatever the reason, his interest in statistics and arithmetical calculators was shared by another expatriate at Göttingen, an American named Norbert Wiener, who later became a founding father of cybernetics. Levy's friendship with Wiener and other Anglo-American students repeated his earlier pattern of associations restricted to social outsiders like himself. The German undergraduates, by comparison, often filled Levy with revulsion. Again, he saw them as the irresponsible representatives of an imperious ruling class, particularly those who bore the civilized marks of dueling upon their scarred faces. When war was declared on the continent, Levy returned to Britain, determined to continue his aerodynamical studies. Unfortunately, the country's leading theoretician in this area was based at Oxford, not a notably less aristocratic environment than Cambridge. Levy accordingly reined in his anti-establishment feelings, but only momentarily. After a few months in Oxford he gave way to his strong anti-German feelings and then succumbed in due course to the propaganda of king and country. Perhaps. Worker, warrior, citizen, socialist. 49. He thought, the Royal Flying Corps might be interested in someone with his expertise. After inquiring about the possibility of a commission, Levy was invited to a large Whitehall office for an interview, which turned out to be something of a fiasco. Some of the assembled officers had clearly never heard of aerodynamics, others were simply puzzled by this plucky Scots laddie. "Can you ride a horse?" one of them asked Levy. I looked up, rather surprised. Riding a horse in England, at that time at any rate, was the prerogative of a person who lived in a higher class than mine. I said, "Well, I don't know, I have never tried." So there was a long silence again. After one or two other questions of no consequence, the chairman then said to me, "Now, are there questions you wish to ask?" I replied, "Well, I would like to know why I must be able to ride a horse. He looked at me, rather surprised, and said, "That's obvious. Any person who can ride a horse can fly a plane." Registered. Despite that exchange, Levy received his commission and was posted to Salisbury Plain. There, by his own admission, he failed to get along with his fellow flyers, whom he was not afraid to take to task for their unscientific ways. His behavior was possibly responsible for the local commanding officer's inspired suggestion that Levy be seconded to the aerodynamics department of the National Physical Laboratory at Teddington. His troublesome subordinate readily agreed to go during the spring of 1916. Levy's subsequent 4-year sojourn at the NPL played a crucial role in his later estimation of what science's social significance was and what its social destiny ought to be. His job was to develop mathematical theory useful for improving the flyability of aeroplanes designed to kill people and level cities with unprecedented efficiency. At Teddington, Levy had all the capital he required to embody his theoretical models into small-scale physical ones that could then be tested in a number of simulated conditions. On the other hand, strategic and bureaucratic requirements conspired to prevent his publishing all aspects of his research. Degree he also encountered, as a technical expert in the civil. 50. Service, considerable discrimination against scientifically, as opposed to classically, trained personnel. There were often petty, sometimes destructive inhibitions placed in the way of staff who had good ideas they wanted to develop in their own way. And the pay was derisory, unscaled, and seemingly non-negotiable. The historical basis of the entire operation was that, in the wake of 20 years' agitation to expand Britain's scientific resources, the men and the plant had finally become available. What had not been foreseen was how this new workforce would react to a highly bureaucratized life where the divine afflatus which inspires and enables the highest work in science rarely made an appearance. Nor had the N.P.L.'s director, Sir Richard Glazebrook, reckoned in 1916 on the rather different and more disquieting afflatus that was about to visit his staff in the shape of Hyman Levy's socialism. During his first 18 months at Teddington, Levy capitalized on or created a series of incidents that would eventually lead to the staff's demand for trade union representation. The low status of these trained scientists was brought home to them when they were asked to take part in a national labor census by registering themselves and their occupations down at the local labor exchange. But on the forms they were to fill out there was no job category even remotely related to that of scientific researcher. Levy therefore asked the clerk in charge what he and his fellow research workers should do. "Research workers," repeated the clerk. "Oh well, put yourselves under the heading of general laborers." At this point Levy insisted on his co-workers reflecting on the significance of their new designation. Meanwhile the men were experiencing inside the NPL some attempted regimentation commonly associated with general labor. Perhaps Glazebrook had come under the influence of F.W. Taylor's principles of scientific management, which were just then coming into vogue in Britain. For one morning the staff found on their desks a questionnaire inquiring as to what each man was doing at every hour of the working day. Levy, by this time something of an informal shop steward, quickly arranged a meeting to discuss what an appropriate, collective response to the circular should be. The group decided to complete it by writing beside each hour: Worker, Warrior, Citizen, Socialist 51. Time activity 8.39.30 Thinking 9.30 to 10.30 Thinking 10.30 I 1.30 Thinking 2.30 12.30 Thinking 12.30 1.30 Thinking I.32.30 Thinking 2.33.30 Thinking 3.34.30 Thinking 4.30.30 Thinking. The forms were returned and never seen again, not, however, before Levy and others were able to stir up general resentment about the extent to which employees were unable to control their own working conditions. The final straw was low pay, the absence of salary scales and the secrecy of wage negotiations. Each of these taboo subjects was raised when Levy, then unmarried, discovered that he and a workmate with a family and several years of research experience behind him were both earning the same money, £2 per week. Yet the rumor, widely believed within the NPL, was that Glazebrook had a standing offer for anyone seeking a pay rise. Either the director would mercifully forget the whole incident, or he would arrange for the claimant's transfer into the army. Levy, with considerable courage, challenged this myth very soon after his arrival by walking into Sir Richard's office and threatening to go back into the Royal Flying Corps unless his salary was increased. Levy's audacity was shortly rewarded with a boost in his weekly earnings. And on the basis of that experience, Levy urged his fellow workers to demand from the Department of Scientific and Industrial Research a minimum annual salary of £200, a proper scale of salaries, guaranteed paid holidays, etc. To his credit, Glazebrook supported his employees' petition, but the D.S.L.R.'s top man, Sir Frank Heath, claimed in 1917 that his hands were tied unless the NPL scientists were prepared to form themselves into a trade union. Then, Heath explained, it would be perfectly appropriate for his department to set up the appropriate machinery and get down to the serious business of negotiation. The thought of professionally qualified individuals becoming 52. Unionized was still a fairly radical one in 1917. On the other hand, the NPL was not the only place where government researchers were growing militant. So were those employed at the Royal Aircraft Establishment in Farnborough and at the Woolwich Arsenal, to name but two. Hence, when the Memorandum of Cambridge academics proposing a national union of scientific workers was released early in 1918, the response from state-managed laboratories was both stronger and more coherent than anything elicited from the universities. Levy, for example, led an 87-strong delegation from Teddington into the NUSW. Between 1918 and 1920 he was also one of his union branch's two main negotiators. And, most importantly, he was able to play a leading role in establishing a salary scale for his scientific brothers. Yet these undeniable accomplishments, the very prototype of the effective action a scientist's trade union could have undertaken in the 20s, were not to be followed up. Instead, an academically oriented national executive would deunionize the organization as part of its campaign to raise the professional status of science. Levy, of course, was to oppose this trend, because his own experience had taught him that a scientist might be one of many things: an academic, a bureaucrat, or something much more like a shop floor worker. Science, he knew, was no longer an indivisible enterprise. But he would fail to deflect the university men from a course that reflected both their own self-interests and, Levy would have added, their limited knowledge of the wider world. Perhaps the N.U.S.W's difficulties went even deeper, to differences in the class background and social role of its various constituencies. What, after all, could a Scottish Jew born into poverty expect from an association originating even in part from the aristocratic preoccupations of the University of Cambridge? To J.B.S. Haldane, the scientist as warrior on the morning of August 9, 1904, an 11-year-old public schoolboy accompanied his father on a stroll through Edinburgh's Old Town. They inspected the Grass Market and the Cowgate, as well as the filthy, overcrowded tenements just off the High Street. That night, possibly in the comfort of his family's spacious new town flat, the boy observed, "The Old Town contains the Edinburgh slums, which are the worst I know. I was glad to see one place," he added magnanimously, "where new houses had been built where there had been a dirty close." For such were young John Burton Sanderson Haldane's thoughts on Hyman Levy's neighborhood. At that moment the social worlds of Haldane and Levy could not have diverged more sharply. Yet 40 years later they would be comrades in the Communist Party of Great Britain. Unlike Levy, however, Haldane would have to repudiate a thoroughly bourgeois background before he could affirm communism. His severance of the lines that bound him to the political conventions of his class was a long and tortuous process, partly because it would not be clear for many years where, socially and politically, he ought to reattach himself, and partly because the pain of breaking with his past was to surprise JBS by its depth and duration. Why he eventually opted for a variety of militant Marxism in the 1930s is not a question to be answered by surveying the details of his pre-adult life in isolation from what was happening in Britain and the rest of the world. either then or later. What can be pinpointed are the elements in Haldane's youth that initially undermined and eventually negated his loyalty to the ultimately conservative and imperialist ideology of his peer group. For JBS turns out to have been a most exceptional child of a most unusual family. In at least one respect, Professor John Scott Haldane and his wife Louisa were typical representatives of their social stratum. They had the financial and familial resources to assure their children, Naomi and Jack, of a healthy, comfortable, and stimulating life. Besides a succession of roomy houses in Oxford, where Professor Haldane was a celebrated physiologist, the family had access to numerous residences scattered about the country. During the summer holidays, JBS and his younger sister were taken as far west as the Cornish coast and as far north as the Scottish Highlands. There they indulged in the pastimes then deemed appropriate for well-born children. In young Jack's case this meant, among other things, learning to shoot, box and ride. Needless to say, until his departure for boarding school the boy's daily life was structured by the ritualistic separation of two sorts of persons: his parents' equals and his parents' servants. 54. For good measure, not only did JBS experience his social place, he was taught it as well, mainly in a series of private educational establishments. His preparatory school was the Dragon in Oxford, where he, along with the sons and daughters of dons and others of comparable status, were instructed to a high standard. Then came Eton. After a slow start, Haldane took the measure of England's most famous public school and proceeded to become captain of the school, which also assured his entry into the prestigious Pop Society. Now he was prepared for an absolutely stunning undergraduate career at New College, Oxford. That was how he managed, according to Naomi Mitchison, to sail triumphantly through all his exams, spreading himself in friendships and light and the golden air of the pre-war years for the upper classes. His friendships were very wide, with young men of completely varied interests. Degree among his closest confidants were Aldous and Julian Huxley, Lewis and John Gielgud, and his sister's future husband Dick Mitchison. And if his social success was noteworthy, his academic record was even more so. By 1914 he had achieved the unusual feat of first-class honors in both mathematics and classics. Combined with the high social standing of his family, Haldane's repeated demonstrations of intellectual brilliance guaranteed him a favorable position, somewhere, within the ruling class. One side effect of J.B.S.'s completely conventional elite education was to lay bare the uniqueness of his own home. What was especially notable about his schools was that they were geared primarily to the needs of English gentlemen, reared in the Church of England and destined either for idleness or for governing. The Haldanes, on the other hand, sprang from a somewhat different mold. They were Scottish, not English, and agnostics rather than Anglicans. Most importantly, the clan as a whole embodied the liberal virtues of the intellectual aristocracy instead of the more reactionary attitudes associated with the landed gentry and established entrepreneurs. The Waynefleet professor of physiology at Oxford, for example, was John Burton Sanderson, J.B.S.'s namesake and uncle. Another uncle was Richard Burton, Viscount Haldane of Clone, a distinguished Liberal and later Labour cabinet member, an outstanding champion of university expansion, and the first chairman of the British Science Guild. John Scott Haldane himself was a gifted physiologist, a redoubtable philosopher of science, a Fellow of the Royal Society, and, as we shall see, a humanitarian who was not afraid to use his learning to relieve the suffering of ordinary men and women. In retrospect, these political and cultural differences between the Haldanes and other fractions of the dominant class might appear slight. Yet they were then substantial enough to strike a persistently dissonant note in young Jack's upbringing. Even in the context of his own home he was aware of the coexistence of two subtly conflicting lifestyles, two ways of viewing the world politically. For his mother, née Louisa Kathleen Trotter, did not conform to the traditional Haldane image. Descended from a long line of military men and leisured country gentlemen, she was in fact an uncompromising Tory and fervent supporter of Joseph Chamberlain's brand of social imperialism. This was the conservative philosophy that Mrs. Haldane hoped to instill in her son, on whom she lavished intense adoration and equally intense demands. Her efforts were initially well rewarded. By the time of his 11th birthday, JBS was already echoing and amplifying his mother's ideology. "My mother and I," runs his diary entry for September 18, 1903, "are very sorry to hear of Mr. Chamberlain's resignation, but hope he will get into office again soon." That the boy had become a social imperialist at such a tender age was not surprising in view of Louisa Haldane's vigorous activities on behalf of the Victoria League, Children of the Empire, etc. She particularly enjoyed school holidays when she could easily second her children for one. 56. Imperial purpose or another. Thus on July 29, 1902, mother and son set out for a small village near Edinburgh in order to lecture to an assemblage of adolescents on Children of the Empire. "Mother told us very much what is put in the papers," recorded the dutiful JBS, "that it is a society for making people more able to fight for their country, and to be useful if they emigrate to the colonies. That the empire isn't a lot of little countries but one big one. In fact, to teach them to be good citizens of the empire. We enrolled about 10 and will, we think, soon start a local branch." Along with an all too eager readiness to shoulder the white woman's burden, Mrs. Haldane combined an aristocratic humanitarianism with contempt for the urban proletariat and anyone in trade. Only those in pre-industrial circumstances seemed capable of winning her respect. Such activities conflicted, often sharply, with the liberal outlook of her husband and in-laws. In the face of numerous political disagreements within his family, JBS adhered to a generally conservative worldview up to and including his undergraduate days at Oxford. But his conservatism was flexible enough to accommodate many of his elders' more progressive actions. He became especially adept at placing an imperialist gloss on Richard Burden Haldane's politics, no mean feat considering how strongly his mother detested his uncle's views. Consider this entry in J.B.S.'s diary for August 28, 1902. "Uncle Richard went away to London. He is going to see about the site of the new London University, which is going not to teach you general chemistry, classics, and so on, only, but also engineering or whatever special profession you are going to take up. For instance, if you are going to be a brewer, they teach you the chemistry you'd want to know about fermenting, etc. Have a teaching brewery with all the newest apparatus which one can really see working instead of only models and diagrams. And where you can experiment a bit. They have that kind of thing in Germany, and if we don't keep up with them in our education we shall lose our supremacy in trade, which hasn't got to happen and isn't going to either." One could not imagine a neater pairing of his uncle's respect for Germany's intellectual traditions with his mother's hostility towards any rival to British imperialism. Liberal ideals were also communicated to JBS through his father's investigations into mining diseases and colliery explosions. From about 1900 onwards, John Scott Haldane made a point of taking his son down with him into the mines. On one such occasion the pair were determining the amount of fire damp in a shaft. Haldane Sr. asked JBS to stand up near the roof and say something. He recited "Friends, Romans, countrymen," but before he got to "the evil that men do," he passed out. That, as he said later, taught me a lot about fire damp. Young Haldane probably also learned a good deal about the hardy virtues of miners, the obduracy of mine owners and the ineffectualness of Home Office civil servants. Nevertheless, it is more than likely that, even as a boy, he regarded the welfare of such workers as one of the many responsibilities that had to be borne for them by their social and intellectual betters. That sentiment went deep and was later to be reflected in his undergraduate endorsement of a eugenics movement then bent on curbing the reproduction of the allegedly unintelligent lower orders. 1 Registered once again, the liberal heritage of Haldane's father was being reinterpreted to the advantage of his mother's Toryism. Having considered the degree to which JBS had absorbed Louisa Haldane's ideological principles, his subsequent conversion to socialism at the end of the First World War seems almost bizarre. Certainly it struck his mother as perverse. In fact, the story of his slow political transformation is surprisingly straightforward. It begins within the family setting, where the distribution of power worked inexorably against the maintenance of Mrs. Haldane's hold over J.B.S. 7. It continues with his brief emergence as a true Haldanian liberal. It culminates with the rejection of that liberalism which, by 1918, he regards as morally bankrupt. Needless to say, his mother's more reactionary views are still more vehemently rejected. How then did JBS become a real Haldane? He was a male child, and, as such, he was from birth more a member of his clan than Mrs. Haldane could ever have been. More importantly, Jack had unusual intellectual gifts. He could, for example, read English at 3, German at the age of 5. Such high abilities were soon being channeled in the direction of J.S. Haldane's scientific interests. Even before his years at Eton, JBS was being treated by his father as a fellow scientist, a distinction which was ultimately withheld from his younger sister. The first paper of the father and son duo was published in 1912. In addition to this most important collaboration, J.B.S.'s identification with the Edwardian man's world was extended through educational institutions and recreational activities explicitly reserved for men. Fortunately, he was physically and intellectually tough enough to prove himself capable of being such a man. He also had before him the splendidly active and important careers pursued by his male relations, who inevitably came to serve as models of what he might become. Their political credibility was thereby enhanced considerably in J.B.S.'s eyes. His mother, by contrast, was associated with the unproductive roles of wife, hostess, and overseer of children. In the long run, her lack of involvement with the world was bound to cast doubt on her opinions of it. That was how, politically speaking, she lost her son to the Haldans. Apart from the influence of a strong maternal presence, the only potentially serious obstacle to J.B.S.'s emergence as a Haldane was Eton. His initiation into the family was, however, already well advanced when he first entered the school in 1905. On that occasion he arrived with his arm broken and trussed up in a sling. That made him a natural target for some of the older boys, who in any event would have resented his arrogance, brilliance, and intensely Scottish pride. For 18 months he was mercilessly harassed. He begged his parents, without success, to have him removed from this brutalizing environment. Registered afterwards, JBS masterfully came to terms with Etonian life, but his experience as a persecuted minority of one left its mark on him. His disaffection from the mainstream values of upper-class life was now complete enough to assure both his social and political alignment with the more progressive side of the Haldane line. Thus later at Oxford he found himself joining not only the University Liberal Club but the local cooperative society as well. Haldane had only just settled into his new political affiliations when war was declared between Britain and the Central Powers. He immediately enlisted as an officer in a crack Scottish regiment, the Black Watch. Early in 1915, at the age of 22, JBS went over to the front lines, where he witnessed the first use of chlorine gas in combat. Since the chlorine's primary effect was to inhibit respiration, it was not long before his father, at the invitation of Uncle Richard, then Lord Chancellor, was also in France carrying out physiological experiments upon himself and his son. Their findings suggested the need for a respirator more efficient than the army had at its disposal. To their dismay, the General Staff did not immediately implement that recommendation. The result of their failure, according to JBS, was disastrous British losses at Loos in September 1915. 1 degrees in the interim, the younger Haldane had been posted back to Scotland to take up responsibilities as head of a bombing school at Nig. His later assignments included service in the Middle East, where he was wounded by a British shell in the summer of 1917. After several months' convalescence in India, he returned to Britain and was released from active duty. Many stories could be related about Haldane's exploits on the battlefield. But what interests us here is how his wartime experience helped to alter his political outlook still further to the left. Like many veterans, he very early decided that the Great War, for all its death and destruction, was not being waged in the service of any praiseworthy values. Yet officers and enlisted men alike, in ever-increasing numbers, were being asked to sacrifice their livelihoods, if not their lives. These were Haldane's comrades in the trenches. There, for the first time in his life, he associated closely and constantly with laboring men. From them he learned, as he put it in the late 20s, to appreciate sides of human character with which the ordinary intellectual is not brought into contact. Degree that contact undoubtedly helped to dispel some of his eugenical prejudices about the abilities of working class. 60. People. As for his many close pre-war associates, most of them were killed in action. Thereafter, his sister has since recounted, JBS never made friends in the same spacious way. His friends were men and women in his own discipline, work friends. The play world was gone forever. With his personal links to the governing class so wastefully severed, Haldane grew even more resentful of a political system that was to renege on its promises of homes fit for heroes. Asquith and Lloyd George were especially anathema to him, partly because they had connived with the Tories to oust R.B. Haldane from high office. Yet to JBS they were merely symbols of the moral decline and ideological obsolescence of traditional liberalism. In the post-war era, great social changes for the benefit of working people would have to be carried out quickly and scientifically. But the liberals had already proved to Haldane's satisfaction that they were incapable of taking such action. Within a few years he would be publicly condemning both their gross mismanagement of the war and, more generally, the pride Britain's governors took in their ignorance of science. JBS now stood on the brink of proclaiming himself to be a self-made scientific socialist. It would be many years, though, before he defined more clearly what he meant by socialism and how he might help to achieve its realization. That did not prevent his parents from concluding far earlier that their son had permanently lost his inherited political senses. Louisa Haldane, of course, suffered most from an ideological estrangement which also entailed J.B.'s more general disaffection from her as a mother. Yet, as the gulf between their politics widened and deepened over the years, the lasting influence Mrs. Haldane had exercised over her boy would become ever more apparent. For, like her, he would have to find the strength to voice political convictions utterly alien to his social milieu. 3. Lancelot Hogben, the scientist. As citizen like Hyman Levy, Lancelot Hogben grew up in a social environment where the affluence of JBS Haldane was unknown. In Hogben's own words, he was from birth well acquainted with the discomforts of rubbing shoulders with a large family on a small parental income. Another parallel with Levy's childhood was the centrality of an unconventional religious creed to the formation of Hogben's social identity. As the son of a Plymouth Brethren evangelist, Hogben was to share with Levy the pain of being ostracized because of his parents' religion. Indeed, of the two, Hogben's isolation from his contemporaries was probably the more pronounced. His involuntary identification with the family faith began on December 9, 1895, when he was born in Portsmouth, 2 months ahead of schedule. The miraculous circumstances of his birth inspired his fundamentalist mother to vow that her son would become a medical missionary. As if to seal her pledge to God, Mrs. Hogben christened her boy with the name, Lancelot, of a Plymouth brother noted for his work in foreign missions. With his fate already determined for him, young Hogben was expected to participate fully in numerous religious observances both in and out of his home. Sometimes Lancelot would work in the mission run by his father for down-and-out sailors. A special feature of Rev. Hogben's ministry were the Saturday night and Sunday morning services he conducted down on the Portsmouth beach. Under a banner which proclaimed that cop is love, Hogben's father preached long and hard to the assembled about the eternal punishment that awaited them after death. Although Lancelot would later repress the content of these sermons, he would always remember that banner as, in its way, a work of art. On the foreground were displayed the theatre, racecourse, public house, dancing saloon, and gaming tables along the edge of a precipice over which poor folk in a semi-incandescent condition were tumbling into a lake of brimstone and fire. It invariably drew a large crowd. 8. Apart from the beach and the mission, the locus of daily religious observance was to be found in the Hogben's home. Lancelot thus found it difficult to bring friends there from school without involving them in some elaborate piece of ritual. On one such occasion a newfound schoolmate was lambasted during an hour-long family prayer as a presumptive unbeliever who, together with his parents, was headed for everlasting disaster. In later life Hogben would bitterly recount how this episode earned me my martyr's crown when the story got round the school. 462. Through such practices, the beliefs of the brethren were drummed into Hogben at an early age. The Bible was said to be an infallible and a living book. Services were often self-managed by the congregation without the aid of a pastor. Whoever was moved to speak did so. Another anti-authoritarian aspect of a brethren's faith was his duty to disobey the powers that be. When the civil government interferes with his conscience in obedience to God's command. But the likelihood that such disobedience might become common was considerably reduced by the sect's dismissal of politics and social reform generally as but the whitewashing of a house built on sand. Registered the otherworldly cast of the Plymouth Fellowship's beliefs, together with the isolation forced upon Hogben by his family's strict religious regimen, ought to have rendered him an orthodox recluse ready to accept whatever task the Church had in store for him. What inhibited and eventually negated that process was Hogben's introduction to science. It followed from his mother's pledge that, if her son was to become a physician in the service of the Lord, then he would have to study medicine and the sciences that underlay that field. Hence Lancelot was allowed and even encouraged to read secular texts on botany and zoology. By the age of 9 he was already making excursions into the Hampshire countryside to identify and collect local flora and fauna. His interest in scientific pursuits was also quite unintentionally enhanced by his father's sermons, which portrayed science as a worldly pleasure akin to Sunday traveling, whist and dramatic entertainment. 2 Soon young Hogben was viewing the scientific life as an alternative to rather than as the complement of religious endeavors. With the closure of his father's mission in 1905, Hogben and his family went to London. In such a vast and cosmopolitan city it became easier to break free from parental scrutiny. He attended Tottenham County School, where he was able not only to deepen his knowledge of biology but to strike up friendships with a group of largely working-class boys as well. In this godless environment Lancelot developed quickly and covertly into both a rationalist and a socialist. Trinity College, Cambridge, however, was not aware of these developments when it awarded Hogben, just before his 17th birthday, an open scholarship. Hogben had sat for the Trinity exam because the college offered the largest cash prizes. Yet his father's income was so low that Lancelot was obliged to obtain a supplementary grant from the L.C.C's maintenance scheme for poor boys at university. Once at Trinity Hogben found himself liberated from only some of the constraints of his early life. The college was intellectually stimulating if you happened to be, like Hogben, a medical student with a lively and inquiring mind. He benefited considerably from the teaching of Trinity's trio of eminent physiologists, Walter Morley Fletcher, A.V. Hill and the young and gifted Keith Lucas. Bertrand Russell was also to be found in the college, giving lectures on the philosophy of science which resonated strongly with Hogben's own rationalism. Having spent his adolescence trying to offload beliefs which are not susceptible to rational proof, Hogben was now prepared to become, as had Russell in his Trinity undergraduate days, an avowed and confirmed atheist. Perhaps just as significant a departure from the prenatal projections of his mother was Lancelot's new desire to dedicate his life to scientific research rather than medical practice. But life at Trinity was far from limited to sporadic interchanges between teachers and students. Equally if not more important were the extracurricular activities, sports, discussion circles, and social clubs which the privileged products of the English public school system inevitably dominated. Once again Hogben was being treated as an outsider. Naturally, he related in 1968, I associated with those who were estranged from the establishment. Registered the most important expression of Hogben's estrangement was political. In his first year at Cambridge he joined the university's Fabian Society. Like most university-based Fabian branches at this time, the Cambridge Society was considerably to the left of older members, including the Webbs. In this respect at least Hogben was a typical undergraduate. He felt that the central feature of British society was the exploitation of workers by their employers. If socialism were ever to be achieved here, it would have to be through class warfare. The primary goals of a socialist Britain would be the creation of socialist men and women who could live simply and harmoniously together on terms of true social equality. From these very general statements it might be deduced that Hogben had already encountered some of Marx and Engels' most basic works. This, in fact, had happened. However, the effect of their writings on Hogben's politics was limited. What most fascinated this underprivileged Trinity medical student about Marxism was its emphasis on the interrelationship between social needs and scientific advances. While that theme was to become central to Hogben's later writings, it played no role in his political thought and practice at this time. Who did figure very strongly in the shaping of his socialist ideals was William Morris, one of the Fabians' earliest and most determined opponents. Hence it was not surprising that, when Hogben assumed the secretaryship of Cambridge's Fabian Society in 1914, he was determined to defabianize it. Within 9 months the organization had swung so far from Fabianism that it was prepared to change its name, at Hogben's suggestion, to that of the Cambridge University Socialist Society. One factor behind the radicalization of Hogben and his contemporaries was the outbreak of the First World War. Yet until the introduction of conscription in 1916, their response to what they saw as an ignoble imperialist venture was diffuse and uncertain. Hogben, for example, decided immediately after obtaining his Cambridge degree in July 1915, to offer his services to the Red Cross. For the next 6 months he worked in Belgium and France as a member of an ambulance unit. But when compulsory military service was introduced in Britain, Hogben returned to Cambridge. In order to join my socialist friends who had decided to be conscientious objectors. Point 2 registered that Hogben now chose to oppose a law from whose provisions he, as a medical student, was legally exempt, was clear testimony of the strength of his anti-war and socialist convictions. His refusal to serve king and country accordingly led to a court conviction and his removal to Wormwood Scrubbs prison. After 5 months' imprisonment Hogben was freed early in 1917, because his health had given way. Later he would tell a young zoology student named Ivor Montague scarified tales of brutal treatment meted out at Wormwood Scrubbs, including water torture, recalcitrant men in detention fixed motionless under a perpetual drip from a hold bucket suspended above their heads. How Hogben's own physical constitution was broken is not certain. But he was forced to spend the better part of a year recuperating in London from his ordeal. During this period of recovery Hogben tried to express his political experiences and beliefs through poetry. His poems were gathered together and published in 1918 under the title Exiles of the Snow, and Other Poems. In this volume Hogben's diction is surprisingly romantic, even Swinburnian. The content of the verses, however, is uniformly brooding and bitter. Thus in Shades of the Prison House Hogben conjures up his hatred of the tyranny to which he has been subjected. A world of sextons. Not a thankless task. For hire, the doctor starched, the chaplain too who wears upon his face the hangman's mask, warders and governors, men with crooked hearts like the gnarled roots of an old churchyard yew, these to the soul's internment bring their arts. 1 Other poems attack Christianity as a faith that feeds on the fear of men who walk alone in the night. 22 One verse even disavows science as a self-sufficient guide to human happiness and progress. Indeed the only hope Hogben allows for his countrymen is the possibility that Britain might become a socialist commonwealth. Significantly, the title poem, Exiles of the Snow, was a paean to the recent Bolshevik Revolution. As Hogben's health slowly revived, he began to involve himself in London's left-wing demi-monde, the informal headquarters of which was a seedy Soho establishment called the 1917 Club. His main political activity was workers' education. Apart from the biology classes he taught at Birkbeck College, Hogben's efforts were concentrated upon the Plebs League. The plebs had been founded as part of an effort to align the intellectual training of laboring men and women more closely with militant forms of politics. Hogben worked hard for the League both as a part-time lecturer at the Central Labor College and as a writer for the Plebs magazine. His chief contribution to the organization was his insistence that working-class socialists required scientific as well as economic knowledge to wage the class war successfully. Another issue then of great importance to many young socialists was feminism. Hogben was forced to confront this question with great seriousness. For by 1918 he was married to Enid Charles, who was not only a committed feminist but an accomplished mathematician as well. Like Hogben, Ms. Charles grew up in a family headed by a strict man of the cloth. She also resembled her husband in terms of scientific brilliance, which she had previously demonstrated at Cambridge by excelling all the male senior wranglers of her year in the maths tripos examinations. But, as a woman, she was then debarred from receiving a university degree. In the context of their married life, Hogben and Charles attempted to live along feminist lines. She was to pursue her intended career as a statistician. She also wanted to retain her own name *. They were, however, equally keen to have children, 4 in all, and it was this desire that was soon to complicate their anti-sexist compact. Nevertheless, husband and wife had found a degree of happiness and companionship with each other at a critical time in their lives. One can scarcely imagine the positive effect this must have had on Hogben's morale after his long years of suffering. For J.D. Bernal and Joseph Needham, scientists as social idealists, J.D. Bernal and Joseph Needham were too young to have their lives mucked up directly by the First World War. But that is not the only reason they have been paired together here. Both went up to Cambridge at a time when the intellectual atmosphere of the university was peculiarly intense. By the end of the 20s they were intimate friends. Their affinities with each other then strengthened over the years. They were attracted to similar philosophical problems concerning scientific theory and practice. To their professional discussions each was able to bring an extraordinary erudition in the history of science. In later years, Bernal's devotion to the Soviet Union as a model for socialist development would be matched by Needham's championing of post-revolutionary China. Finally, despite an apparent cleavage between the militant atheism of Bernal and the devout Anglo-Catholicism of Needham, the two men recognized that they shared a common religious, even mystical sensibility. Yet their temperaments could not have been more different. Bernal was a wiry, red-haired, audacious Irishman with a quicksilvery brilliance, Needham, a tall, lumbering, bookish Englishman given to introspective ruminations. Hence their underlying similarities were all the more remarkable. Why Bernal and Needham came to have so much in common can be partly explained by parallel experiences in their youth. Let us begin with Needham, who was born in London on December 9, 1900. He was the only child of a misalliance between Dr. Joseph Needham, a Harley Street physician noted for his pioneering work in anesthesiology, and Mrs. Alicia Needham, better known to the public as Alicia Adelaide Montgomery, a composer of salon music and popular songs. Having parents with such divergent talents ought to have been an enriching experience for their son, and, in some ways, it was. From his father, young Joseph derived a keen interest in science, as well as a precocious taste for 19th-century philosophy. His mother encouraged him to appreciate the subtlety and depth of classical music. Unfortunately, when the two parents joined forces, they found themselves perpetually at cross purposes. In fact, their son grew up in the midst of a battlefield, or, in what might be perhaps a better image, ferrying between two pieces of land separated by an arm of the sea. Unable to reconcile the antagonisms between a sober scientist father and a rather feckless artist mother, young Needham withdrew from the family quarrels and came increasingly under his father's influence. Shortly before his removal to boarding school, he decided on a career in medicine. If Bernal's home life was no less complicated than Needham's, it was at least more harmonious. He was born on May 10, 1901 in a small village in County Tipperary, Ireland. His father, Samuel Bernal, was an Irish Catholic who, in his youth, had run away to sea and even sheep farmed in Australia before returning to Nenagh to become a gentleman farmer. He also brought back an American-born bride, Elizabeth Miller. To the rough and ready life of rural Ireland, Mrs. Bernal brought a most unusual blend of Protestantism, Enlightenment, and female emancipation. She had been one of the first graduates of Stanford University in California and had at one time been a journalist. According to C.P. Snow, she was a little like a character out of Henry James' Expatriate, literary, cultivated. 84 Needless to say, Mrs. Bernal found few connections between her past history and new circumstances, and this hiatus undoubtedly contributed to the careful oversight she exercised over the education of her highly intelligent firstborn son, Desmond. Nothing was to stand in the way of his intellectual growth. Thus when Bernal's aptitude for and love of science began to manifest itself, mother and son began to plot out his transfer to an English school, where scientific facilities were presumed to be superior to those available in Ireland. Against such a formidable duo Bernal's father had no choice but to acquiesce. The scientific proclivities of Bernal and Needham, each spurred on by his favorite parent, were now to be catered for by two similar institutions. Bernal was sent to Bedford School in 1914, Needham was to be found that year at nearby Oundle School in Northamptonshire. Of the two public schools, Oundle was the more progressive. Its headmaster, F. W. Sanderson, was an energetic apostle of learning through doing, not least in the area of scientific studies. His greatest reform at Oundle had been the introduction of engineering workshops allied to courses in applied science, which were themselves designed to make young Oundleians hunger after more theoretical subjects. In this context, the advent of the First World War was almost a godsend to Sanderson. For Britain's deficiencies in industrial production allowed him to transform the school into a munitions factory. Once a term, each form of boys would spend a week turning out bullets and shells, thereby learning simultaneously the values of science, teamwork, and patriotism. Not far behind Oundle on the industrial front was Bedford, where the students managed to fulfill contracts for ammunition and submarine valves. 8 registered such a practical introduction to scientific and engineering subjects, while undoubtedly beneficial to Bernal and Needham, did not precisely meet their well-defined scholastic requirements. Both were already drawn to more esoteric studies, geometry and theoretical physics in Bernal's case, zoology and philosophical biology in Needham's. What advancement they made in these areas therefore had to take place outside the formal curriculum. Another factor that probably contributed to their dissatisfaction with such education was the martial atmosphere of 70. The times. Neither of them was enamored of military discipline, drilling, and display. In Oundle's officer training corps, Needham could not summon up the degree of enthusiasm that Sanderson demanded from his charges. And when, 50 years later, I asked Bernal for a comment about Bedford, he would only say that it was an army-type English public school. Bernal's and Needham's lukewarm response to the call of king and country signified the presence of other radical sentiments from a very early age. Needham regarded himself as a socialist in the manner of H. G. Wells, whose scientific romances and utopian novels he devoured, despite his parents' disapproval. Yet for many years he rarely expressed his political beliefs, save in a strained argument or two with his high Tory father. Bernal's ideological commitments were, by contrast, far more exposed. For, as an Irish Catholic at an English public school, he was forced to discover how strongly he felt about Britain's oppression of his country. In the wake of the Easter Rising of 1916 in Dublin and other parts of Ireland, Bernal at the age of 15 became convinced that violent means would have to be employed if the cause of national liberation were to succeed. 3. As schoolboys, Needham's socialism and Bernal's nationalism were both intimately connected with their scientific aspirations and religious convictions. Needham, the young Welshian, naturally saw the advance of science and socialism as virtual synonyms for the same process. Such enlightened scientism was amplified still further in Oundle's history classes, where Sanderson would assign his pupils a historical period and then order them to find out between you what contribution that period has made to progress. *8 For Bernal, the Irish nationalist, on the other hand, the link between scientific and social progress was considerably more down to earth. Because he had been able to witness in his travels between home and school the enormous contrasts between pre-industrial Ireland and industrialized Britain, Bernal came to realize before his 10th birthday, he once claimed that his people would have to win their economic as well as their political independence from their oppressors. In other words, the nation's productive capacities would have to be revolutionized, and for that enterprise a large measure of scientific expertise would be required. It seemed to me, that these two things, the relief of the sufferings of the country and the possibilities of science, could in some sense be united. Science offered the means, perhaps the only means, by which the people of Ireland could liberate themselves. I saw it narrowly in a purely nationalist sense, but it led me to an interest in science which grew to be a dominating interest in my life *registered. Like Hyman Levy, Bernal required his scientific life to be infused with social purpose. Bernal and Needham also experienced a need to situate their science and politics within religious frameworks. This was especially true of Needham, who saw himself from adolescence onwards as a person who absolutely could not do without a worldview. Here he was strongly influenced by his father. During his adult life, the elder Joseph had passed through the Anglo-Catholicism of the Oxford movement, the mysticism of the Quakers, ending up with the rationality of Christian modernism. The final tendency was ably expressed every Sunday morning at the Temple Church in London, where Bishop E. W. Barnes presided. For many years the two male members of the Needham family would faithfully attend these services, thereby enabling the son to listen to discourses on the pre-Socratic philosophers and medieval scholasticism and all kinds of things which would not ordinarily come into sermons. 4. At home young Needham could follow up any points he didn't understand with the aid of his father's large and erudite collection of philosophical and religious works. But his religion was not only learned, it was deeply felt as well. Needham's piety and idealism, in conjunction with his political leanings, thus rendered him a devout Christian socialist. His ethos comes through clearly in the following. 72. Hymn-like stanza from a poem he wrote at Oundle about his hopes for post-war reconstruction, and when we proceed to the work of rebuilding the civilization of Europe again we will cast off the trammels of ponderous ages and start right afresh, letting no wrong remain. We will make a clean sweep of all errors and littleness, chase from our planet the spirit of gain. We will make a new start which shall not be in vain. 4. What direction the new start would take in practice, however, remained a mystery to the idealistic Needham. Until he entered Cambridge University, Bernal practiced his Catholicism with a zeal that matched Needham's observance of Anglican rites. Indeed, before his enrollment at Bedford, Bernal had distinguished himself at a Jesuit-run prep school in Lancashire by founding a society for perpetual adoration. Through this organization he was able to organize night-long prayer vigils on the part of his dormitory companions and himself. A good part of Bernal's spiritual ardor inevitably stemmed from his earnest nationalism. The church was an integral component of Irish culture and, as such, Bernal was able to view it in his school days as a bulwark against the Anglicization of himself and his native land. But the longer he remained isolated, through his education, from the context which gave political meaning to his religious practices, the more difficult it became for him to sustain his faith. Bernal's arrival at Emmanuel College, Cambridge, in 1919 was, no other phrase will do, an intellectual, political, and religious turning point in his life. Needham's undergraduate period was not nearly so significant for his development. Having seen numerous parallels between their earlier lives, their divergence at the moment when they finally came together in the same community might seem a bit odd. But this apparent paradox can be easily dispelled by emphasizing the content rather than the structure of their childhoods. For as an Irishman Bernal was obliged to look at Britain through alien eyes, Needham, the favored Englishman, was not. Hence the stability and future prospects of British institutions, the economy, the church, the schools, the scientific community and the empire, including Ireland, became problematic for Bernal. At a very early age, to a degree that Needham would not be able to appreciate until much later. Yet it was only in the peculiar atmosphere of post-war Cambridge that this difference would be manifested with Bernal's emergence as a social rebel. What needs stressing here is how much political and intellectual energy animated the university just after the First World War. The colleges were filled not just with young men like Bernal and Needham but also with hundreds of ex-soldiers, whose presence moderated the often frivolous unreality of undergraduate society. Politics played a more prominent part in their lives than was the case with their pre-war counterparts. In particular, a far higher proportion of those who were politically active were toying with one variety or another of socialism. One of the chief beneficiaries of this ultimately short-lived trend was the Cambridge University Socialist Society. Apart from this greater concern for the outside world, there was also a more serious orientation taken to coursework. This was especially true of the veterans, whether students or dons, who had been forced to interrupt their studies because of the war. As it happened, the university was sufficiently well staffed with teachers gifted enough to satisfy such high aspirations, notably in the natural sciences. For while Frederick Gowland Hopkins had already established the excellence of his Dunn Biochemical Institute, Sir Ernest Rutherford was about to oversee the development of a brilliant school of young physicists at the Cavendish Laboratory. The impact of such an environment on Bernal was immense. He threw himself completely into the course, the politics, and whatever forms of avant-garde social life Cambridge had to offer. His scholastic performance was brilliant, including an original crystallographic paper that caught the eye of Sir William Bragg, who promptly offered Bernal a postgraduate position at the Davy Faraday Laboratory in London. That Bernal preferred crystal to particle physics was, in part, a reflection of a clash between his speculative temperament as a theorist and the no-nonsense experimental bias of Rutherford's research school. Nor was Bernal able to limit his fields of inquiry to those deemed appropriate for a physics student. Indeed, he was more likely to be found in a library than a laboratory, delving into works on ancient history, Chinese ceramics, economic theory, or modern art. His memory was photographic, his knowledge encyclopedic. But what made him such a remarkable figure for his age was his ability to structure his wide knowledge into arresting and novel patterns of thought. That was how he picked up, while still an undergraduate, the nickname by which his friends would refer to him for the rest of his life. Bernal became, in their eyes, the sage. The sage, however, had much to learn from the men and women who came to befriend him. They told him, among other things, that the nationalistic foundations of his political beliefs were altogether too narrow. One of his friends, H.D. Dickinson, a future professor of economics at Bristol University, began taking Bernal to meetings of the Socialist Society. Bernal's introduction to socialism was quickly succeeded by a thorough study of the Marxist classics, which were lent to him by Alan Hutt. For the next 6 months Bernal methodically covered most of the available writings of Marx, Engels, and Lenin, including Capital and State and Revolution. He emerged from this period intellectually committed to revolutionary socialism. Shortly after leaving Cambridge he was to join the Communist Party of Great Britain. Now that he was a Marxian socialist as well as an Irish patriot, Bernal had to re-evaluate his previous compact between politics, religion, and science. With the aid of his new socialist perspective, Bernal could see that Roman Catholicism was both reactionary and anti-scientific. Marx and his followers, by contrast, not only urged a social revolution but also, and this was crucial for Bernal, placed a high value upon having a scientific worldview. At this point science, then for Bernal the only sound, objective method for discovering valid knowledge about nature and society, began to vie with Marxism as his political pole star. For he believed at this stage that science held the key to the future, and he supported the forces of socialism precisely because they alone were gathering to turn it. Meanwhile his observance of and belief in the Catholic faith became progressively more attenuated. Needham's undergraduate career was not nearly so stormy. Far from overthrowing his earlier religious beliefs and practices, he extended them as a member of the Confraternity of the Holy Trinity and as secretary of an Anglican society for medical students called the Guild of St. Luke. The guild was important to Needham for the evening lectures it sponsored on the historical, philosophical, and scientific facets of Christianity. On the basis of such meetings he was able to further his erudite explorations of ancient and medieval learning. A more up-to-date interest was undergraduate discussions within his own college about such sexual radicals as Edward Carpenter, Havelock Ellis and, above all, Sigmund Freud. But the shy Needham rarely revealed the results of all this intellectual effort to others. He was equally quiet about the progress of his scientific studies, which were leading him out of medicine into the stimulating milieu of Hopkins' biochemical lab. There was, however, one area of endeavor where Needham failed to advance his earlier opinions, and that was politics. Indeed, it would take a decade of important changes both within himself and his society before he could reconstruct his political views in the decisive manner of his contemporary, Vernal. By the early post-war period, Levy, Haldane, Hogben, Vernal, and Needham had, in their own distinctive ways, conjoined the causes of science and socialism. But of these, only Levy and Hogben, our two most disadvantaged subjects, had attempted to give substance to their convictions through, respectively, trade union agitation and opposition to the First World War. Vernal and Haldane, on the other hand, had just begun to find themselves politically estranged from the privileged worlds that had nurtured them. Needham alone remained loosely attached to the bourgeois conventions of his youth, and even his loyalties were suspect because of his covert Welschian tendencies. However, whether any of them would lean still further leftwards in the 1920s was unclear. For while they knew what they wanted to achieve for themselves in science, they were uncertain what they could do for others through politics. Nevertheless, they were, as Lancelot Hogben recently observed, different in one respect from the older generation of high scientists. Already in 1918 we knew that politics had a lot to do with science. Chapter 3. Cambridge Men. As the practical possibilities of any kind of political decision receded, I turned with greater concern to the other side of the process of social transformation, that represented by science. J. D. Bernal, 19551. In the 1920s all of these young socialists, save Hyman Levy, put their scientific careers well ahead of their political commitments. High science proved to be an absorbing pursuit when it was uninterrupted by several years of warfare and amply fueled with new injections of money, ideas, and people. Meanwhile, a decade which witnessed one of the working class's greatest defeats, together with the subsequent demoralization of the Labour Party and near demise of the Communist Party, was bound to be a testing one for all adherents of socialism, whatever their vocation. You had to be highly militant and sufficiently experienced in various forms of class struggle to keep on fighting for what in the short run was a losing cause. Hyman Levy, the most class-conscious of our subjects, was just that sort of person. In the cases of Bernal, Haldane, and Needham we have, by contrast, been dealing with younger men whose socialism was far more tentative, abstract, and untested. Indeed, apart from their failure to put their beliefs to work, their most outstanding political characteristic was a readiness to equate the causes of science and socialism. That allowed them to regard their scientific work as a special type of politics. But the science that the three of them embraced was, even they would have admitted, pretty far removed from the central antagonisms of capital and labor. Furthermore, they practiced their research within the most rarefied and powerful of scientific communities, Cambridge. And as Cambridge men, they were exposed to a set of attitudes and conventions that colored their views of 78. Science and therefore, it followed, of socialism. In the next two chapters we shall be observing how they interacted with this unique environment, in order to contrast their experiences with those of Levy. For such non-political differences between scientists who were socialists will help greatly to illuminate the two forms of politics that then divided them. One of their number who refused to settle easily into either scientific culture was the elusive, idiosyncratic Lancelot Hogben. One, the counterculture prominent among the figures who never quite fitted into the mainstream of Cambridge scientific life were Bernal, Haldane, and Needham. But certainly Needham came very close. His poetic essay of 1932, Cambridge Summer, was to reveal an unsurpassed love for the university and its environs. An even more striking testimonial to Needham's devotion was his unbroken association with one college, Caius, and one laboratory, the Dunn Biochemical Institute. He revered Gowland Hopkins, who appointed his admiring young protege to a succession of posts, capped in 1932 by the Sir William Dunn Readership in Biochemistry. Needham was then only 31 years old. Yet his claims to biochemical fame rested largely on the publication of a rather unconventional study called Chemical Embryology. Registered this work, which was inspired by a vision of the developing egg as a most wonderful factory of changes and synthesis, for was unusual both in form and in content. Rather than limit himself to a recitation of which chemicals were produced at what stage of embryonic development, Needham unfurled an enormous speculative canvas. In 3 weighty volumes he discussed at length the history of embryology, the philosophical implications of treating morphogenesis biochemically, the genetic and evolutionary significance of the embryo's chemical productions, and the future course which embryological research should take. It was a staggering achievement, but was it good science? For Needham was violating all kinds of normal scientific practices. He was rendering hard, experimental facts soft by exposing the historical and philosophical conventions that sustained them. In his desire always to connect different biological levels without reducing one to the other, he found himself moving in the opposite direction from most of his colleagues in biochemistry. For these reasons Needham's peers were rarely able to resolve how his work should be evaluated. Such ambivalence might have disheartened Needham had he relied solely upon biochemists for intellectual support. Yet it was abundantly clear from nearly every page of Chemical Embryology that he had been keeping some very odd company outside laboratory hours. Philosophers, artists, and theologians were among Needham's favored sources. They comprised in turn a good part of the audience for his own learned essays, 2 collections of which had been published by 1931.5. Needham's work interested them chiefly because of its celebration of the integrity and autonomy of the great forms of human experience, including religious mysticism. As a practicing scientist and devout Anglican, Needham was expected to have experienced personally the psychological difficulties of crossing and recrossing the boundaries between religion and science. It was also possible that he was unusually well positioned to estimate the extent of scientific domination over society. These at any rate were the messages that came across to such unlikely readers as T.S. Eliot and F.R. Levy, who allowed Needham to grace the pages of Scrutiny and the Criterion, publications not often noted for their rapturous support of modern science. It would be wrong, however, to imply that Needham was totally isolated within the scientific community. Chemical embryology was generally well received in the professional journals. In Cambridge itself he received support from philosophically minded young scientists in the counterculture like Bernal and the embryologist C. H. Waddington. Along with J. H. Woocher, a philosopher of science based in London, they would form the nucleus of the Theoretical Biology Club, one of the most important underground scientific enterprises of the 1930s. Another important future member of the TBC was Dorothy Moyle, whom Needham married in 1924. Her classical work in the biochemistry of muscle contraction was much more in the mainstream of her discipline than chemical embryology. Though a firm believer in and scrupulous critic of her husband's research, even she had to admit that her Joseph was operating at a tangent, albeit a fascinating one, to the main preoccupations of Cambridge biochemistry. More tangential still was Bernal's relationship to the Cavendish and for that matter to the entire Cambridge scene. As an undergraduate he had already discovered that his special love of form and geometry was best expressed in the new atomic knowledge of the structure of matter. This meant X-ray crystallography, a subject very much to the side of Rutherford's preoccupations with particle physics. But in London Bernal was able to study at the Royal Institution under a leading crystallographer, Sir W. H. Bragg. Between 1923 and 1927, in the company of Sir William and a brilliant coterie of students, including Kathleen Yardley and William Astbury, Bernal was a happy man. I do not think, he reflected in later life, that any of those who were in their 20s would ever have wished to work anywhere else. As Dame Kathleen Lonsdale has said, we had to be kicked out. Fortunately for Bernal, the Cavendish authorities had meanwhile decided to establish a special sub-department in his field. He was, of course, with his Cambridge background and already outstanding scientific credentials, a strong candidate for this job. Yet the atmosphere surrounding his subsequent interview was apparently cool and tense on both sides. Naturally, Bernal wanted the appointment. He also recognized how traumatic and ambivalent his previous time in Cambridge had been. On the other side of the table, not a few of the more senior interviewers probably regarded this young Irishman with his long, unruly, and very red hair as not quite sound. But when asked what he wanted to do with the sub-department, Bernal unleashed a 45-minute monologue stuffed with ideas about what the future of X-ray crystallography would be and how he and his assistants might shape it. Such a staggering display of intellectual prowess finally secured him the job. He was back in Cambridge. This did not, however, signify that Bernal had won either scientific or social respectability. So long as he was at Cambridge, resources for X-ray crystallography remained limited. The sub-department, recalls one of Bernal's ex-students, was housed in a few ill-lit and dirty rooms on the ground floor of a stark, dilapidated grey brick building. Registered to the difficulties of doing research under these conditions were added a paucity of studentships and a lack of technicians. Nevertheless, Bernal made the crystallographic laboratory into an exciting center of excellence. His own work encompassed structural analyses of liquids and metals, as well as of a wide range of organic and biological molecules. These studies were, it would seem, good solid, orthodox work that ought to have impressed his elders. But Rutherford noted with some dissatisfaction Bernal's tendency to hand over many of his own projects to research students and associates. His failure to follow up earlier investigations was linked to other deviant forms of behavior. Bernal was not a good enough experimentalist for the rough and ready conditions at the Cavendish. Even at the Royal Institution he appears to have been decidedly unlucky with apparatus and research materials. If a charwoman did not inadvertently destroy one of his experiments, then Bernal himself was perfectly capable of undoing 18 months of labor by dropping an infinitesimally small crystal onto the lab floor. This pattern of misfortunes undoubtedly reinforced another quality unprized by Bernal's scientific elders, namely his inveterate and highly speculative theorizing about his own, and even worse, other people's disciplines. This time the beneficiaries of his peculiar gifts included not only his own postgraduates but also his peers in neighboring fields, notably biochemistry and embryology. To these men and women Bernal was a compelling and inspiring scientist. To C.P. Snow he was, in retrospect, perhaps the last of whom it will be said, with meaning, that he knew science. 1 degree as awesome as that very Snow-like tribute might sound, and however true it may have been, this did not mean that Bernal would ever find favor with the managers of high science at Cambridge. Between him and them ran a vague but very real fault line. On one side stood, in their eyes, an undisciplined young Turk, on the 82. Other was assembled what he would call and criticize in later life as the scientific gerontocracy. Bernal was of course much less acceptable to official Cambridge society. His undergraduate college, Emmanuel, did not offer him a fellowship. Nor did Bernal seek out a similar niche elsewhere. He was an undesirable. His professional eccentricities did not help him here, but they were of secondary importance. What hurt Bernal was, first, his politics and, second, his unconventional marriage. Although not an active communist in the 1920s, he was nonetheless a Red, and that in itself was a subversively odd thing for a Don to be. Yet it was probably Bernal's manners and morals that gave the greatest offense. By the time he had returned to Cambridge, Bernal was married to Eileen Sprague, a Newnham graduate by whom he was to have 2 children. Theirs was a strong if very stormy marriage. For Bernal, though he loved his wife very much, was not a monogamous spirit. His liaisons were legendary. More striking still were his attempts to make explicit, smooth over, reconcile and even transcend the jealousies and other emotional conflicts that resulted from his amorousness. Opinion was divided among Bernal's friends as to how empathetic he was to his lover's needs and feelings. In Snow's first major novel, The Search of 1934, Constantine, the polymathic crystallographer for whom Bernal served as the model, certainly came across as very indifferent to the women with whom he slept. More recently, though, Needham has argued how deeply Bernal cared about all of his friends, whatever their sex. Even if Needham has misjudged his friend in this respect, it is the case that the Bernal household was always the vital link in a lively network of young and gifted individuals who had not succumbed to the settled routines of Cambridge life. Bernal was hardly the leader of this subculture, but through his intellectual brilliance and real joie de vivre he managed to shape and hold it together. This comradeship naturally helped him in all of those projects where he was going against the established grain. As he never tired of saying to one of his closest friends, "No love affair will ever work where there isn't a community of social feeling." Point 1. Bernal might have said the same thing about his science and his politics. Cambridge, sadly, offered no commune into which J.B.S. Haldane could comfortably settle. For a start, his selection as the first Dunn reader in biochemistry was rather surprising. Although he had already shown himself at Oxford to be an outstanding physiologist with a burgeoning interest in genetics, his biochemical qualifications were not at all evident. Haldane did manage to confirm, but only partially, Hopkins's support of his candidacy by publishing a pioneering study in the kinetics of enzyme action. Even then, J.B.S.'s career was veering off very sharply towards the new highly mathematical and non-experimental field of population genetics. In a crucial set of papers published between 1924 and 1932, he set out to account for evolutionary change by mathematicizing Darwin's metaphor of natural selection. Haldane's work, statistically ingenious yet very much in the orthodox Darwinian tradition, established beyond doubt his reputation as a scientist of the first order. As early as 1926 he was asked to head the genetics department of the John Innes Horticultural Institution. This part-time appointment, along with a research professorship in physiology at the Royal Institution, were indicative of Haldane's drift from Cambridge biochemistry. Hence his decision in 1933 to take up the full-time post of Professor of Genetics at University College, London, came as no great shock. He was by then 40 years old, a Fellow of the Royal Society and at the height of his considerable scientific powers. Cambridge, which was unprepared to support on a large scale the as yet low prestige field of genetics, could hardly have expected to hold on to Britain's most illustrious geneticist. From the standpoint of not a few of his more elderly colleagues, Haldane's departure probably came as something of a relief. For his digressions from Cambridge norms had not been limited to his choice of scientific interests. To put it bluntly, JBS proved to be no gentleman. Many thought his behavior outside the laboratory was scandalous and disgraceful. Haldane did, in fact, enjoy publicly mocking many social conventions, not least those that governed what people might say and do about sex. Thus, in the embarrassing silences of a Cambridge dinner party he might, Ivor Montagu has since recalled, throw off some such sentence as, "T have never gone in really seriously for bestial sodomy." Registered such antics were of course almost intolerable within the confines of a don's drawing room. Unfortunately, JBS had a gift for self-advertisement that was to spread his fame or infamy, some would have said far beyond the university's environs. 84. Take the furore surrounding Haldane's marriage to Charlotte Bergs in 1925. Mrs. Bergs was a newswoman and novelist who had sought J.B.S.'s advice the previous year about some of her science fiction. That meeting engendered others, and they were soon devoted to one another. But with Charlotte already married, their future as a couple was uncertain unless they staged the kind of adulterous situation then required to secure a divorce. This action led not merely to highly publicized divorce proceedings, but also to Haldane's dismissal from his readership for acts of gross immorality. With the support of the Liberal Hopkins and the National Union of Scientific Workers, JBS took the matter before a private tribunal which eventually overruled the inevitably renamed sex-weary. It was an important victory in that it gave academics a greater degree of autonomy in the conduct of their private lives. Yet it also meant that Haldane's name was now firmly placed in the vanguard of sexual emancipation. This was not the first time that JBS had with great fanfare strayed from the moral pathways marked out for real Cambridge scientists. In 1923 he had spectacularly broken the unwritten rule that first-rate researchers should not sensationalize their science before lay audiences. Haldane's little book Daedalus, or Science and the Future, did all that and more. It epigrammatically and gleefully broached a host of unthinkable subjects, including the potential benefits of manufacturing to any specification test tube babies. I can, he mused, foresee the election placards of 300 years hence. Vote for O'Leary and more girls, or perhaps finally, vote for Macpherson and a prehensile tale for your great-grandchildren. For Yen this clever, naughty combination of sex, science, and social affairs was to become the hallmark of J.B.'s popular writings in the 20s. In later essays he would open out still further the private world of the laboratory. One of the most delightful of these, On Being One's Own Rabbit, described the risks which some scientists took in experimenting on themselves. One registered others delved non-committally into the possibilities of life on other planets, the existence of a super-individual reality called the Great Being, and the applicability of Kantian idealism to modern physics. Occasionally J.B.'s speculations would grow more serious and profound. In his The Origin of Life of 1929 he set out a thoroughly materialistic explanation as to how living organisms might have arisen out of a dilute soup of sugars and other simple organic substances. This was an exciting conception in its own time, and it was, along with the work of Soviet physicist A.I. Oparin, to inspire a research tradition that has been sustained to this day. One registered the main animus behind this article and most of Haldane's public entertainments was to show that the universe is not only queerer than we suppose, but queerer than we can suppose. 7. Armed with this rationalization for unlimited philosophical license, JBS was determined, above all else, to amuse himself and others. Thus when the idealist astronomer Sir Arthur Eddington once remarked that all materialists must think of their wives as differential equations, Haldane's audience would start grinning in anticipation of what their hero might say in return. I recently put this point to a happily married physicist of my acquaintance. He replied that he would not love his wife if he did not believe that she was a differential equation, or rather that her conduct obeyed one. He loves her because she has a definite character which renders her conduct intelligible even when it is surprising. And in this she certainly resembles a differential equation. There are dull differential equations just as there are dull wives. There are others, such as Schrödinger's wave equation, which is at the bottom of a great deal of modern physics, that lead to the most odd and beautiful results. Men have fallen in love with statues and pictures. I find it far easier to imagine a man falling in love with a differential equation, and I am inclined to think that some mathematicians have done so. Even in a non-mathematician like myself, some differential equations evoke fairly violent physical sensations similar to those described by Sappho and Catullus when viewing their mistresses. Personally, however, I obtain an even greater kick from finite difference equations, which are perhaps more like those which an up-to-date materialist would use to describe human behavior. Asterisk. Putting all 86 of Haldane's popular wuver together, it would be difficult not to sympathize a bit with older scientists who thought him to be more than a little unsound. But to well-educated, mainly young people of advanced views, JBS became a true cultural hero. He was, along with Aldous Huxley, one of our major intellectual emancipators, recalls Isaiah Berlin, one of his schoolboy admirers from the 20s. One registered Haldane's books sold well. Leading articles in newspapers were devoted to them, as were two book-length replies to Daedalus by Bertrand Russell and Robert Graves. Degree as a public figure, his arrival can be precisely dated. For between 1923 and 1924 he was to crop up as a major protagonist in not one but two novels. In Aldous Huxley's Antic Hay, the physiologist Shearwater was closely modelled after Haldane. If that were common knowledge only to Haldane's and Huxley's intimate friends, the same could not have been said of the character Mr. Codling in Ronald Fraser's The Flying Draper. For Codling is portrayed as a corrupter of youth who, after writing the history and probable future of morality, is chased by jealous rivals from his university chair. The resemblance to JBS was unmistakable and could only have enhanced his national reputation as a daring intellect. In Cambridge itself he naturally attracted to his home many undergraduate and academic nonconformists. Unlike the Bernal network, however, this was much more of a circle, with all lines radiating inwards toward Haldane at the center. He was genuinely held in awe. One of his associates from these years would later confess that to me, he seemed to be the last man who might know all there was to be known too. Such adulation was the product of Haldane's illustrious background, his great physical and scientific stature, his witty, wide-ranging essays, his free-thinking attitudes about sex and, finally, his Olympian impersonality *, satisfying as this heroic posture must have been to him, *, both Fraser and Huxley in their novels emphasize their Haldane figure's lack of involvement with people. X, Y, Shearwater was saying, equals, and the equation holds good whatever the values of X and Y. It's the same with your love business, the same, whatever the value of the unknown personal quantities concerned. Little individual tics and peculiarities, after all, what do they tell eaters? Mrs. Viviash smiled agonizingly. Here's a man who thinks personal. Oh. Cambridge Men 87. It did render JBS a remote figure, isolated from even close friends, not to mention his many enemies who saw him as anything but an exemplar of behavior becoming to a sober scientist. Two deeper loyalties. When the careers of Haldane, Bernal, and Needham are reviewed, it is apparent how idiosyncratic and exceptional they were. But, for all their individuality, were they in any meaningful sense Cambridge men? They were, at least with regard to their evaluation and understanding of the scientific enterprise. They saw the period in which they were working as one of the most promising in the history of science. For Bernal, it was a happy and exciting time, because practically nothing was known then of crystal structure. It was all to do, and one could, in one laboratory, see the opening up of basic knowledge of enormous field. Such basic research was, according to Haldane, of all things most supremely worth doing for its own sake and that of its results. 24 All three men evinced a strong aesthetic preference for pure over-applied science. Needham went so far as to brush aside as a crude attribute of science its power over nature *, for he was also concerned with the effect of commercial materialism on science, but not half so much as Haldane, who warned in 1928 that as the ideals of pure science become more and more remote from those of the general public, science will tend to degenerate more and more into medical and engineering technology, just as art may degenerate into illustration and religion into ritual when they lose their vital spark. The result of such a tendency would be that gradually the flow of real invention would dry up. 5. To safeguard against these utilitarian tendencies, Bernal, Haldane, and Needham pleaded as would their ideological opponents in Peculiarities are trivial and unimportant, she said. You're not even interested in people, then. Shearwater scratched his head. Under his formidable black mustache he smiled at last, his ingenuous childish smile. No, he said. No, I suppose I'm not. It hadn't occurred to me, until you said it. But I suppose I'm not. No. He laughed, quite delighted, it seemed, by this discovery about himself. From Aldous Huxley's Antic Hay, p. 70. See also R. Fraser, The Flying Draper, especially p. 213. 88. The 1940s for a wider recognition of the special conditions required for doing first-rate disinterested research. Of course you needed first-rate men. As Needham primly observed, scientific investigators are born and not made, even by the magic of a PhD. 26 Such scientists next required freedom of thought, which would allow them to remain, in Haldane's lyrical view, passionately attached to reality as such, whether it be bright or dark, mysterious or intelligible. Point 2. This was a poetic definition of that elusive but omniscient entity, the scientific method. To Bernal this method circumscribed an entire way of life, the continuous discovery and refining of discoveries, the acceptance of organizing hypotheses as merely convenient and provisional, and the experimental critical attitude towards every dogmatic proposition or system of belief. 8. Indeed, the extension of this method to society would constitute the ultimate guarantee of scientific and social progress. I believe, Haldane proclaimed, that the future of Western civilization depends upon whether or not it can assimilate that scientific point of view. To registered whatever differences might have divided this trio of up-and-coming young scientists from their elders, they certainly all shared a robust confidence in the validity of their esoteric arts. But how did consensus emerge here when it so manifestly failed to arise in other areas of their lives? The commitment to common scientific values was rooted in a set of uncommon educational experiences. Their schools, precisely because they were designed as stepping stones to Oxford and Cambridge, were obliged to teach within and about the traditions of high science. Even if utilitarian motivations might have originally inspired some youthful enthusiasm for research, they soon gave way to purer, more orthodox rationales. Bernal, Haldane, and Needham were obviously also quite directly linked to Cambridge science through their membership of the Dunn and Cavendish laboratories. Nor were they any less competitive or ambitious than the people with whom they worked. Where this threesome did diverge, as in their choice of scientific specialties, it was still open to question how much of a gap divided them from their more orthodox colleagues. For in each case, Bernal, Haldane, and Needham were exploring the three disciplines that would preoccupy leading biologists after the Second World War: molecular biology, genetics, and developmental biology. While these subjects were regarded as pure, hard, and fashionable enough to survive in Cambridge, without encroaching on the ascendancy of particle physics and biochemistry, they were simultaneously odd enough pursuits to allow their practitioners a degree of freedom from mainstream scientific life not vouchsafed to others. Within the countercultures that subsequently emerged, other kinds of deviancy, not necessarily related to science, were encouraged, thereby producing the patina of protest that overlay Bernal's network and Haldane's circle. But what was striking about these subcommunities was the separation of private, political, and professional preoccupations. Without any substantial overlap, it was difficult to see how even the most morally daring of their social experiments might jeopardize the progress of their scientific investigations. Where such connections were made, as in some of Haldane's essays, it was the ideology of Cambridge science that prevailed. Yet these extraordinary individuals did have the knack of transmuting orthodox views in unforeseen ways. One such notion was how much society depended on science and its practitioners. As exceptional representatives of a Welshian post-war generation of scientists, Bernal, Haldane, and Needham naturally subscribed to this commonplace aspect of scientific folklore. But they did far more than that. They built up a picture of a world that was coming increasingly under the sway of scientific domination. Though differing in their own evaluations of whether this process was desirable, all three men were persuaded that it was irreversible. One day scientists would simply grow tired of ruling mankind indirectly through ideas and machinery and would therefore have to seize state control for themselves. Haldane was the first of our group to celebrate the coming omniscience of scientific workers. In Daedalus he warned that science is as yet in its infancy. No beliefs, no values, no institutions are safe. 3 Whatever the moral scruples of any one scientist, it is his destiny to turn good into evil. 1 In the future he will come to resemble more and more the lonely figure of Daedalus as he becomes more conscious of his ghastly mission and proud of it. Faced with sentiments such as these, Ronald Fraser has the Prime Minister in The Flying Draper predicting that for most people his philosophy will be like a lump of ice in the region of the heart. 90. There are passages in which he is completely, terribly outside human life. He observes us on our planet and reports us. The result is amusing for angels, but a little distressing to men. That is why Codling's book will damn him. Haldane could not have disagreed more. Indeed, he forecast that the Voltaires, Benthams, and Marxes of the future, the reasoners who wrecked outworn societies, would be increasingly drawn to scientific work. For, at present, reason not only has a freer play in science than elsewhere, but can produce as great effects on the world through science as through politics, philosophy, or literature. For in the world, the flesh and the devil, an inquiry into the future of the three enemies of the rational soul, J.D. Bernal did Mr. Codling one better. Not content merely to predict the emergence of a scientific society, he attempted in 1929 to portray how it would come about and what life would be like in it. Briefly, Bernal saw the future as simply the extension of our evolving desires. 3 degree. The immediate future, which is our own desire, we seek; in achieving it we become different; becoming different we desire something new, so there is no staleness except when development itself has stopped. Dangers to the whole structure of humanity and its successors will not decrease as their wisdom increases, because, knowing more and wanting more, they will dare more, and in daring will risk their own destruction. But this daring, this experimentation, is really the essential quality of life. The natural guardians of this scientific attitude are scientists, who are already on the brink of becoming the principal agents of social change. First through advisory bodies and later through corporations, these researchers would eventually be able to run their experiments without consulting anyone else. Mankind as a whole, Bernal predicted, given peace, plenty, and freedom, might well be content to let alone the fanatical but useful people who chose to distort their bodies or blow themselves into space. 3 cent. It would then be too late to break free from the scientists' hegemony, a terrifying prospect since this group's curiosity and its effects may be stronger than its humanity. This last fear would be manifested most directly in a transformation of the human species itself. Taking ectogenesis for granted, Bernal speculated on the fine structure. Cambridge Men 91. Of a greatly lengthened lifespan. After 60 to 120 years of larval existence, we would move on to the chrysalis stage. Here we would develop the mental apparatus necessary for a whole range of complex tasks. Then if any of us exhibited unusually powerful intellects, we, or rather our brains, would be literally plugged into an elaborate network of other superior beings. This world mind or great being would then be in a position to manipulate or experiment upon lesser men. Finally, Bernal imagined, consciousness itself may end or vanish in a humanity that has become completely etherealized, losing the close-knit organism, becoming masses of atoms in space communicating by radiation, and ultimately perhaps resolving itself entirely into light. That may be an end or a beginning, but from here it is out of sight. Register date. Out of sight, indeed. One man who did shrink back from the spectacle of the scientific demiurge gone berserk was Joseph Needham. As an Anglo-Catholic with genuine mystical leanings, he was in the strange position of being a scientist who saw himself as a victim of scientific domination. Specifically, Needham identified three destructive influences that stemmed from science's commanding position in contemporary society. The first of these was widespread dehumanization through the spread of the quantitative and abstract modes of thought peculiar to modern scientists. To government bureaucrats we were numbers, not individuals; in factories we were perceived as hands, mere machinery rather than complex persons. There was also a widespread loss of social responsibility, which derived in part, Needham believed, from deterministic belief systems generated out of the natural sciences. Within the scientific community itself, this tendency was manifested by doctrines of ethical neutrality which rationalized researchers' indifference to how their work was used. No doubt, Needham observed in 1931, the greatest effect which applied science has, however, is in filling the sails of millenarianism. The belief that there's a good time coming, actually coming here on Earth, and at no distant date. This is indeed a characteristic concomitant of scientific progress. Registered Needham himself was not nearly so certain. 92. As some millenarian-minded scientists, that the evil that men did could be undone simply through programs of social engineering, no matter how scientific. Instead he hoped that enough balanced souls could be found to keep alive the sense of the holy, of human limitation and of universal mystery. Although conceding some truthfulness to the well-known assertion that religion is the opium of the people, it was equally clear to Needham that we do not get very far by simply conferring this distinction on science. Instead, 4° whatever we might feel about Haldane's and Bernal's vision and Needham's implicit reaction to them, they all evinced a set of attitudes about the nature and importance of scientific life that had Cambridge stamped all over it. Such an outlook, however it was developed, implied a kind of political pose that we might not normally associate with socialists. Of course, any of these Cambridge men could have practiced a form of politics that was manifestly inconsistent with their behavior as scientists. Such contradictions are familiar to all of us. But in the Cambridge of the 1920s we have a context which favored the development of a socialism made over in the image of high science. 3. Professor Haldane's scientific politics pies a neither the laboratories nor the colleges of Cambridge could be said to have been seedbeds of political radicalism before the Depression. There was very little of what today would be called left-wing thought, and still less activity among either students or staff. Prior to 31. This was the view recently expressed by Maurice Dobb**, a Cambridge economics don who in the 20s belonged to the Communist Party. Dobb has also recalled how the university's unmistakably conservative ethos was manifested during the general strike. I happened to be lecturing at the time and can remember my audience suddenly shrinking to a front row of about 4 or 5 from a nominal audience of perhaps 30 or so. These were all that had refrained from going away to answer the government's call for blacklegs to man the trains and buses. Although one biochemist was instrumental in getting the Trades Council to produce a strike bulletin, his action was altogether untypical of his fellow researchers. Indeed, the vast majority of Cambridge scientists could not even work up any enthusiasm for defending their own economic and political interests, let alone supporting similar struggles elsewhere. Thus the local branch of the National Union of Scientific Workers was moribund, no more than a debating society, really. When in 1927 an appeal was launched to deunionize the NUSW, it received the backing of many senior dons, including Sir Frederick Gowland Hopkins. This act of political disengagement connoted a widespread disenchantment with politics as such. Though these researchers may have had, to use C.P. Snow's phrase, the future in their bones *, the problems of present-day society were rarely on their minds. As a former member of the Cavendish once told me in confidence, until the 30s we didn't feel any responsibility to do anything for anyone. Bernal, Haldane, and Needham may have thought their own attitudes were more socially responsible than those of our mythically typical Cambridge man. But their actions failed to give much reality to their beliefs, at least in this decade. Needham and Haldane were only lukewarm and inactive supporters of the Labour Party. Bernal was of course at this point a self-confessed recluse from all types of political activity. He did not even join the NUSW, nor did Needham. At least JBS was a member of the Scientists' Union. In the general strike, by contrast, it was Haldane who absented himself from the fray. Bernal refused to strike break, even though he had been requested to serve the nation in this way by his professor, Sir William Bragg, who, a few weeks before the general strike, had broadcast over the BBC an appeal from the British Science Guild for class unity. 4. Amazingly enough, Joseph Needham, 94, stood up to be counted, on the wrong side, by volunteering his services as an engine driver. Only after the strike was over did Needham begin to live up to his pro-labor views, by protesting successfully against the attempted victimization of local railwaymen. Taken together, these facts did not add up to a flattering picture of Bernal, Haldane, and Needham as socialists. Throughout the decade they said very little in public about their political convictions. And what they did say was rarely calculated to upset anyone, certainly not the scientific establishment. When the trio did speak out decisively, it was on behalf of the introduction of scientific methods into politics. Perhaps they were more typically Cambridge than they liked to admit. That judgment is amply confirmed when one turns to the writings of J.B.S. Haldane, the best known and most vocal figure in the Cambridge counterculture. In the 1920s, Haldane wanted to be seen as a political animal, but only on his own terms. On the one hand, he proclaimed with some bravado that I have not to take many paces outside my laboratory to see the need for political and social reform. As a skilled manual worker and a trade unionist, I have a strong idea where I should find my political affinities. 44 The problem here, however, was whether JBS was prepared to leave his lab at all. For he also believed that the man with a gift for thought on scientific lines is of more use to his fellows in the laboratory than out of it. 4 Registered Haldane had no desire to become involved in what he regarded as the pettiness of party politics. Nor did he feel that human biologists at that time had the kind of data that would allow them to advise the government on controlling human behavior. Furthermore, JBS repudiated any suggestion of moral responsibility for the uses to which his own work, however applied in character, were put. 4 In other words, as a scientist, he denied that he was or ought to be politically engaged. What Haldane did concede was that he had a duty to preach to his audience about the necessity for introducing the scientific attitude into politics. The nation's material basis is scientific, its intellectual framework is pre-scientific. Unless, he continued, a fairly vigorous attempt is made in the near future to remedy this disharmony, our particular type of civilization will undergo the fate of cultures of the past. 4 Yet who would be prepared to make such an effort? Not the ruling class, which JBS described in 1928 as grossly ignorant of the mental attitude which has led to scientific discoveries. 48 No, someone else would have to push for the adoption of the scientific point of view. Without it, human effort is so largely devoted to conflicts with fellow men, in which one, if not both of the disputants must inevitably suffer. 49 Not content with such an abstract presentation of his political principles, Haldane provided his readers with two concrete examples of how social problems could be approached scientifically. The first of these was his defense of chemical warfare, which was first published in 1925 under the title of Kalinicus. He began in a familiar vein by asserting that wars would not be stopped until their causes were determined scientifically. In the meantime, more wars were to be expected. If that were the case, then it was Haldane's wish that his country should be on the winning side. Registered degree. It therefore followed that Britain would have to possess larger arsenals of the best sorts of weapons. Why not poisonous gases, whose military potential had only been partly realized in the First World War? Haldane of course admitted some of the chemicals used on the battlefield could kill and maim in a very horrendous manner. But, he countered, so could explosives and 100 other devices. Indeed, to JBS, chemical weapons were far more humane than conventional ones. Hence he urged the government to accelerate its research and development programs in this area. He also recommended some novel ancillary projects, such as training special units of black men from the colonies for chemical combat. For it had already been found that Asians and Africans suffered less than Europeans from exposure to various gases. After a slight preliminary test, Haldane suggested, it should be possible to obtain colored troops who would all be resistant to mustard gas blistering in concentrations harmful to most white men. He then quickly added, in a way that showed him still to be one of his mother's children of the empire, enough resistant whites are available to officer them. Given these eminently rational plans for bolstering Britain's defences, Haldane was incensed at the sentimental opposition that pacifists, statesmen, and even some old-fashioned soldiers seemed to be offering to them. His position was of course rather different. As a biochemist and therefore a person of the type who would 96. Become important if gas was returned, he candidly admitted, I am advocating its extension. Registered. But he likewise felt that the contrast between his scientific realism and their sentimentalism entailed more than a simple clash of self-interests. In reality, the objection to scientific weapons is essentially an objection to the unknown. Yet this fear of knowledge was baseless, JBS contended, if we believe that the world is the expression of a power friendly to our aspirations registered, or if we are atheists and hold that it is neutral and indifferent to human ideals. Point 54. What then did he feel about the prospect of a bomb that harnessed the power of the atom? At this stage he lost the courage of his scientific convictions and simply told his readers to relax, they would not live to see the birth of an atomic weapon. The chance of constructing such an apparatus seems to me to be so remote that when some successor of mine is lecturing to a party spending a holiday on the moon, it will still be an unsolved problem. Registered. Strange how such a fervent believer in the importance of scientific progress would soon be shown to have so underestimated the speed of its advance. Eugenics was the other contentious subject on which Haldane trained his scientific attitude. Of course JBS was quite aware of the ideological significance of the eugenists' previous work. As he well and truly remarked in 1926, the growing science of heredity is being used in this country to support the political opinions of the extreme right, thereby rendering eugenics abhorrent to many Democrats. 5 Haldane the socialist disapproved of this usage, while Haldane the geneticist scolded those writers on eugenics who on occasion were insufficiently rigorous in their understanding and selection of scientific evidence. The two Haldanes also joined forces in 1928 to make the important point that many of the unfit are unfit for society as it is today. The attempt to prevent them from breeding really involves the appalling assumption that society as at present constituted is perfect, and that our only task is to fit man to it. 5. But, Haldane remarked elsewhere, in view of the demands for intellectual and manual skill in modern civilization, it was an evil that the unskilled workers are breeding faster than the skilled classes. The eugenists were wrong, however, to think that the best way of eradicating this evil was to prevent by force the less able part of the population from reproducing itself. Instead, urged JBS, thrust upon it the greatest practicable amount of liberty, education, and wealth. 5 Registered to Haldane this would entail the abolition of hereditary wealth, as well as the provision of absolutely free and equal schooling. Improving the standard of living of the disadvantaged was supposed to depress their birth rate, while J.B.S.'s educational reforms were intended to equalize environment. Should these measures fail to be enacted, however, he predicted that we shall probably go the way of the dodo and the kiwi. Registered. Degree 4 Civilization stands in real danger from the overproduction of undermen. But if it perishes from this cause, it will be because its governing class cared more for wealth than for justice. Such eugenical views were in fact an integral part of Haldane's socialism. On more than one occasion he remarked that until educational inequalities were removed, my political views are likely to remain on the left. JBS accordingly looked forward to the creation of a classless society, where far-reaching eugenic measures could be enforced by the state with little injustice. Today this would not be possible. Registered. Whether the Labour Party, as a likely instrument for achieving socialism, was scientifically advanced enough to accept Haldane's eugenical programs was quite another matter. At the beginning of the 20s JBS had held great hopes for the political wing of the British Labour movement. In this country the Labour Party alone among political organisations includes the fostering of research in its official programmes. Indeed, as far as biological research is concerned, Labour may prove a better master than capitalism, and there can be little doubt that it would be equally friendly to physical and chemical research if these came to lead immediately to shortened hours rather than to unemployment. In particular, there is perhaps reason to think that that form of sentimentalism which hampers medical research in this country by legislation would be less likely to flourish in a robust and selfish Labour Party. 4. By the end of the decade Haldane had reversed his judgment here. If the ruling class were scientifically illiterate, then so were Labour's leading lights. Consequently, he did not see how they would ever be able to understand enough about technology to make nationalized industries work. Nor did JBS believe that the socialist politicians, once in power, could command the loyalties of his scientific colleagues. Things were different elsewhere. In Germany, he felt, there are probably enough socialists with scientific and technical knowledge to enable German industry to work in the event of a refusal of non-socialist scientists and technicians to assist. I very much doubt whether the same is the case in England. He therefore strongly advised his fellow members in the Labour Party, first of all, that a knowledge of science should be spread among socialists, and secondly, that a knowledge of socialism should be spread among scientists registered to judge from the militarism, patriotism, elitism and, not least, the scientism that informed Haldane's brand of anti-politics. We could be forgiven for identifying him as an open conspirator operating undercover inside the labor movement. For beneath his new socialist veneer he continued to act the part of a birthright member of the scientific establishment. Remember that Bess remained affiliated to the Eugenics Society. He was a contributing editor, along with H. G. Wells, to the I.C.I. sponsored magazine The Realist, edited by A. G. Church. Until the early 1930s Haldane also sat as a senior scientific advisor on General Ashmore's Cabinet Subcommittee on Air Defense. Soon he would be finding his way into the Royal Society itself. Thus, while his wide and varied contacts with the ruling class enabled him to recognize many of its scientific defects, he was simultaneously too much the insider to break completely from its embrace. At least until the advent of a more serious social crisis, JBS would therefore prove to be a most complacent and quirky critic of capitalist society. And why not, if he really believed that capitalism, though it may not always give the scientific worker a living wage, will always protect him, as being one of the geese which produce golden eggs for its table. 267. That meant a lot to Haldane, who, like Sir Richard Gregory's nature, tailored his politics to the requirements of his profession. While Bernal and Needham may have dissented from some of the implications which JBS teased from his political worldview*, we know that they shared with him some striking and rather controversial assumptions about how societies worked and how they changed. The most important of these was a commitment to scientific determinism. Social development was seen as destined to run along tracks already laid down by past and present generations of rational scientists. Naturally, the possibility always existed of localized setbacks to or temporary reversions from technological progress. Thus in 1929 Bernal was prepared to offer the following prescient disclaimer: a severe crisis in mechanical civilization brought about by its inherent technological weakness or, as is much more likely, by its failure to arrange secondary social adjustments is likely to be seized upon by the emotional factors hostile to all mechanism, and we may be closer to such a reversion than we suppose. Registered 8 by secondary social adjustments he apparently meant the class structure, the state, culture, kinship, etc. But if they were secondary, then Bernal could only have meant that science was primary. He did, and so did Haldane and Needham. Haldane was fond of making statements like, "I believe that the progress of science will ultimately make industrial injustice as self-destructive as it is now making international injustice." Registered Needham pointed the arrow of causation in the same direction when he argued, "Scientifically speaking, there can be no such thing as personal responsibility, and all that can be done is to disembarrass society from its undesirable elements by killing them off." Let us note that this is the course adopted by the French Revolution and by the Russian Revolution, and let us note that both these upheavals were distinctly under the influence of the scientific view of the world. 7 degree. In all of these statements science, the scientific attitude, technology, and scientists were abstracted from and set over the world of which they were a part. Such an exaggerated estimate of science's power over mankind was perhaps the ultimate tribute Bernal, Haldane, and Needham could have paid to Cambridge science's hold over themselves in the 20s. Chapter 4. The Outsiders. I was expected to go to Cambridge to do research, but refused to go on class grounds. This class division still showed itself later with the left-wing scientists from Cambridge, among whom I still felt a slight outsider. Hyman Levy, 19,741. Cambridge's influence can be assessed negatively when we turn to the careers of those who did not choose to practice their science and their socialism in that context. Lancelot Hogben's and Hyman Levy's alienation from Cambridge was already evident at the beginning of the First World War. In the 20s Hogben and Levy would distance themselves still further from the Mecca of high science, as they developed their own somewhat novel scientific careers. These vocational idiosyncrasies to a certain extent evolved out of their exceptional commitment to different forms of socialist politics. In fact, Hogben and Levy were themselves to grow apart politically after a brief period of close friendship. That breakdown in personal relations was, in turn, an indication of just how socially and ideologically fragmented the British left had become in this decade. Everyone, even the suspect socialists from Cambridge, seemed to be waiting for Lefty. One Professor Hogben's political science Lancelot Hogben remarked in 1940, not without bitterness, that many of those who were to become communists in the 30s had chaffed him before the Depression, because my own views on social questions were then too radical for them. He was referring here specifically to J.B.S. Haldane. Although Hogben liked J.B.S. and has since claimed to have been 102. The only one of his friends with whom he never succeeded in quarreling, their political sensibilities then diverged considerably. Hogben's opposition to the eugenics movement was unambiguous and unmarred by the kind of slurs against the working class that Haldane could still not resist. Similarly, it would never have occurred to Hogben to denigrate the intelligence either of women or of colonized people, in contrast to some of Haldane's utterances quoted earlier. Another, more abstract difference between the two men concerned their understanding of the scientific enterprise. Where Haldane showed himself to be sympathetic to idealist philosophies, Hogben was a militant materialist, who would have nothing to do with rhapsodies about the inexhaustible queerness of the universe. Indeed, Hogben marked himself out as much for his old-fashioned, uncompromising anti-clericalism as for his championing of the newfangled behaviorism of American psychology and Russian physiology. Yet his vigorous polemics in defense of the power and rationalism of science were not accompanied by Haldane-like hymns to the virtues of the scientific approach to social problems. Hogben not only limited the writ of science's methods but brought his profession down to earth as well, by specifying the utilitarian background to its development. Finally, as a running accompaniment to all of these divisions, there was the question of tone and style. Compared with the frivolity, lightness, and charm of Haldane's essays, those of Hogben were markedly more hard-hitting, closely argued and serious. Why should these two scientists, each of them of a socialist persuasion, have split so consistently with each other over such a wide range of political issues? Of course they derived from radically different backgrounds, which were likely to have had some effect on how their ideological views initially crystallized and later evolved. But we also might have expected that their divergent social origins would have played a reduced role, politically, the more Haldane and Hogben were exposed to an overlapping range of professional experiences. In their cases it was almost possible to speak of a double exposure, so much did they have in common as biologists. Each of them had a fleeting and not entirely satisfactory association with Trinity College, Cambridge. Both were biological polymaths, with strongly developed interests in the chemical processes that sustained and defined life itself. They remained paired even down to the choice of mathematical population genetics as their favored specialism. Given these shared enthusiasms, it was therefore predictable that Haldane and Hogben would collaborate in establishing, along with Julian Huxley and the Edinburgh geneticist F.A.E. Crewe, a Society for Experimental Biology in 1932.4 as leading representatives of a new generation of biologists. The S.E.B.S. founders were determined to make their discipline a more exacting, hard-edged, and experimental one, compared to the more descriptive, taxonomic, and historical approaches of the pre-war era. In other words, Hogben was, like Haldane, firmly in the vanguard of those who would ultimately change the direction of British biology. With his impeccable Cambridge credentials, this should have rendered Hogben a suitable candidate for conversion to the politics of the pure science elite. That Hogben refused to be politically co-opted, despite his rapport with many up-and-coming biologists, was a measure of how estranging had been his earlier contacts with established authorities of all types. He had already rebelled against the repressive ways of his father, organized religion, and the class-ridden mores of Cambridge. His conscientious objection to military service in the First World War had finally exposed him to the state's power to deprive him of all liberties. Initially, Hogben's response to these experiences and to those generally endured by the working class in capitalist Britain, had been a radically socialist one. In the bohemian world of post-war London he consequently wrote and taught on behalf of the Independent Labour Party, Sylvia Pankhurst's Workers' Federation and the Plebs League. In the context of his marriage to Enid Charles, Hogben tried hard to be a feminist. Finally, inside the scientific profession itself, he sought to introduce his own left-wing outlook by becoming a founder member and sitting on the executive committee of the fledgling National Union of Scientific Workers. The upshot of all these activities was that Hogben did not intend to keep his political views to himself. They were a matter of public record, and, as such, inevitably invited others either to side with or to discriminate against him. In view of the extremity of his ideological leanings, this was not a policy likely to assist the progress of Hogben's career. Sometimes the response to his politics was vindictively petty and wounding. While at London's Imperial College, for instance, he was periodically harassed by ex-servicemen who left white feathers on his desk, exposing what they interpreted as his cowardice during the First World War. Registered the more long-term and serious prospect was that, whatever brilliance Hogben might exhibit as a scientist, he would be tacitly debarred from at least one of British science's highest accolades, a senior position at Oxford or Cambridge. To judge from his previous actions, he had the will to endure far more exacting sacrifices than that one. If Hogben had placed himself so firmly beyond the pale of social respectability, then his subsequent involvement in radical politics would seem to have been a foregone conclusion. In fact, he proved to be as politically inactive in the 20s as his brethren at Cambridge. Hogben was kept busy instead establishing his reputation as an accomplished and original researcher. This endeavor not only required him to work long hours in his lab but to travel from job to job in search of better pay and working conditions as well. For unlike Bernal, Haldane, and Needham, he had no private means with which to support his wife, Enid Charles, and the 4 children born to them in this decade. Hence Hogben and Charles were compelled to embark on an academic odyssey that would take them from Birkbeck College to Imperial College in 1919, the University of Edinburgh in 1922 and, 3 years later, McGill University in Montreal in Canada. Then in the spring of 1926 Hogben was offered and accepted a handsomely paid full professorship in the University of Cape Town, South Africa. With barely 10 years of his career behind him, he had thus managed to run through 5 academic assignments, 3 continents, and several different aspects of biology. Although these sojourns did succeed in making Hogben's name professionally, they were costly in a personal/political sense. Once out of London he lost touch with both the Plebs League and the Scientists' Union. Upon leaving Britain altogether, he became physically removed from the ILP, not to mention the events that led up to the general strike. Still more seriously, his feminist compact with Enid Charles came under severe pressure, as much from the paucity of jobs available to women academics as from the travels of Hogben himself. They consequently had to accept for the moment that, in Hogben's words, few women can compete on equal terms with men, if they also bear children. 6 Despite the burdens of being primarily responsible for raising their family, Charles was able to keep up with her own field of demography. Nevertheless, neither she nor her husband was happy about the practical limitations that had been set on the development of their political beliefs and practices. Somehow they had got themselves into a position of behaving like just another respectable academic couple, the very role to which they remained, by temperament and conviction, so completely opposed. It therefore looked as if Hogben might be assimilated into his profession, certainly for as long as his research commitments prevented him from translating his radical thoughts into revolutionary deeds. With a bit of luck, his exposure to the conservatizing ways of university life might even mellow him into a quite satisfactory liberal. Hogben, however, was not about to be maneuvered into quiescence without a fight. Rather than completely sacrifice his outside political interests to the demands of scientific life, He consciously brought his politics to bear on the kind of science he did. As a feminist who was also an experimental biologist, Hogben was drawn in the early 20s to the new field of comparative endocrinology, in order to study the hormonal basis of sex differences. As a socialist, he likewise found himself attracted to the social biology of class and racial differences. As an atheist who saw science as the antithesis of religion, he fought against all philosophers and scientists given to God building on the basis of the limitations of scientific knowledge. Hogben was, in short, engaged in a number of politically informed activities which, as far as the pure science establishment was concerned, cut much closer to the bone than any revolutionary sentiments expressed outside laboratory hours by a Bernal or a Haldane at this time. Of all these battles, the one most crucial to Hogben's career was his fight against orthodox eugenics. As early as 1918 he had joined issue with those who decried the mental capacities of working-class people. An additional impetus to oppose these anti-egalitarian 106 tendencies came in 1926 when Hogben went to South Africa. There he found a new social order arising explicitly on the twin foundation of adventure capitalism and scientific racism. Even in semi-urbane Cape Town, Hogben could discover no South African whites who did not subscribe wholeheartedly to the notion of the blacks' racial inferiority. What infuriated him almost as much, he would assert in later life, was the intellectual strain he suffered trying to follow the arguments offered to him in support of white supremacy. The form of sport to which I am most addicted is consequential conversation. I was deprived of it during 4 years' sojourn among the chromatocracy of South Africa by repeated attempts to communicate through the medium of dialogue like this. Almost any South African graduate, if you had to live in this country as long as I have, you would know that a native can't be taught to read or write. Myself, have you ever visited Fort Hare Missionary College? Almost any SAG, don't talk to me about missionaries. Myself, well, I have. I have seen a class of pure-blood Bantu students from the Ciskei working out differential equations. Almost any SAG, what would you do if a black man raped your sister, registered? It was one thing to put up with the most venerable and disreputable of all racist appeals coming from the lips of almost any S.A.G, quite another to hear it dolled up in the finery of modern biology. Yet that was invariably what happened whenever Hogben involved himself in academic discussions. For example, at the annual meeting of the South African Association for the Advancement of Science in August, 1927, he heard a remarkable presidential address from his fellow biological researcher, Professor H.B. Fantham. The essence of Fantham's racism was distilled and praised shortly thereafter in the leader columns of Nature. Here we have the opinion of a biologist who realizes, as all biologists do, that the black skin of the Negro is the outward expression of profound differences of a more obscure kind, which mark him off from the white race as distinctly as does his non-attainment of what we call civilization, with its complex social organization, its great cities, its high art, its written languages, during all these untold centuries of his undisturbed sojourn in Africa. Racial admixture is disastrous in its results. When once chromosomes of Bantu origin get mingled in white families, they cannot be bred out, as is so often popularly supposed, but will exhibit themselves in unfortunate ways and at unfortunate times throughout the ages. In his opposition to such apologia for oppression, the irrepressible Hogben undoubtedly expressed himself in unfortunate ways and at unfortunate times throughout this period. He has since admitted to having sympathized with the Communist Party, which was the only group actively concerned with the voteless 4/5 of the total population. Though never a party member, Hogben was prepared to speak out against the progressive encroachment of apartheid into every domain of South African life. By 1930, he claimed afterwards, I had indeed to get away from South Africa, because I was too articulate in my sympathy for the natives' cause. 1 degree Perhaps the most important and enduring facet of Hogben's opposition to apartheid was his attempt to discredit entirely the claims of scientific racism. He carried out this attack via a relentless examination of the arguments and evidence then commonly used by eugenists. Hogben did not reject the eugenics movement's avowed goal of contributing to the biological improvement of the human species. Nor did he wish to deny that extremes of intellectual accomplishment or defect are significantly determined by genetic variation. 1. What did incense him about the eugenists were their cavalier and incautious methods of analysis. Always a stickler in matters of scientific nomenclature, Hogben ridiculed the belief of some writers on eugenics that there were genes through which characters such as sobriety and improvidence could be transmitted from one generation to another. Thus, when confronted with the assertion, in Estabrook's infamous study of the Jukes family, that there is an hereditary factor in licentiousness, Hogben was ready to search through this monograph for a single indication of the way in which Estabrook defines licentiousness and its allelomorphic opposite chastity. 12 Of course he looked in vain. Hogben went on to note how this mode of explanation, like most of those employed by eugenists, made the fundamental mistake of trying to isolate 108. Heredity from environment. Yet, Hogben maintained, no statement about a genetic difference has any scientific meaning unless it includes or implies a specification of the environment in which it manifests itself in a particular manner. 19 For such degree gene differences could be increased or decreased, depending on environmental conditions. According to an early chronicler of the nature-nurture controversy, Hogben therefore questioned the validity of all attempts like those of Arthur Jensen and Hans Eysenck in our own day to weigh numerically the relative importance of heredity and environment. Inevitably, these exercises were not based on populations in which environmental conditions had been standardized. And by environment, Hogben pointed out, one was not referring simply to physical surroundings, but to prenatal and social circumstances as well. Until such time as there were experimental controls for these non-genetic variables, the scientific credentials of racist ideologies would remain bogus. In the interim, Hogben would tirelessly reiterate into the 20s and beyond, how ignorant we were about the hereditary basis of our own behavior. I do not hesitate to say that all existing and genuine scientific knowledge about the way in which the physical characteristics of human communities are related to their cultural capabilities can be written on the back of a postage stamp. Registered once Hogben had put forward his own very imposing model of scientific rectitude, he felt free to lambast the advocates of eugenics for their reckless politicization of the entire subject of human genetics. The discussion of the genetical foundations of racial and occupational classes in human society calls for discipline, for restraint, and for detachment. Nothing could make the exercise of these virtues more difficult than to force the issue into the political arena in the present state of knowledge. This is precisely what the eugenist has done. 1 Registered. More specifically, Hogben lamented how one-sidedly political the eugenists had been. He sourly observed in 1931 that eugenics has become identified with a system of the outsiders. 109. Ingenious excuses for combating the amelioration of working-class conditions. 1 Leaving aside his own pro-labor views, Hogben excoriated the reactionary politics of the eugenists on more pragmatic and scientific grounds. First, by blocking various environmental reforms, they were denying to their own science the experimental controls required to sort out more satisfactorily the interrelationships of nature and nurture. Second, by antagonizing the leaders of thought among the working classes, the protagonists of eugenics have done their best to delay the acceptance of a national minimum of parenthood. 18 To Hogben this was disastrous because, as Enid Charles's own demographic studies were beginning to show, Britain was already suffering from underpopulation. Yet here were the eugenists, the arch-defenders of the vitality of the British race, proposing massive programs of birth control that might eventually hasten racial decline. Finally, and this was no laughing matter to Hogben, he believed that the identification of human genetics with the extreme right might ultimately deprive the subject of the financial and statistical support it required from the state in order to survive and flourish. As a human geneticist himself, Hogben was acutely aware of the need for and the costliness of employing staffs of fully qualified persons working in close collaboration in centers where encouragement is likely to be given to inquiries of this kind. On the other hand, Hogben did not enjoy such facilities in South Africa. nor the more his views on human biology became known was his situation likely to improve in Cape Town. The man who rescued Hogben from his political difficulties, brought him back to England and promised him the institutional backing he required was Sir William Beveridge, the head of the London School of Economics. Throughout the 20s Beveridge had sought to wed the natural and social sciences at the LSE. The key to his program were such subjects as genetics, demography, and eugenics, all of which he subsumed under the heading of social biology. Despite objections from the school's most senior sociologist, L.T. Hobhouse, that biologists were rarely sociological in outlook, Beveridge realized his ambitions, with the support of other faculty members and a hefty grant from the Rockefeller Foundation. As soon as the chair in social biology had been approved by the University of London in 1929, it was offered to Hogben, clearly the most social of British biologists. Hogben accepted the post on the condition that he be allowed to follow up his own, more narrowly biological research interests. In taking on this academically unique assignment, he also made explicit his expectation that Enid Charles would be permitted to join his staff and resume in earnest her work on fertility and parenthood. With those provisos out in the open, Hogben came back to London in the autumn of 1930 to tell his new colleagues at the LSE how grateful he was to be among people who understood the social complexities underlying human development. Several times in his inaugural lecture he praised social scientists for inspiring a growing reaction against the prevalent fashion of biologists to insist exclusively on the genetic factor in social change. No one in Hogben's audience could have savored these appeals for academic collaboration more than Beveridge himself. Whether establishment biologists had equal cause to rejoice in the return of the prodigal Hogben was another matter. For 1930 was the year in which he not only threw in his lot with the disreputable social scientists, but also published a major attack on the theistic and idealist philosophies of science that many senior researchers then favored. Among those singled out for special attack in his The Nature of Living Matter were the Cambridge astronomer Sir Arthur Eddington, the South African philosopher of holism, General J.C. Smuts, the former Cambridge mathematician Alfred North Whitehead and, not least, J.S. Haldane. Hogben associated these men in particular with contemporary assaults on the mechanistic and materialistic approaches, which he thought constituted the only sound basis for scientific advancement. Why then were they being attacked? Hogben answered, because mechanistic philosophy cannot offer to the privileged a supernatural sanction for the things they value most. It cannot proffer to the underprivileged the shadowy compensation of a world into which the thought of science is unable to penetrate. For yet did not mechanical materialism and secular ideologies in general flourish in the 19th century, within influential sections of all classes? Hogben replied, yes, but that was a period of prosperity and expansion, while the period in which we live is one of ferment and disintegration. Hence the ruling class and, by implication, its scientific apologists have been forced to abandon its sturdy materialism along with its benevolent liberalism in an attempt to stabilize their social order. Hogben was consequently under no illusion that whoever had the temerity at this time to defend the mechanical/materialist point of view was likely to receive any laurels from his own generation. Hogben argues against the idealists from the standpoint of what he calls publicism. The cornerstone of the publicist's philosophical edifice is his sharp distinction between the private worlds of individuals and the public world of social knowledge. There is, he asserts, no excuse for the sophisticated person refusing to recognize where his private world ends and the domain of social knowledge or the public world begins. Social knowledge is consensual, communicable, and verifiable, it is ethically neutral, it is, in other words, scientific knowledge. Although definitions of which methods, techniques, and ideas are scientific can vary historically, and some fields of inquiry are more mature than others, the criteria for distinguishing the public from the private and the scientific from the non-scientific are sound enough. Even in the treacherous field of eugenics, where social bias is apt to override scientific judgment, it is still possible for a biologist to make clear when he is speaking in his capacity as a private citizen. 24 more. 112. Specifically, he can draw on the well-authenticated findings of experimental geneticists, nerve physiologists, and behavioral psychologists. The most striking thing about these disciplines, apart from their demonstration of the environment's power to mold and reshape the behavior of living things, is that they all derive their success from a consistent adherence to reductionist and materialist principles. This animus to discover the physico-chemical basis of our individual and social development is not limited to a handful of researchers. For it can also be found operating in an educational system that is becoming increasingly utilitarian and scientific in character. Unfortunately, the progress of public knowledge is in danger of being arrested, because it now seems to threaten the established order. Some well-known elderly scientists are even trying to collapse the public world into the private one of their choice. Hence publicists such as Hogben must rally round, like their rationalist forefathers in the Victorian era, to hold back the forces of darkness and obscurantism. And science must be their bulwark. The fight that will follow, Hogben concedes, will not be an easy one. Because science does not flatter our self-importance, because science makes stringent demands on our willingness to face uncomfortable views about the universe. Human nature, deeply rooted in its unsavory past, is on the side of vitalistic theories. Social privilege is repelled by the mechanistic outlook because of its ethical impartiality. Age brings its impressive authority to reinforce both human nature and social privilege. When the spirit of intellectual adventure dies, and with it the courage to face the austere neutrality of a universe which mocks the self-importance of our individual lives, when the ruthlessness of death and decay threatens to rob us of the few circumstances propitious to personal comfort, it becomes all too easy to find the formula which provides a compromise for the conflicting claims of magic and science. Perhaps the time will come when our knowledge of the nature of life will provide an explanation of this circumstance. Registered. In its defiant stoicism, this statement reminds us that Hogben was very much the pupil of Bertrand Russell, to whom the nature of living matter is dedicated. What made it possible for Hogben to carry on his lonely fight against the fashionable philosophical idealism of his elders? His own oblique explanation was that mechanistic philosophy could only flourish among those who have leisure to study, when their privileges are not compromised by social unrest. 26 In the case of someone like Hogben, a scientist without private means, who had only his brain power to sell, there were no obvious social constraints that might obscure his perception of scientific realities. An alternative but complementary theory would be that, for Hogben, empirical science really was a liberating force. After all, had he not been exposed early in life to scientific interests, he might never have escaped from the intellectual constrictions of evangelical religion and the physical discomforts of genteel poverty. Instead, Hogben was able to find through his professional studies a mode of explanation that was simultaneously more satisfying than traditional systems of authority, yet less oppressive in scope. As he once put it, since we can never know everything we should like to know, every individual has a right to his own private world. Encompassing as this world did all of our ethical and political judgments, it was obvious that in matters of morality Hogben would not even trust science to be impartial in its assessment of the individual and his conscience. Hogben's understanding of the scientific enterprise, though more detailed, incisive and compelling than that of Haldane, was nevertheless often thin and inconsistent. For instance, he was not able to pin down why some senior scientists and not others were prey to idealism, or why some sections of capital were placing greater, not fewer demands on the existing stock of public knowledge. Much more problematic were Hogben's conflicting theories concerning the development of science. Did scientific consensus rest on the foundations either of public knowledge or of class dominance? Hogben's response was a confusing yes. In theory, he suggests that public knowledge was the sole arbiter of scientific inquiry. In practice, he asserted that a dominant cabal of biologists had given their blessing to racist versions of eugenics. Yet if Hogben allowed in any way that professional elites could and did control public knowledge in their own and others' interests, then what became of his public/private distinction? He had only two choices. Abandon the distinction entirely and argue, as he did in his philosophical controversy, that one's class position mediated one's perception of the natural as well as the social world. 114. Or retain his publicism and assert that all versions of biology other than his own did not conform to public knowledge and hence were unscientific. Given his faith in the emancipating power of science and his exposed position within the scientific community, Hogben opted for the tried and true empiricism of the publicist. One might say, therefore, that while he did not mind going out on a limb for his beliefs, he was unprepared to cut himself off from the communal tree altogether. Hogben's relationship to his fellow scientists was nevertheless highly precarious. Nor did his acerbic commentaries on work he found to be substandard enhance his popularity. How would you have responded if, like Julian Huxley, you had been told that your first book of essays was notable only for its timid superficiality and insipid obscurantism, but that these traits were nothing but the defects of mental immaturity? That was how Hogben had greeted Huxley's essays of a biologist in the pages of the Scientific Worker. Huxley retorted that Hogben was the unfortunate victim not only of a repressed complex about religion but of the passing dogma of a small biological sect as well. 28 This was a reference to behaviorism. But another of Hogben's victims, the social psychologist William McDougall, believed that mechanism, materialism, behaviorism, etc., were all firmly in the ascendancy. Otherwise, the LSE would never have appointed Hogben to its new and important chair in social biology. Presumably, McDougall smirked, the school had high hopes that their young professor would by chemical analysis of the blood or other tissues of our legislators, succeed in solving the economic and political world crisis. 2 Registered a more serious and worthy protagonist for Hogben was the Cambridge biochemist Joseph Needham. Both men were familiar with and respected each other's work. Apart from their joint participation in the early days of the Society for Experimental Biology, they also shared a strong antipathy to the vitalistic theories favored by some senior biologists. Where they did part company was on the issue of consciousness. For Hogben it was axiomatic that modern biological inquiry is disintegrating consciousness into an atomic nexus of reflex arcs. 3 Degree uncomfortable with the notion of mind, he preferred instead to talk about conditioned behavior. Needham on the other hand was persuaded as early as 1923 that such a mechanistic conception cannot without grave logical difficulty be extended to cover the sphere of mind. 8. That did not mean, however, that simply because mind could not be pinned down to a bundle of conditioned reflexes, it became a meaningless, incommunicable, or unreal subject. Rather it suggested to Needham that Hogben's philosophy, on its own, could not put us in contact with what is real. What was needed to penetrate through to the illogical core of the world were philosophy and religion as well as science, plus moments of insight, of mystical experience closely allied to the apprehension of the beautiful which all three of them give us. 8. For those of a non-mystical bent, like the communists, Needham condescendingly commended Hogben's publicism. In the course of time, he predicted, world communism will certainly acquire a philosophy other than the Hegelian dialectic of the Russian Marxists, and it would be possible to conceive of several worse ones than that whose germ is contained in Hogben's book. Strangely enough, Hogben would have seconded those sentiments, while strongly disavowing the Anglo-Catholicism that had inspired them. The more important point, however, is that, first with Haldane and now with Needham, not even the Cambridge counterculture was prepared to support Hogben's onslaught on the philosophy and politics of the pure science establishment. To Professor Levy's socialism, but Hyman Levy had no hesitation whatsoever in helping out the young Hogben. Levy and Hogben had been friends ever since 1919. At that time they had both been based in London and had been active in a number of common causes, including workers' education, the Labour Party and the National Union of Scientific Workers. One of their regular meeting places was the 1917 Club in Soho. All of these ties were strengthened in 1920, when the two men found themselves on the staff of the Imperial College of Science and Technology. Despite Hogben's subsequent departure for Edinburgh, their friendship did not suffer, based as it was in part on a mutual devotion to philosophizing, as well as on each other's statistical researches. These links were manifested in the publication of The Nature of Living Matter. Here Hogben registered his gratitude for the care and criticisms which Levy had lavished on this manuscript. When Hogben's second book, Genetic Principles in Medicine and Social Science, appeared, it was dedicated to Hyman Levy. For of course by this time Hogben had come back to London, renewing in the process his valued association with the eminent Scots mathematician, Professor Levy. It would not be too long, however, before Hogben would start to recognize a growing political gulf between Levy and himself. This divergence would eventually grow into a major personal rift between them. Meanwhile they could only regret the slow dissolution of the bonds that had held them together. Their range of intellectual interests and professional dislikes was still remarkably similar. They shared a common set of friends. Yet when Levy joined the Communist Party of Great Britain around 1930, none of these ties would ultimately prove strong enough to prevent a rupture. Why this should have been the case will be explained in more detail in a later chapter. For the moment it is only necessary to say that between 1928 and 1933 a communist was expected to regard a Labourite like Hogben as objectively a social fascist. Whether Levy in fact perceived his friend in this way was irrelevant to Hogben, who would soon come to see communism as potentially a greater threat to intellectual freedom than even Christianity. Hogben's distrust of true believers, whether of the theological or ideological variety, knew no bounds. It would take the good-humored Levy longer to decide that Hogben's own doctrine of publicism was itself a piece of bourgeois ideology. In the interim there was a more immediate question to be tackled. Why should Levy have moved off so sharply to the left of his longtime comrade? The short answer is that, by conscious choice, Levy was not a Cambridge man, and that his relationship to Cambridge science was much more consistent and principled than Hogben's. Having refused the chance to go to Cambridge before the war, Levy then abandoned university research altogether in order to work in a lower status civil service job. After 1918 his interests in aerodynamics and numerical methods were deemed unfashionable and insignificant, compared with the purity of Cambridge mathematics. To Levy this reaction was bound up with the kind of class dominance and snobbery he had learned to loathe at a much earlier age. But agitated as he was by this more recent and subtler form of class discrimination inside science, he was well and truly motivated to spend long hours, day in and day out, working as an organizer and propagandist, both for the labor movement and for the NUSW. Three aspects of Levy's politics, in particular, marked him off from Cambridge's dilettantish socialists. It was practical, not intellectual work. In terms of hours and emotions expended, it was a form of practice at least as important to Levy as his research career. It brought him into touch with politicians, trade unionists, and ordinary workers, not just the grandees of and apologists for his own profession. Hence Levy's political evolution was what one might have expected of many in the 1920s who were committed socialists first and intellectuals or workers second. Fed up with the timidity and betrayal of socialist principles that characterized the leadership of the TUC and the Parliamentary Labour Party, Levy switched his allegiances to the more militant and tightly organized Communist Party. However comprehensible this move may have been to those on the left, it could not help but isolate Levy still more completely as an academic renegade. The more social distance he put between himself and Cambridge, the easier it became for him to lead a more political, more engaged life. Probably none of those developments would have been possible had Levy remained an employee at the National Physical Laboratory. By the beginning of 1920 he was fed up with the place. Levy was no longer finding his battles with the director, Sir Richard Glazebrook, very edifying. The two men at best cordially disliked each other. A further difficulty was that NPL scientists like Levy were still being put onto very practical projects that allowed little scope for scientific breakthroughs and an expansion of their own intellectual interests. Even Glazebrook was ready to concede in 1924 that the organization of his laboratory was holding back the progress of British aerodynamics. "We are being left behind," because of the daily pressure of urgent needs and the absence of a man whose sole business it is to see that the claims of pure science are not set aside. Registered for there were also political as well as scientific limitations connected with Lovey's job. For as a civil servant who was simultaneously an active left-wing supporter of the local Labour Party in Teddington, he foresaw a time when restrictions might have to be imposed on what he said and did. Lovey was not satisfied, finally, that he enjoyed absolute security of tenure, though as an NUSW representative of his co-workers he was trying to improve matters. By now a married man of 30 with 3 children, he had reached a crucial stage in his life. He could not possibly settle into a comfortable life of routine government investigations and discreet political work in the community. But his only alternative was to secure a fairly rare university lectureship, which would give him the security, leisure, and freedom he required to fulfill his scientific and political ambitions. Then in the spring of 1920 Imperial College advertised a new lectureship in mathematics. Though the college's mathematics department was headed by Professors R.W. Forsyth and A.N. Whitehead, both Cambridge-trained pure mathematicians, Lovey decided to apply for the post. Even if the maths men were purists, he reasoned, the institution itself was supposed to have a distinct bias in favor of applied and technical studies. Lovey therefore sent in a list of his published papers, the manuscript of his book on aerodynamics which was already in the press and proof of his academic qualifications. What he did not include in his application was the name of his employer Glazebrook as a referee. Nevertheless Lovey was called for interview and was offered the appointment. Several months later, after he had begun to lecture at the college, Lovey casually encountered Forsyth, who asked him in passing why Glazebrook's name had never crossed Lovey's lips. Lovey mumbled in some embarrassment that he didn't think Sir Richard had known much about his work. Well, as a matter of fact, Glazebrook was at Trinity with me. So when you applied I wrote to Glazebrook to ask about you. Oh, was all I could say. Yes. Would you like to see his letter? Well, if you care to show me his letter, I'd be interested to see it. So I looked at the letter. Began with a certain complimentary remark about myself and then finished up by saying, nevertheless I cannot advise you to take Lovey. He is a man who consistently stands against constituted authority. He would be a most difficult man to have on your staff. 3. Lovey then looked up at Forsyth in some surprise and asked, how did you come to take me, in the face of that? By this stage Lovey's professor could not suppress a broad grin. As I said, Glazebrook was at Trinity with me. Even then he believed himself to be constituted authority. What a change of fortunes for Lovey. The move to Imperial College was an important and beneficial one for Lovey. Yet while it solved those problems that had plagued him at the NPL, it also confronted him with new ones. The most important of these was that, once inside a university, Lovey was much more exposed than ever before to the influence and control of Cambridge mathematics. Remember Lovey's earlier rejection of Cambridge on class grounds and his later experiences under the Cavendish-trained Glazebrook. To these grievances Lovey now added another, more professional indictment. On the mathematical side Cambridge was reactionary in those days, chasing the undialectical fantasy of perfect rigor in logic and proof, as it still does today with its belief in pure mathematics as a separate pursuit, and curiously enough all this at a time when it was very advanced on the side of experimental physics *registered. Compared with this rarefied approach of the dominant Cambridge school, Lovey's own field of aerodynamics, as well as his emphasis on numerical methods, was distinctly mundane and unfashionable. Hence the likelihood of his being recognized as a real mathematician as opposed to some kind of glorified accountant with scientific pretensions was not great. To illustrate how strongly entrenched were these Cambridge attitudes, Lovey recounted shortly before his death the saga of introducing courses on statistics and numerical methods into Imperial College's curriculum. Since neither of the Cambridge-educated professors in the maths department considered these subjects to be a part of mathematics, Lovey knew he was in for a hard time. After a great cajoling they were persuaded that if Lovey really wanted these thankless assignments, perhaps consent could be given. Then Levy mentioned that his teaching would be made easier if the department could purchase an arithmometer or calculating machine. When his superiors were told that one of these devices might cost 100 second-hand, they refused his request point blank. So committed 120 was Levy to this work that, instead of abandoning his curriculum reforms, he went out to Brentford Market and purchased 2 old calculators with his own money. One of these he stripped down in order to show students how such machinery operated. The other was eventually used by a succession of students who took PhD degrees in this particular field. Point 3 Apart from documenting Cambridge's grip on mathematics, this story is a striking example of Levy's loyalty, dedication, and ingenuity as a teacher. His lecturing style, a blend of wit, invention, and clarity that had evolved and matured through his political and trade union work, delighted undergraduates long accustomed to the drone of duller minds. Indeed, it was largely through his impressive performance as a teacher and administrator that Levy was able in 1924 to succeed Whitehead and become the college's second professor of mathematics. Certainly this was a salutary and consoling promotion for him, though his resentment against Cambridge's mathematical hegemony, juxtaposed against his pride in his own research, would remain for many years a source of great dissatisfaction. Levy was now doubly class-conscious. On the one hand, he had moved from the proletarian environs of Edinburgh to the professional world of London. On the other, he had experienced the life of a rank-and-file scientist before becoming a university professor. Yet instead of turning his back on those in the slums and the laboratories beneath him, Levy kept faith with them by opposing, through political practice, the employers, the rulers, and the elites that stood over them. How was he able to find the will for this grueling and often unsuccessful struggle? Bad conscience about his own social rise? Envy of those more professionally successful than he? Neither of these unsavory motives could be easily ascribed to Levy, who by all accounts was a remarkably equable and generous man. Even if applicable, one would doubt their durability as incentives to a lifelong involvement in radical politics. What can be maintained here is that, unlike most socialist intellectuals of his day, Levy had actually experienced at first hand the oppression which he sought to eradicate. As a rebel against the various establishments that had tried, without much success, to put him in his place, he had been driven into the labor movement at The Outsiders 121. An early age. Once active in the affairs of the Labour Party and his trade union, Levy himself became a semi-professional agitator. The different forms of his political practice now began to cross-fertilize. In the National Union of Scientific Workers he pushed for closer relations with the TUC and the Labour Party, which was in turn hounded by Levy to construct for itself a policy on and for science. So pervasive were Levy's efforts as a part-time politician that they began to take on a life of their own, affected by, yet in the final analysis autonomous from, his scientific career. In other words, his ultimate loyalties were to the working class and not to his profession. But then Levy never saw any worthwhile future for scientific men and women, apart from the achievement of socialism in Britain. Levy's introduction to political life had come, as Marxists would say nowadays, at the point of production. By the time he had arrived at Imperial College, Levy had become one of the most influential members of the National Union of Scientific Workers. Much of his authority had derived from his leadership of the NPL branch, which he had helped to make into one of the largest and most active bodies within the Union. Such organizational abilities were not likely to go unnoticed. Not only was Levy voted onto the N.U.S.W.S. executive, but he was made chairman of the important propaganda committee as well. Besides offering a scientific news service to the press, this committee was expected to coordinate publicity for the union's recruitment drive. Levy himself was one of the N.U.S.W.S. most active spokesmen and traveled to many parts of the country, encouraging scientific workers to set up new local branches and expand old ones. On these missions he quite self-consciously attempted to represent his union as the authentic voice of the rank-and-file scientist in government and industry. Obviously Levy felt that this type of scientific worker required a trade union, as much to increase his control over his own job as to improve salaries and working conditions. But, he emphasized, the NUSW also had broader political objectives in mind. For it was now commonly recognized that scientific investigation is a vital national industry that must be developed by the state. 8° Levy went on to argue that, if Britain was now turning to its scientists to raise the standard of life, then they had special responsibilities to consider how their production could be most effectively utilized for the benefit of the 122 community. 4° in particular, and here Levy could not refrain from injecting his own views as a socialist. It was important for scientific workers to concern themselves as much with the distribution as with the creation of wealth, and to be able to distinguish between those who create wealth and those who acquire it. 4 Otherwise, as a profession, they would find themselves drawn time and again to the side of the capitalist businessman, who naturally attempted to increase production while maintaining the existing methods of payment for labor. Yet to Levy it was apparent that the present stage of society, which utilizes the wage system as a means of effecting distribution, with its million unemployed, is obviously chaotic in this respect, and from the scientific point of view indefensible. 42 What then should scientific workers do? Behind the scenes Levy's advice came through loudly and clearly: join the Labour Party and affiliate to the TUC. We know of course that the NUSW ultimately spurned Levy's advice, and worse still, retreated from trade unionism altogether. But in the early 20s, it will also be recalled, Labour and the scientific establishment were enjoying the briefest of honeymoons. Levy himself undoubtedly encouraged Wells, Gregory, and anyone else who would listen that this marriage between two movements so clearly destined to change the nature of society would last forever. For many months Levy made a special point of drumming this message into the consciousness of Major A.G. Church, the N.U.S.W's General Secretary. Soon he was embellishing his sales talks to Church with the promise of a parliamentary candidacy for the Major, should he decide to declare himself for Labour. Throughout these colloquies, Levy had few illusions of transforming Church into a socialist. I put all this to Church, he reminisced in 1968, and pretty well forced him to stand for the Labour Party. I never really thought he was sympathetic to the Labour Party. But by this time I was becoming perhaps a little less ethical about it than I should have been. I was concerned about getting the job done, for the job in this case was to get the NUSW represented in Parliament, expose its official spokesman to the full influence of the Labour movement, and demonstrate to his fellow scientists how sympathetic to their profession the Socialist Party really was. As it happened, Church did become an MP in 1924, but then went on to distinguish himself by his distinctly unsocialist actions, first in the House of Commons and eventually in his own union. At this stage, however, there is no need to rehearse the sorry history of the N.U.S.W's journey towards deunionization. This must have been a heartbreaking experience for Levy, undoing as it eventually did all the organizing he had done at the National Physical Laboratory. Nor can there be much doubt about his bitterly disappointed reaction to the union's announcement in 1927 that it would henceforth be entirely non-political in character. 44 That Hyman Levy could be active in a non-political organization seemed a contradiction in terms. The other side of Levy's political coin, the Labour Party, was even less of a winner for him. He began working for the party in Teddington, picking up valuable experience as a street speaker in election campaigns. Through Clement Attlee and Arthur Greenwood, whom he had met at the 1917 club, Levy was introduced to party affairs at the national level. In 1920 they asked him to sit on the Labour Party's Education Advisory Committee. This was one of a network of groups set up after the war by G.D.H. Cole to stimulate policy innovation. But there was no Science Advisory Committee. Early in 1924 Levy suggested that one should be established. He stressed to his colleagues on the Educational Policy Subcommittee that, if socialism were to be achieved, the Labour Party would have to know how it intended to harness science and technology for socialist ends. After outlining a few of his own ideas, including the creation of a Ministry of Science, Levy looked round to assess the reaction. Attlee listened very closely to it, although I could see he was rather uncomprehending of it all, because you've got to remember that I was dealing with people who themselves had no scientific training. They were, shall I call them, the economic intellectuals of the Labour Party. I could have talked to the working class person in the party and put my points to him in relation to his experience of machinery. But I couldn't talk like that to the leadership of the Labour Party *registered. Such a bleak reception, however indicative of the need for such a committee, was hardly much encouragement to get it going. Yet Levy was determined to put these ideas into practice. 4. 124. The next 6 years he kept a science advisory group in existence. No records of its deliberations seem to have survived, and in later life Levy would be unable to recall with certainty the names of those who passed in and out of it. At least in 1939 Levy did manage to record a brief resume of the committee's history. It is quoted here in its entirety. This body met regularly for some 6 years, during which it kept Labour members informed of matters of scientific moment that were raised in the House of Commons. It pressed the MacDonald government for scientific representation on government committees of inquiry and royal commissions that involved matters of scientific moment, but without avail. In particular, it stressed the necessity of scientific representation sympathetic to the ideals of the Labour Party. In this also it was unsuccessful. The committee, relying on the most expert knowledge, produced far-reaching plans for a scheme of national electrification, for a thorough survey of the mineral resources of the country, for the development of the byproduct industries of the mines, low-temperature carbonization, and allied topics. The objective the committee had in mind was the creation of new industries directly under government aegis and control, from which elements of private profits had to be eliminated from the start, except in so far as they depended on subsidiary undertakings already established. Thus these new industries would be nationalized from their inception. The memoranda embodying these proposals were accepted by the executive of the Labour Party, but, as was learned afterwards, this by no means implied their sympathetic reception by the parliamentary group. Thereafter the committee petered out, disheartened since once again Levy's political machinations had come to naught. By the late 20s he had thus been robbed of both his trade union base and his toehold in the Labour Party's lower echelons. But Levy also had other, more radical connections to the Labour movement than those of the NUSW and the Science Advisory Committee. Shortly after the First World War, he had volunteered his services to that militant agency of working-class education, the Plebs League. His main job for the plebs was to teach a course in elementary statistics at the Central Labour College *7 as the CLC began to become firmly dominated by members of the Young Communist Party of Great Britain. Levy was naturally exposed to revolutionary socialist ideas, unlike anything he had ever heard expressed by Attlee, Greenwood, and MacDonald. In the Scientists' Union he also found himself drawn to hard-working left-wingers like the communist food technologist A.L. Bacharach. Though not yet a member himself, Levy now began to identify publicly with the C.P.G.B's position. Thus he supported the communist-led minority movement, which attempted unsuccessfully in 1924-5 to bring technicians into the NUSW. Levy's friendship with scientific and other workers inside the CP grew apace with the debacle over the general strike and the ensuing drift to the right that marked the Labour Party's leadership. At the same time Labour's hierarchy was beginning to crack down on dissident individuals who belonged to the party but who were also affiliated to or at least publicly sympathised with communism. Levy most certainly had fallen into this category by 1930. That was the year he officially became a communist. Whether he was then expelled from the Labour Party for being a communist, registered, or had already been expelled in the late 1920s for being too left and too sympathetic to communists for degree is not clear. What can be said is that Levy had finally lost hope in parliamentary gradualism as a viable instrument for achieving socialism in Britain. Stronger measures were required, and, at this time, only the communists seemed prepared to take them. Levy did not convert to communism in a blinding flash. Nor did he reject the moderation of the Labour Party because of a scientist's distaste for the tactical compromises associated with daily political practice. His desire to join the CP was the act of a politically mature socialist who knew the Labour Party well enough to doubt the sturdiness of its socialist aspirations. If this action merited the heavy-handed opprobrium of the Labourite bureaucracy, one can imagine how Levy's evolving radicalism was viewed inside his own university. Reflecting in 1945 on his life since becoming a Red professor, Levy confessed that it has not been easy to be a socialist in academic circles for the past 20 years or more, especially for one with a strong proletarian background. The professions tremble too closely on the brink of the working class, and aspire too anxiously to be regarded as the equals of their social if not intellectual superiors, to tolerate the suggestion that their position is in fact 126. Precarious. The tradition of science versus politics as against science cum politics, has been very strong, and those who dared to defy this tradition 10 to 20 years ago did so at their professional peril. But after all, individual advancement is a trivial thing when set side by side with the slums of Edinburgh and Glasgow. Degree. Perhaps to many readers that last sentence may sound embarrassingly self-congratulatory or self-righteous. Its virtue resided in its refusal to fudge the moral dilemma then inherent in the structural position of a socialist don. To succeed as an academic normally required an overriding commitment to the right sort of scholarship and to a range of professional values that transcended the specific requirements of doing good work. Yet to behave in this manner was to constrain, reshape and ultimately deny many aspects of one's socialism. This was a political/existential insight that would never have occurred in the 20s to the bright young men of Cambridge. It was glimpsed by Hogben, who then refracted it through his pioneering if narrowly based campaign to debunk scientific racism. Only Levy, the least conventionally successful member of the Visible College, went to the heart of this problem and resolved it in favor of his political principles. The difficulty with this solution was that it limited still further what Levy wanted to achieve for himself as a creative scientist. This was a real sacrifice, especially for someone who had managed to overcome poverty and demonstrate great academic potential, and it was not one that Levy would have made without the compensation of knowing that his efforts would help those still trapped in the old town. In other words, Levy expected the communists to be effectively socialist in both theory and practice. A more positive interrelationship between Levy's political and professional activities was his increasingly dialectical view of science. Through his work for the Scientists' Union and the Labour Party, he already had direct experience of the many political dimensions of British scientific life. As a distinctly impure mathematician, Levy had also discovered that the range of socially acceptable research problems in his community was subject to tacit limitations, which also carried with them subtle connotations of class control. Finally, his years at the National Physical Laboratory had persuaded him that the purity of Göttingen's mathematicians and the destructive power of aerial bombardment were locked together in a powerful unity. All of these observations were now starting to coalesce in Levy's mind, as he inched his way towards the view that social needs might enter into the very construction of scientific theories. One writer who did not share this notion was H. G. Wells, who had met Levy through the National Union of Scientific Workers. What worried Wells, Levy would later observe, was that I embedded science in society. To Wells, science was something which impacted on society. He didn't like the idea that science wasn't the essence of clear thinking. Registered. Nor did Bernal, Haldane, Needham, and even Hogben, all of whom were as apt to isolate science from its social context as a leader writer in Nature trying to cap an argument for more research funds from the state. To account for this difference between Levy and the rest is to ask, among other things, which form of practice, political or professional, mattered most to them in the 1920s? Waiting for Levy. It has taken us 4 chapters to make 3 apparently simple observations. There were natural scientists in Britain who were socialists prior to the 1930s. At a time when their profession was coming increasingly under the sway of capital, they found it difficult to think and act consistently as radicals. The more reflexive they were about such difficulties, the more effective they became in the practice of their socialism. Perhaps the most fascinating aspect of their collective biography so far has been their interaction with the scientific profession. We have observed that the dominant personalities and institutions of British science were not above politics. On the contrary, they were structurally and ideologically committed to strengthening British capitalism at home and abroad. Such support was manifested on at least 4 different levels: a. Overt propaganda on behalf of science-based monopolies and free enterprise generally; b. Advice to the state on how to enhance the productive and military powers of the nation; c. Scientific philosophies and theories directly supportive of class domination and bourgeois ideology; and d. The maintenance of elite control within the scientific community itself. All of these dimensions, juxtaposed upon the very narrow social base from which pure scientists were recruited, thus 128 conspired to set very real limits on the development of socialist attitudes, both inside and outside the ranks of science. Not many young researchers had the political experience, emotional strength, and professional assurance necessary to recognize the consequences that this heavy burden might have for their socialism. They and their ideals suffered accordingly. Hopefully the weight of these social forces making for conformity has been leavened to some extent through our exposure to such exemplary deviants as Hogben and Levy. In chapters 2 and 4 we saw Hogben and Levy bearing witness to their beliefs in very unfavorable circumstances. Each thereby paid a heavy price, in that sense their actions could be called heroic. But although such heroism may have had its own rewards, it could find no issue at a time when the labor movement was conspicuously weak and divided. In Hogben's case, the lengths to which he was driven just to keep his own counsel and earn his living as a biologist were so great that he had no energy left for organized politics. That made Levy's tireless, unrewarded, and ultimately misplaced devotion to the Labour Party and the National Union of Scientific Workers all the more remarkable. The tone of Part 1 would have been lighter and more optimistic had it been recounted in the light of what we know was going to happen in the 30s. Greater stress would then have been placed on 2 submerged features of our narrative. One of these is that the science establishment's fairly unequivocal support for British capitalism rested, in part, on the assumption that state and industry would never go back on the scientific lessons of the First World War. When in the early 1930s research funds became temporarily scarce, scientists began to lose their jobs and Hitler started dismissing professors from German universities, the flaws in nature's political assumptions became apparent, thereby giving socialist scientists the opening they needed for a comeback in their own scientific community. The other alteration in emphasis would have been a revaluation of the Cambridge men's political evolution. More might then have been made of Bernal's anonymous articles in 1927 for the Communist 5 * Haldane's trip to the Soviet Union in 1928 degrees and Needham's growing interest in socialist theory after the general strike. Each of these episodes could easily have been used to date a new beginning or significant breakthrough in their progress towards becoming activists for the socialist cause. Yet as of January 1931 neither of these reappraisals would have seemed justified. The lack of change in all of their outlooks could be deduced from their myopic views about the Soviet Union. To Sir Richard Gregory and his associates, the Russian large-scale experiment in scientific education was nothing compared to the world portent of the election of an engineer, Herbert Hoover, to the American presidency. Registered *JBS Haldane evaluated the Soviet system more highly than that. But he was not certain whether the Bolsheviks would merit his esteem by evolving into a scientific state. The test of the devotion of the Union of Socialist Soviet Republics to science will, Haldane thought, come when the accumulation of the results of human genetics, demonstrating what I believe to be the fact of innate human inequality, becomes important. By that time, however, Bernal believed that the Soviet proletariat would probably already be under the thumb of a powerful scientific elite. That was the scenario he forecast for those workers in his The World, the Flesh, and the Devil. In a Soviet state, the scientific institutions would in fact gradually become the government, and a further stage of the Marxian hierarchy of domination would be reached. Scientists in such a stage would tend very naturally to identify themselves emotionally rather with the progress of science itself than with a class, a nation, or a humanity outside science, while the rest of the population would, by the diffusion of education in which the highest values lay in a scientific rather than in a moral or a political direction, be much less likely to oppose effectively the development of science*. The U.S.S.R.S. new rulers would of course require a philosophical worldview far more scientific in character than the outworn Hegelianism of Marxian dialectics. That was Joseph Needham's view as late as July 1931, when he was still commending Hogben's publicism to Soviet statesmen and philosophers. Besides documenting their uniformly high ignorance of what was actually happening in the Soviet Union, all of these commentators from Gregory to Needham, were demonstrating that science was the linchpin and arbiter of their politics, whether of the right or of the left. And that had been true now for well over a decade whenever scientists had concluded that the needs of their profession were more compelling than those of the people. 5. 130. This was at best a bizarre position for socialists like Bernal, Haldane, and Needham to have upheld. For it arrogantly implied that there was nothing fundamentally amiss about their own situation. In present-day parlance they saw themselves not merely as liberated but also as prototypes of the new scientifically oriented men that would emerge in the coming struggle to build socialism. Such an elitist sensibility was normally the hallmark of talented bourgeois radicals who had passed through the exclusive rites of passage of their class straight into one of the many privileged niches reserved for them. Once installed there in this case, the Cambridge community of high science, they found themselves far removed from the people whom they wished to succor. Even Joseph Needham, who despised various forms of scientific domination and tried to mingle with the masses, could not escape the condescension bound up with his role as a self-appointed trustee for the liberation of others. In his essay on Cambridge life he tried to make amends, with the following mixed results. It is a truth, indeed, that those who disdain to mix with the people miss a very great deal. Their idea of paradise is that of the man who woke up in a dream in an empty place and remarked, "This certainly must be heaven. There isn't a soul in sight." Paradise Creek in summertime would certainly not please them. Returning one hot summer evening after some particularly pleasant exchanges at the town sheds, I got out my commonplace book and turned to a page on which I had written a number of passages come upon at various times celebrating the easiness of intercourse with people in general which the kind of sincere people I admire usually show. It would be too portentous to call it a due sense of humility, but the intuitive recognition on the part of complex and learned people that simple and unlearned people are of the same essence as themselves is, to my mind, the root of the charm which the truly great possess. 58. An extraordinary confession, especially because, in its historical context, it was meant to be a model of liberality. Yet in his well-meaning attempt to communicate with the locals, Needham was adopting the attitude of a colonial anthropologist dispatched to study the natives in some remote part of East Africa. Needham's field work, however, was situated in the wilds of East Anglia, where Bernal, Haldane and other aristocratic sympathizers with the labor movement usually maintained their distance from workers as individuals. These were not the best of conditions for encouraging a belief in socialism as the self-emancipation of the working class. Whether our Cambridge men would take that view as seriously in the 30s as Levy had in the 20s was, at best, an open question. Part 2. The 30s. Chapter 5. Increased visibility. I tried to keep to my own field, but politics would keep breaking in. J. Needham, 19411. In the 1930s the Cambridge men Bernal, Haldane, and Needham, did adopt a new attitude to politics. They became far more politically active. They tried much harder to relate their thoughts and actions to wider, more collective efforts to bring about socialism. Still more remarkably, they began to apply their socialist convictions to their own circumstances as scientists. Such was their unconscious homage to the strategies evolved a decade earlier by Hyman Levy, who now welcomed, perhaps a trifle nervously, his newfound allies from Cambridge. While that spectacle may at first have amused Lancelot Hogben, it in no way appealed to him. In fact, by the end of the 30s he would emerge as a socialist critic of the communist-dominated Popular Front, a George Orwell for the scientific left. What we therefore want to discover in this chapter is how, why, and to what extent these men transformed themselves ideologically. Between 1931 and 1933 they started to widen the scope of their political activities. Even the formerly apathetic Joseph Needham began to write pamphlets, give speeches, and serve on numerous communities. That was the tribute which he and his friends paid to the gravity of the social crises through which they were living. As socialists, they were alarmed at the fate meted out to workers, whether in Britain, where 1 man in 5 was unemployed, or in Germany, where the Nazis were about to destroy Europe's strongest labor movement. As socially conscious scientific workers, they strongly objected to the many ways in which their science was being placed at the service of militarists, racists, and fascists. To our 1. subjects, these attacks upon the working class and the scientific community were among the more ominous signs that European capitalism was in a dying but dangerous state. As the title of one of this period's most influential books declared, the coming struggle for power was nigh. If that were so, then our erstwhile radicals might not have another chance to uphold their political beliefs. They acted accordingly. Their response, multiplied many times over, was both a cause and an effect of a revived left-wing movement, set apart from parliamentary politics and largely organized by the Communist Party of Great Britain. The moderate leadership of the Labour Party and Trades Union Congress was partly responsible for diverting this new socialist militancy into unorthodox channels. By their steadfast refusal to put forward more radical policies, they helped to convert thousands of manual and mental workers into extremists. On the other hand, it would take the communists several years before they could fully reap the harvest of this discontent. For as of 1931 the party's pathetically small, almost exclusively proletarian membership was still cut off from the rest of the labor movement, thanks in no small measure to the self-isolating left turn it had taken 3 years earlier. Thereafter the CP began to moderate its sectarian attitudes, not only about the class position of its adherents. Radicalized students, teachers, academics, artists, and professionals were now actively recruited, but about its tactics as well. By the mid-30s it was committed to a united front, made up of workers and their allies, and dedicated to the immediate defeat of fascism and the ultimate triumph of socialism. When the Second World War commenced, the British left was effectively led by the communists and numbered at least 60,000 supporters. With its new networks of factory militants and Marxist intellectuals, here then was a left which no one who pretended to be a socialist could ignore any longer. One way or another they had to relate their politics to it. Bernal and Co. were no exception to this rule. The more they put their socialist beliefs to work, the more relevant did these become to their science. Like other intellectuals attached to the United Front, our subjects were expected to proselytize their uncommitted colleagues in the labs. Another way of connecting up their scientific and political practices was to discover how research was conducted in the world's first socialist state, the USSR. This supremely practical demonstration of the relationship between science and socialism, along with their introduction to the basic texts of Soviet Marxism, helped Bernal and the others to identify the social bases of their own intellectual work. Those insights were in turn used to persuade more researchers to throw in their lot with the scientific left. So successful were these early initiatives of left-wing scientists that the entire communist-dominated left, already under the sway of science-based Russian theories, subsequently took on a more scientific cast. And if, as Bernal argued, science were communism, was it also not possible that communism could itself become a science? Never had Frederick Engels' famous notion of scientific socialism been treated so literally. Yet without that degree of apparent compatibility between their politics and their profession, it is possible that these men, as socialists, might not have evolved so far or achieved so much. For though they believed that their science could not survive under capitalism, there were in fact a variety of conflicts between their own situation as high scientists and their advocacy of socialism. Some of these were merely personal. For example, all of them, save Levy, were professionally ambitious. How much time could they spare for political duties? In a tight situation, what would they choose to do: perform the crucial experiment or attend the critical meeting? If they failed to get the balance right, then they risked their standing with the elders of science, not least those who regarded left-wingers as congenitally unsound. Even more liberally minded members of the establishment were apt to question the enthusiasm of a Bernal or a Haldane for the life of their unfree Soviet counterparts. To the left of our scientific radicals came the hesitant criticism that their political and professional practices were elitist and, as such, did not square very well with their socialist beliefs. For the moment, however, the main thing to remember about all of these conflicts is that, in the 30s, they were successfully fudged, forgotten, or resolved. Only in the Cold War would Bernal, Haldane, Levy, and others have to spend much time proving that science and communism could be reconciled. Such was the ecological background to the unique niche which our subjects came to occupy in British cultural and political history. To the public at large they would appear as scientific apologists for the coming socialist transformation of Britain. To their fellow scientists, they would become spokesmen for the emergent culture of science. But they were unable to assume either of those roles until they had seen more clearly the connections between their science and their socialism. In that respect, we are in the unusual position of knowing precisely when and where their political vision dramatically improved. It was at the Science Museum, South Kensington, on Saturday morning, July 4, 1931. A Russian roadshow. Scientists sometimes make the headlines, historians of science never do, and for good reason. Having little interest in the world takes no notice of them. This tacit conspiracy allows them to share their erudition with each other, in peace. As an additional guarantee that their gatherings will not be deemed newsworthy, agendas listing topics, speakers, and commentators are drawn up and published far in advance of the meetings themselves. The subsequent discussions prove to be as uneventful as those earnest and orderly men can make them. For where there are no events, there can be no news. The Second International Congress of the History of Science and Technology, scheduled for London in the summer of 1931, ought to have been a model of such anonymity. Not only was the history of science in its professional infancy, but the world was looming abnormally large at this date as well. Weaving in and out of the pages of Britain's national press were sensational stories about the international economic crisis and the impending collapse of MacDonald's second Labour government. Placed against those momentous developments, the sciences as an integral part of general historical study or the historical and contemporary interrelationships of the physical and biological sciences were bound to come across as fairly peripheral topics. Yet these were among the high points of the Congress's pre-arranged program, along with a special luncheon for delegates at Cambridge's Trinity College. A stimulating potpourri for the participants, perhaps, but not very exciting to a Fleet Street editor. Therefore, imagine how bewildering it must have been to open a morning newspaper on Tuesday, June 30, 1931, and discover that the Russian government is taking an important part in the International Congress of the History of Science and Technology. That was how readers of the Manchester Guardian were informed of the impromptu arrival of a large Soviet delegation, led by no less a figure than Nikolai Bukharin, one of Lenin's closet associates after the Bolshevik Revolution. No one could have been more surprised than the Congress's organizers, among them Lancelot Hogben and Joseph Needham. For months they had been assuming that only one Russian, a Professor Zavadovsky, would be participating. Now they were confronted with a small battalion of politicians, administrators, scientists, historians, and philosophers, all of them armed with lengthy and detailed addresses that they wanted to deliver to the Congress. What was still more extraordinary was that as late as June 22 not even the Russians themselves had known they would be coming to London. Though there had been some special conferences on the role of science in the new 5-year plan, no one had as yet prepared any special material for delivery in the West. Then on June 23 Stalin officially brought to a close 18 months of political warfare between the Soviet state and its intelligentsia. Bourgeois specialists who performed their jobs well were henceforth to enjoy greater intellectual autonomy. This unforeseen dispensation was accompanied by a new propaganda drive designed to make Westerners more familiar with the Soviet Union's industrial and scientific progress. As it happened, the Congress in London looked to be a convenient forum for launching this campaign with unprecedented speed. Bukharin, who was simultaneously the head of the Academy of Sciences section on the history of science and the director of industrial research for the Supreme Economic Council, was the obvious choice to select and lead the delegation. He picked, among others, the U.S.S.R.S. leading physicist, its best-known biologist and an obscure historian and physicist named Boris Hessen. After 3 days of frenzied activity, they threw their belongings together, dashed to the Moscow airport and took off for England. Unfortunately, 1 hour later, they had to return to Moscow. In the confusion and haste surrounding their departure, Bukharin had managed to pack everything, except the speech he was supposed to read out to the Congress registered. When they flew into London, a newsworthy event in itself, given the rarity of transcontinental flights, their first mission was to contact the Congress's president, Professor Charles Singer of University College, London. Their meeting with Singer took place just 2 days before the Congress was to begin. What had to be decided was how much time the Soviets would be allowed to speak. Naturally, they were under considerable pressure to make their presence felt, in the meetings and in the press. Singer, on the other hand, had neither the rooms nor the days to offer them. He did suggest that an additional half-day meeting could be scheduled for the following Saturday. While Bukharin accepted this arrangement, he pressed the Congress's committee to cancel the one-day junket to Cambridge, so that the Soviet papers could be read out in full. But Singer would not deny to the assembled historians and scientists of 24 countries their special treat. At this predictably tense point in the proceedings, Lancelot Hogben intervened. He asked Bukharin, "Would it be possible for your associates to get their addresses translated, printed, and published as a book by the end of the week?" It was an audacious suggestion, to say the least, and Bukharin liked it. He decided to launch the project there and then with, he hoped, Hogben's assistance. The Russians accordingly threw themselves into what The Guardian came to describe as the 5 days plan. The Soviet embassy was turned into a publishing house. Authors worked over the shoulders of translators supplied by the Society for Cultural Relations with the USSR. As soon as a provisional manuscript had been completed, it was whisked off to compositors, who were working round-the-clock shifts. Back came the galleys, and then the arguments began. What does this sentence mean? You can't say it that way in English. But I thought Engels was perfectly clear on that point. Yet somehow they managed to move on to page proofs and the final printing. When the delegates filed into the Science Museum's lecture hall on the morning of July 4, they were able to pick up copies of all the Soviet papers. 3 days later, a bound edition of the essays appeared under the title Science at the Crossroads. By the following Saturday it had already been reviewed by J.D. Bernal in, of all places, The Spectator. Whether this was a record in the history of British publishing, it was certainly to become a landmark in the history of British science. Meanwhile, the Soviets were putting in a daily appearance at the Congress's formal sessions. Not content to remain off stage until Saturday, they injected themselves into the proceedings whenever humanly possible. When, for example, on June 30 the historian G. N. Clark and the physiologist A. V. Hill suggested that historical studies should be broadened to include the record of intellectual advances, no less than 5 members of the Soviet delegation asked the chairman if they might be allowed to contribute a Marxian view to the symposium. The upshot of their collective commentary was that the recommendations of Clark and Hill would only result in new forms of hero worship, Newton and Darwin over Marlborough and Lincoln. What was required instead, they insisted, was to replace these individualistic or bourgeois philosophies of history with the Marxist approach. For Marx and Engels had, in the Soviets' view, correctly emphasized the ways in which social and economic forces molded great men. Whatever the merits of this intervention, it went on and on. Indeed, they would have embellished their theme still further had the presiding officer not had at his disposal a rather formidable silencer. Instead of a discreet red light, they had this enormous ship's bell, Needham has recalled, and I have vivid recollections of Charles Singer trying to shut the Russians up. Registered he succeeded, but not for long. Undeterred by this indignity, B.M. Zavadovsky and A.F. Joff turned up 2 days later to support Hogben's and Needham's attack on vitalism and idealism in biology. After Hogben had wondered aloud whether Western fears of social decay had led to a declining enthusiasm for scientific materialism, Zavadovsky felt able to assert that these tendencies characterize the general disillusionment of bourgeois society in the possibilities of material culture. Registered the Soviet biologist added that, for the dialectical materialist, the dilemma posed by this particular session, could life be explained in purely physical terms, was a false one. To admit that the biological level was qualitatively distinct from the physical merely implied the need for novel experimental tools and a subtler version of the materialist viewpoint. The overall framework, he contended, had already been laid out in the classical works of Marx and Engels, and, in our own times, in the profound works of Lenin. 1 degree all this trumpeting of Marxism was merely a foretaste of the dialectically heavyweight discussion that would take place on Saturday. The addresses by Hessen and Bukharin on that day deserve special consideration here. In reviewing them, we should remember that they were delivered before a collection of academics who knew little about the Soviet Union and even less about Marxist philosophy. Most of them were certain to be skeptical about any overly positive claims about the U.S.S.R.'s scientific achievements. Yet this would be the burden of Bukharin's paper. They were also unlikely to view science as anything other than a body of ideas fathered by a succession of scientific geniuses. Thus, if they were told that Isaac Newton's great work, the Principia, was in any sense rooted in the social and economic life of 17th-century England, we might have expected them either to giggle or to get very angry. Yet that was the proposition that Hessen was about to put to them. In one sense, the Principia was merely a peg on which Hessen was able to hang a highly compressed history of the physical sciences. His most startling proposition was that capitalist entrepreneurs had been ultimately responsible for the scientific revolution of the 17th century. On the one hand, they had promoted a tremendous expansion of world trade. As the pace of economic activity increased, so had the need for solving a new range of technical problems connected with gunnery, sailing, navigation and mechanics. To Hessen it was perfectly obvious that these topics not only constituted the earthy core of the Principia, but had fundamentally determined the theories of physical research in the period as well. 11 By this statement, he did not mean to imply that Newton's tools of analysis had been directly related to economic factors. Here his listeners were enjoined to take into account the superstructure of philosophical theories and religious beliefs which had guided Newton along certain lines of thought. Hessen next dissected the Principia into its conflicting philosophical components, in order to suggest that Newton's great work was the scientific equivalent of the social and political compromises of the late 1600s. And why had these cultural pacts been such a prominent feature of the Newtonian era? Because the English bourgeoisie had neither vanquished nor been defeated by the old feudal aristocracy. Instead, power was shared between two classes, two world-views. That split was also reflected in Newton's writings. Indeed, Hessen went so far as to assert that the more enduring portions of the Principia were technologically rather than ideologically inspired. The political moral which he derived from all this was that science could not advance in a society which restricted technical progress. Science develops out of production, and those social forms which become fetters upon productive forces likewise become fetters upon science. At the close of his speech, Hessen confidently drew a parallel between the Puritan and Bolshevik revolutions by remarking that, as in all epochs, in reconstructing social relationships we are reconstructing science. That was a lot to take in, even in summary form. But consider the unsuspecting delegates, who were then asked to assimilate as well Bukharin's theory and practice from the standpoint of dialectical materialism. At least Hessen had referred, in however unfamiliar a way, to the familiarities of British history. Now the audience was going to be force-marched through the uncharted wilds of contemporary Russia by a guide who spoke only Marxism, not English. Would the journey be worth it? Bukharin began his address by asserting that science had three major social functions. They are, to increase our knowledge of the external world, to invent and perfect technical processes, and to overcome those forces opposed to human advancement. To perform any of these tasks satisfactorily, scientific theorists must be closely linked to those who, in one way or another, apply science, including engineers, technicians, and other production workers. But, Bukharin argued, such a union can never be fully achieved in a capitalist social order, where mental workers are placed over and divided off from manual workers. Indeed, the scientists themselves are split between those whose research has a quick technological payoff and those whose investigations do not. Because the latter often work in isolation from an industrial setting, they are encouraged to think of their science as pure and practiced for its own sake. To Bukharin, this notion of purity is myopic and dangerous. Whatever professional scientists might subjectively feel about their work, it is objectively determined by aims which are practical in the long run, and this can and must be considered from the standpoint of social development. Point 14. Furthermore, as long as scientific theorists remain divorced from agricultural and industrial workers, there is always the possibility that their theories will go awry and the economy will stagnate. This is one reason why capitalist nations have been unable to achieve a satisfactory system of production. By contrast, averred Bukharin, the Soviet Union has already taken the first steps toward the fusion of mental and manual labor. He emphasized, in particular, the possibilities of planning not just the economy but science itself. Can feel with one's hands, as it were, how the requirements of the rapid and extensive growth of the USSR imperiously dictate the solution of a number of technical problems, how the solution of these problems, in its turn, dictates the posing of the greatest theoretical problems. And all the poverty of the idea that the utility of science means its degradation, the narrowing of its scope, etc., becomes crystal clear and apparent. Great practice requires great theory. But this means that thereby we are arriving not only at a synthesis of science, but at a social synthesis of science and practice. Science is reaching the summit of its social self-recognition. Registered. After this passionate outburst, Bukharin went on to outline how scientists and workers have already been united in the building up of a new socialist culture. Thus it is not only a new economic system which has been born in the USSR. A new science, concluded Bukharin, has been born as well. Point 1. Sent any questions? Silence. Then coughs, shufflings of feet and a miasma of mutterings. But no laughter, no anger, and no questions. Sitting in the audience next to Hyman Levy was a 20-year-old Cambridge mathematics student named David Guest. Point 17. Guest had just returned from a spell at Göttingen, the same university where Levy had studied as a postgraduate. What had drawn Guest and Levy together, however, was politics rather than science. For both men were members of the Communist Party, which had only 3 weeks earlier approved the establishment of a university cell at Cambridge. Now, as the silence droned on in the science museum's lecture hall, Guest leaned over to Levy and whispered, "Should I speak?" Levy replied matter-of-factly, "Yes, of course, if you've got something to say." Hesitantly, Guest uncoiled himself from his folding chair and cleared his throat. After a quick glance at his elders, this mere undergraduate began to congratulate the Soviet speakers on their performance. He also managed to support their general analysis of Western science, with references to various contradictions in pure mathematics. Upon finishing his commentary, Guest sat down to the same non-reaction that had greeted the Soviets. Eventually 2 historians of science did voice some opposition. Yet the prevailing mood was essentially passive, simply let this session end as quickly and quietly as possible. Part of the problem, of course, had been the utterly alien quality of the Soviets' language and philosophy. Even in quarters anxious to understand the new Russia, reported The Guardian science correspondent, J.G. Crowther, there was a feeling that the Soviet would advance its cause more quickly and receive more sympathetic understanding if it would explain its ideas in the idiom of other languages, instead of merely translating expositions cast in the new Russian turn of thought. Registered certainly Bukharin and Hessen did not advance their cause with Dorothy Whaley Singer, a noted Renaissance scholar and wife of the Congress's presiding officer. Later she would write to Needham about her reactions to the Saturday meeting: "I listened hard and with open mind, and the impression gained was that they adopted toward Marx exactly the medieval attitude towards Aristotle, that nothing could be right unless it could be traced to his words." "How," she queried, "can that really help human development?" Registered it was left to J.D. Bernal to surmise the feelings of those less sympathetic to the Bolsheviks. He thought that the appeal to Marxism, far from impressing the Western academics, probably disposed them not to listen to the arguments which followed. Indeed, the probable consensus was that anything so ungentlemanly and doctrinaire had best be politely ignored. *. The performance of the Soviet delegation was not entirely overlooked, however. In its summary of the Congress's proceedings, Nature spoke of Marxism as a communistic explanation of scientific development, in which the integrative work of the masses is exalted at the expense of the glorification of genius. Its reporter further maintained that the attitude of the Soviet delegates can scarcely explain any history, however stimulating their message and their endeavors to put it into practice. 21 3 weeks later, in a review of science at the crossroads that had been commissioned by Nature, the historian F.S. Marvin was rather more generous. He agreed that knowledge was, in part, a social product. But he doubted whether such an insight could account for all aspects of the history of science. Though overtly sympathetic to the Bolshevik regime, he also expressed anxiety over the effect which dialectical materialism might have on the direction of Soviet research. No such tentativeness of judgment was evinced in the Times literary supplement, whose anonymous reviewer unhesitatingly derided and dismissed Crossroads. These papers were meant as contributions to the history of science, and judged as such they are so thoroughly doctrinaire as at times to be laughable. A long analysis of Newton's position is intended to show that its physical content arose out of the tasks of the epoch, which were raised for accomplishment by the class entering into power. The writers have no conception of devotion to science simply for the sake of science. Consequently, science throughout means technology to them. Apart from these less than enthusiastic notices, the publication of Science at the Crossroads appeared to be something of a non-event. Yet judged by their lasting impact on left-wing scientists, the Soviets really had performed a 5-day wonder. The most important meeting of ideas that has occurred since the revolution, that was Bernal's immediate reaction to the Congress. 24 For the Soviet delegation had succeeded in altering not only his own scientific and political ideas but those of his colleagues as well. Zavadovsky's paper, for instance, had greatly impressed Needham, because its conclusions, so similar to his own, had apparently been derived independently with the aid of Marxist philosophy. 25 Hessen's contribution made an even deeper and wider impression. As Hogben has since reflected, it reinforced my interest in Marx's historical outlook as an intellectual tool for expository use. 2 Registered Hyman Levy now found most works on the history of science inadequate, because they did not give an account at the same time of men's social and economic background. A far more surprising convert was Joseph Needham. For at the beginning of 1931 Needham had published an historical account of the development of embryology, his own special field. What was striking about this work was its internalist conception of the history of science as nothing more than a record of the intellectual advances made by great men. Yet only 3 years later Needham would disavow this approach. Indeed, he had now become confident that further historical research will enable us to do for the great embryologists what has been so well done by Hessen for Isaac Newton. 8 Speaking for his comrades as well as himself, Bernal was thus able to look back on the Congress as the starting point of a new evaluation of the history of science. While the scientists were duly grateful for these historical and philosophical insights, they were even more strongly drawn to the Soviets' political message. This was especially true of the two communists, Bernal and Levy. As Levy would reflect in 1939, The standpoint consistently adopted by these delegates crystallized out in remarkable fashion what had been simmering in the minds of many for some time past. What became clear was not only the social conditioning of science and the vital need for planning, but the impossibility of carrying this through within the framework of a chaotic capitalism *degree. That perspective was further elaborated during the intense discussions which took place between the Soviet delegates and the British left-wingers. Both sides got tremendously excited about this interchange. Great friendships were struck up. Bukharin, Hessen, and the others even spent an evening at Hogben's home. But of course the Russians soon had to take leave of their new British comrades. To the accompaniment of many bear-hugging farewells, the delegates flew back to Moscow, back to the business of constructing a new socialist order. What they did leave behind them was a dilemma, which Bernal nicely captured at the time. Is it better, he asked the Spectator's readers, to be intellectually free but socially ineffective, or to become a component part of a system where knowledge and action are joined for one common social purpose? Neither the Spectator nor Bernal was in any doubt over the answer to that challenge. Indeed, Bernal found the events surrounding the Congress so stirring that he was inspired to set off for the Soviet Union. Within a matter of weeks he arrived in Leningrad with a small party of leftish individuals who were interested in science. They included the Guardian's Crowther, the historian of science John Pilley, and a young Cambridge biochemist Bill Peary. In contrast to the sumptuous Russian junket that Crowther had already arranged for a large number of senior British scientists, Bernal's party roughed it. However, their hard traveling did allow them to penetrate quite a bit further into the new USSR. All of them were deeply impressed with the political, scientific, and economic activities that they encountered there. Even 25 years after their occurrence, the memory of these events could still overwhelm Bernal. I went round the Soviet Union in those rather rough, primitive, and casual days when one saw very much of the difficulties as well as of achievements. I saw the construction camps for the Dnieper Dam, and at the same time saw something of the hard times that were produced in the period of early collectivization, a consequence of the concentration of all efforts for the building of heavy industry, very remote from immediate enjoyments. And yet there was no mistaking the sense of purpose and achievement in the Soviet Union in those days of trial. It was grim but great. Our hardships in England were less, theirs were deliberate and undergone in an assurance of building a better future. Their hardships were compensated by a reasonable hope. The strangely exalted realism of this passage tallies fairly well with Peary's recollection of the extraordinary intensity which Bernal managed to sustain through the trip. Peary was especially struck by an incident in Kiev, where Bernal decided to conduct his own private tour. Upon rejoining his companions many hours later, Bernal was asked what he had been up to. He replied that he had been meditating in Kiev Cathedral on the meaning of socialism. In Peary's retrospective and somewhat cynical view, all this communion with the struggles of the Russian people smacked just a bit too much of religion. But then he added, as if to soften his blow, is faith not an occupational hazard for a theoretical physicist? Perhaps skepticism is the characteristic vice of biochemists. Crowther's later reminiscences of the scientists whom he accompanied to the Soviet Union in 1931 are more detached, though equally acerbic. He recorded his amazement over the uniformity of outlook of Cambridge scientists, in spite of wide variations in personality and political beliefs. John Pilley, who was an Oxford man, also commented on it 84 to those who recall our earlier speculations about Cambridge man. This is a rather tantalizing remark. Unfortunately, Crowther did not bother to add anything here about the content of that outlook. What he did spell out were his very serious reservations about the politics of all these scientific workers, Bernal and Peary included. It was his belief that they were then, at best, politically underdeveloped. It must be remembered that several of them, since famous, were then young scientists establishing their scientific reputations. They were working very hard at science, and their activities outside it were part-time and additional, and often appeared to me juvenile. These scientists only became mature during the Second World War, when they first had experience of serious responsibilities outside science * registered. Those are hard words and, as we shall soon see, they came very easily to a man who prided himself on his hard-boiled realism. In my own view, Crowther's judgment is terribly unjust when juxtaposed against the movement of left-wing scientists in the late 30s. But it does ring truer for men who, as of 1931, were newly active on the left. Nevertheless, they were becoming not only more involved in socialist politics, but also more aware of what socialism was about and how it related to their science. Much of the credit for the rapidity of their political evolution must of course be given to the Soviet delegation, and more particularly Bukharin and Hessen. The irony and tragedy of this exchange is that, while their ideas would now serve as the cultural foundations for a scientific left in Britain, they would subsequently be ignored in the USSR itself. Yet in the early 1930s such a scenario was indeed difficult to imagine. The Soviets were, against all odds, building a socialist society. It was now time for Bernal and the others to participate in the rebuilding of a socialist movement in their own country. Too personal, professional, or political. Despite their newfound taste for political engagement, they did not achieve much prominence as the scientific left's leading spokesman until the late 30s. Since there was no movement of radicalized scientists as of 1931, this delay was hardly unexpected. Indeed, it might have taken more than a decade to have launched such an enterprise, had not the fascists made so many striking gains on the continent. Even with that measure of assistance, Bernal and his cohorts had an immense task ahead of them, assimilating Soviet Marxism, propagating their version of scientific socialism and organizing their fellow scientific workers. What made those endeavors all the more daunting was the historical novelty of a sizable number of bourgeois intellectuals who apparently were prepared to support the aims of a revolutionary movement. Neither the Communist Party of Great Britain nor the doyens of high science were prepared for this upcoming shift to the left. Hence it was difficult for these young scientists to judge precisely what form their politics would take, let alone the effect it might have on their careers. That made it all the more important to negotiate as quickly as possible the ground rules that would govern their political commitment. For they could not make significant and lasting inroads into their own profession until they had devised a formula that effectively meshed the demands of their science and their socialism. Unfortunately, no ready-made solution to these problems was forthcoming from Britain's only viable revolutionary party, the CPGB. In fact, for the first decade of its existence, the party had quite consciously refused to organize intellectuals on the grounds that they were objectively allies of, if they did not actually belong to, the ruling class. Natural scientists were explicitly shunned. Useful though their researches would be to the proletariat after the revolution, they were for the moment only made available to the bosses and the generals. That was the argument Cambridge economist Maurice Dobb put to readers of the party journal Labour Monthly in December of 1925,3*, and it was to be repeated 3 years later in one of Bernal's anonymous contributions to the Communist. 37 By that stage the CP, like other sections of the Soviet-dominated Communist International, was following a policy of class versus class. The logic of this line was that the rank and file of the labor movement had to be turned away from its social democratic leadership, in preparation for the impending general crisis of world capitalism. Yet if the outstanding representatives of the TUC and the Labour Party were now to be regarded as agents of social fascism, where did that leave bourgeois scientists? At the best of times they had been dismissed as capitalist lackeys. The new tactics would appear to have placed them irredeemably beyond the pale of communist respectability. As it happened, the sectarian excesses of the class versus class phase encouraged the CPGB to reconsider its earlier opposition to the active recruitment of intellectuals. For contrary to the party's official pronouncements, the rising unemployment and lower wages of the Depression era were dampening rather than provoking class conflict at the point of industrial production. Nor were the supposedly social fascist policies of Labour's leaders driving British workers into the arms of the communists. Instead, the labour movement remained what it had been since the time of the general strike, weak, divided and demoralized, thanks in some small measure to the C.P.'s own tactics. On the other hand, the world slump did seem to inspire an incipient radicalism inside the universities, whose undergraduates were beginning to manifest a social conscience and whose graduates were already suffering from some underemployment. Once again the logic of class versus class was being confounded. Hence, as early as 1931, the Communists felt obliged to start violating the spirit, though not the letter, of the Comintern line. One instance of covert deviation was their support for new, more broadly based front organizations such as Wal Hannington's National Unemployed Workers Movement. Another was their unprecedented attempt to recruit mental as well as manual workers into the party. Yet it was not until 1938, 3 years after the Comintern had switched from the tactics of class versus class to those of the United Front, that the CPGB could publicly admit to itself the importance of work amongst the middle class and professional sections. 88 Old inhibitions died hard. The party, however, could not be too careful in its relations with would-be bourgeois allies, scientists included. It had to guard itself not only against exaggerated notions of the intelligentsia's capacity for self-radicalization but against the political adventurism of recently converted intellectuals as well. That at any rate was the firm opinion of the Guardian science correspondent, J. G. Crowther, who was himself a de facto party member. As we might have expected, his advice to communists and scientific workers alike was singularly hard-headed. Though Crowther of course believed that only communism could satisfy the true interests of scientific 152 the 30s workers, he was equally well persuaded that many if not most of them would never come round to his view. In 1941, long after the CPGB had committed itself to working with scientists and other intellectual workers, he recognized that Crowther's understanding of the scientific community's underlying conservatism ought to have favorably disposed him to those researchers who had nevertheless decided to come out as socialists. In fact, he was almost more upset by the activist minority than the apathetic majority. For Crowther detected a desire on the part of the newly radicalized to drop the tantalizing ardors of hampered research and enjoy some hot and straight agitation against social abuses in general and scientific abuses in particular. 4 degree whatever the short-term satisfactions of dropping out might be, it was a course of action which in Crowther's view was politically unsound. If, as he explained to members of the Association of Scientific Workers in October 1936, it was important to oppose right-wing views in science and turn the profession in a progressive direction, then socialist dropouts hurt their own cause. They denied to other scientists the benefit of their counsel, example, and support. They were no longer able to use their scientific credentials as a means of getting non-scientists to listen to them. Most importantly, their withdrawal from the professional community could be used by the establishment to show that the true socialist had a low opinion of science. Indeed, the consequences of their radicalism were so uniformly reactionary that Crowther was compelled to cast doubt on the sincerity of their motives. Most of them were either making a political exit as a disguise for evading professional failure, or they had proved themselves to be mentally unstable. Either way, after a few years of bohemian agitation they usually tried to find increased visibility. 153. A rich wife and join a Rotary Club. So much for these political adventurists. Apart from developing one's ability to spot neurotic, incompetent crypto-Rotarians, what was to be done, if one was a scientist of socialist persuasion? Stay in science, snapped Crowther, in order to carry out the following political assignments. 1. The exposure of errors in science which are quoted in support of reactionary politics, and the exposure of the scientific errors in the works of reactionary scientists. 2. The organization of exposure in a cooperative manner. 3. Solid and scholarly demonstrations of the relations between science and social affairs, so that scientists may be convinced of the need for taking an active and progressive interest in politics for the sake of science. 4. The extension of demonstrations of the frustration of science by a bad social system, and how frustration would be increased in still worse social systems. 5. The persuasion of scientists to support progressive parties on the ordinary political grounds of economic interests and prospects, and social justice. 6. The involvement of all scientists on all rational grounds in support of the united front of progressive parties against social and intellectual reaction, and war. In performing these tasks, Crowther also made it clear that left-wing scientific workers could mightily enhance their political effectiveness by achieving greater professional recognition. That meant, among other things, attaining fellowships in the Royal Society. For, in a scientific age, the official scientific societies contain a good deal of progressive spirit, even if it is mixed with much reaction. Scientists should therefore take these societies seriously, and qualify themselves for the appropriate organization to which they should belong. Those recommendations merely echoed the C.P.S. maxim that, however important it was to mobilize scientific workers and popularize scientific socialism, the first duty of a communist scientist was to be a good, i.e. a conscientious and successful scientist. A more practical demonstration of the compatibility of science and socialism was hard to imagine. Whether these ground rules would satisfy the professional scruples of high science's elders remained to be seen. As we noted. 154 The 30s. Back in Chapter 1, the tacit convention of their scientific community certainly did not include support for, among other things, organized exposés of the work of politically reactionary scientists. What they did positively sanction was self-absorption in one's work and self-isolation from the world. Even in the 30s, according to Hogben, the popularization of one's own science was still considered to be slightly risque. A Presbyterian divine once said that a man who plays golf neglects his business, neglects his wife and neglects his God. Many of the older statesmen of science hold that if a younger one writes a book which can be read painlessly, he neglects his students, neglects his laboratory and neglects his golf. 44. Yet the science establishment was said to be fairly liberal and tolerant. It did not really mind whether eccentric researchers sought unusual functional equivalents for golf, so long as they did not participate in left-wing agitation. Such was the position adopted by Professor A. V. Hill in his Huxley Memorial Lecture of 1933. As a well-connected member of the intellectual aristocracy, a Nobel Prize winner in physiology and a powerful figure within the Royal Society's inner circle, Hill did not bother to mince his weighty words. He reminded his younger colleagues that the Royal Society's charter specifically enjoined its fellows not to meddle with politics. Such, Hill continued, is the normal condition of tolerance and immunity for scientific pursuits in a civilized state. Moreover, science should remain aloof and detached, not from any sense of superiority, not from any indifference to the common welfare, but as a condition of complete intellectual honesty. 4 Hill buttressed this argument with an allusion to the experience of those academics whom Hitler had already hounded out of Germany. At the moment in England we are free. We rejoice in our freedom. We cannot imagine it otherwise, in spite of all our young communists and fascists. A year ago Germany was free. Neither Russia nor Italy today can claim their rulers indeed would probably deny that honesty and intelligence are safeguards for unpopular opinion. Who knows when the next epidemic of mass insanity may appear, registered. Many years later Hogben would wryly observe that Hill was, in effect, urging young scientific workers to take their views from the Daily Telegraph and entrust the destiny of Britain to Stanley Baldwin. His encouragement took the form of a twin condemnation: communism was irrational and activities to that end were anti-scientific. For the benefit of his scientific juniors, Nature published and endorsed the substance of Hill's message. Even toward the end of the 30s, when the establishment briefly relaxed its anti-political biases, it was widely understood that at least one form of politics could not be practiced. Under no circumstances could the British public be told the truth about its own scientific community. Bernal at least had the courage to acknowledge the existence of this rule. Unfortunately, it is not possible in any published book to speak freely and precisely about the way science is run. The law of libel, reasons of state, and still more the unwritten code of the scientific fraternity itself forbid particular examples being held up alike for praise or blame. Charges must be general and to that degree unconvincing, and lacking in substantiation. The extraordinary thing about this statement was that it appeared in Bernal's The Social Function of Science, which, by comparison with the general run of books then available about British scientific life, was monumentally indiscreet. It was yet another measure of the limits which the profession could still set on the political activities of its members. Here then was the complex dilemma which confronted every radicalized scientific worker in the 1930s. They were not asked to choose between their science and their politics. Indeed, the Communist Party was particularly anxious that socialist militants remained in their labs and were seen to be good scientists. But that policy, for all its political cunning and overt deference to the norms of high science, could never fully overcome the lingering hostilities of the science establishment. The elders continued to believe that the pursuit of one's politics as an avocation could not but do injury to the practice of one's vocation, namely science. Nor, as members of the dominant class, were they ever likely to be that tolerant of those researchers who sought to abolish the class system. So it was not entirely clear whether it was possible for any researcher to be regarded by his political and professional peers alike as both a good scientist and a good socialist. This dilemma was sharper at the beginning of the decade when the CPGB largely ignored intellectuals and leading high scientists were unreservedly anti-political than at the end when a left-wing intelligentsia had been formed and young scientists were permitted to be socially conscious. It was also felt most keenly, needless to say, by those who had already embarked on a scientific career but had yet to establish their reputation. Nevertheless, it was always a reality for all politically active researchers, whatever their seniority or their particular brand of socialism. Certainly this was the case with our 5 subjects. For despite their varying ages, temperaments, ambitions, and political views, they were equally devoted to the causes of science and socialism. Thus, unlike the 20s, political engagement was to become for each of them almost an existential necessity. That at any rate was how Bernal retrospectively understood the many initiatives which he was about to undertake on behalf of his socialism. If it had not been for that activity and the real contact it brought me with the people, I, as an intellectual, would have found existence intolerable. To watch impotently the destruction of all the advances that humanity seemed to have made as a consequence of the scientific and industrial revolution would have been to make meaningless the whole work we were doing as scientists to add to human culture *registered. And had their work been rendered meaningless, then so too would their lives. For we cannot doubt that at the core of their personal/social identity was their love of the scientific enterprise. The origins of their attachment have already been displayed. Here we need only add that, to judge from their reactions to the publication in 1934 of C.P. Snow's first serious novel The Search, this devotion did not abate in the 30s. The main storyline in the book is that after a promising start to his career, Arthur Miles, an X-ray crystallographer, decides to abandon science altogether, in order to become a politically minded writer and critic. The problem for many high scientists who read The Search was that they could not understand how anyone who had experienced the joys of scientific discovery could ever abandon such a life. Lord Rutherford made this criticism to Snow registered degree, as did J.B.S. Haldane registered. At least Dorothy and Joseph Needham, in their review of the novel for Nature, suggested that one reason for the implausibility of Miles's decision was that his political aspirations were so indeterminate. We are given to understand that the psychological and political education of mankind came to seem more important to him than the search for detailed scientific truth. But the outlines of this need greater clarity. Had he turned to propagate a robuster political faith, this would not have been so necessary as it is when his aim seems so mild and moderate, so low Dickinsonian, so LNU. There was, however, at least one figure in Snow's work who showed no signs of wanting to desert his scientific career, Constantine, the brilliant, polymathic and highly successful crystallographer. In fact, he represents, as we noted in Chapter 3, a somewhat mythical portrait of the young J.D. Bernal just at the moment when Bernal's socialism was beginning to break in more insistently on his science. Having come full circle, it ought to be clear how concerned they all were to honor both their professional and their political commitments. How then did they choose to harmonize these loyalties? Obviously that decision depended in part on the more idiosyncratic aspects of each man's life. Had he not yet attained, for example, his fellowship in the Royal Society, he might not wish to become as politically active or prominent as someone who had already got his F.R.S. If someone worked in an isolated laboratory with relatively unsympathetic colleagues, his politics might necessarily have to take on an individualistic cast, especially in a city where the organized left was quite weak. Should one of them find himself estranged from the Communist Party and, by extension, the Popular Front, his very identity as a socialist would be called into question. Obviously the precise impact of these different circumstances would depend upon the dynamics of individual life histories, not to mention those of a society and world that were eventually to be plunged into total warfare. Nevertheless, out of this welter of variations there would emerge at least two common strategies. All of them would work punishingly long hours, inside their labs and outside in the world, thereby earning themselves the high esteem of scientists and socialists alike. Still more important, they were united in their belief that the fortunes of science could not be advanced without the achievement of socialism, and vice versa. Thus, to play upon the CP maxim quoted earlier, they came to believe that the second duty of a good scientist was to become a good socialist. That would represent their ultimate resolution of the so-called conflict between their politics and their profession. However, beneath this significant degree of unanimity, Vernal and the others still had to resolve for themselves how they would relate their science to their socialism, and how each in turn could best be worked into the other dimensions of their lives. Three Red professors, none of our subjects encountered greater difficulties en route to that resolution than J.B.S. Haldane. For J.B.S. had assumed his birthright place in the ranks of the science establishment before he felt obliged to reassess his rather liberal political stance. The problem here was that, as in his infamous divorce case, Haldane's zeal for scientific rigor was to combine with his aristocratic code of personal integrity, so as to produce a passion for consistency in his own behavior. Hence the early 1930s were relatively tranquil years for Haldane, because his social outlook then appeared to be all of a piece with his membership of the Royal Society, his professorship at University College, London, and his public reputation as a stimulating, not too serious observer of contemporary life. Like the enlightened high scientist he was, Haldane accordingly described himself to a former student as a lukewarm supporter of the Labour Party and referred to a friend's membership of the Communist Party as unexpected. He also criticized in this period the no doubt naive political activity of his junior colleagues and, Bill Peary continues, had little connection with the anti-war movements in which we were active. 5. When JBS turned 40 in 1932, it therefore looked as if he had become and would likely remain a progressive spirit, but well within the terms and limits laid down by the conservative managers of high science. In Haldane's world the dilemmas we mentioned earlier simply did not exist. His tranquility proved to be short-lived, however. By 1938 he had declared himself a Marxist and a supporter of the Communist Party of Great Britain. This apparent departure from the predestined trajectory of his life was for Haldane as psychologically painful as it was politically necessary. Here is how it came about. Soon after the Nazis had assumed power in Germany, he was quickly persuaded that they had to be contained. And ultimately defeated. Otherwise the security of Britain and the well-being of international science would be permanently placed at risk. While that was not in itself a radical perspective, it could be found in Hill's Huxley lecture. It became so for one who had increasingly grave doubts both about the willingness of the ruling class and the ability of the Labour Party to resist the menace of fascism. Registered for Haldane's disenchantment with orthodox politics reached its apogee during the Spanish Civil War, not least because, in his view, the policies of the Labour opposition as well as those of the Tory government favoured Franco's fascists. At the same time, Spain brought him more directly in touch with the struggles of the revolutionary left. First, his stepson, Ronald Haldane, decided to fight with the anti-Franco forces. Shortly after Ronald's death in combat, his mother, Charlotte Haldane, decided to join the CPGB. By this time JBS had himself come forward as an advisor on civil defense to the Spanish authorities. When Haldane returned from these journeys to the frontier, he naturally took an active part in the communist-led campaign on behalf of the Republican cause. As a scientist whose business it is to discover and publish truth, he declared to one rally, "I am proud to do what I can to see that Eden does not keep the truth from the people of Britain." Unfortunately, the leadership of the Labour Party did not want to know the truth, as Haldane saw it, about Spain, about the need to protect the British people from aerial attack and, of course, about the importance of science to socialists. But the communists did. Their accord was symbolized and sealed when the first of JBS's weekly science columns appeared in the C.P.'s own newspaper, the Daily Worker. Now here was a truly unexpected affiliation. Indeed, Haldane had undergone a political transformation. He did not eventually support the communists merely because, to quote his biographer, they represented in an imperfect world. The least unsatisfactory option registered * they were that for Haldane, but they were also the only significant Marxist revolutionary party in Britain. And JBS, by the late 30s, had decided that Marxism was true, and that the prospects of achieving socialism in Britain, without recourse to violent revolution, were growing slimmer every year. 8 In other words, Haldane came to see and affirm communism as the antithesis rather than the apotheosis of bourgeois liberalism. Hence we must resist the temptation to perceive him as a liberal who, in the perverse circumstances of a low, dishonest decade, could only uphold his values through an alliance with the CPGB. That interpretation comes too easily to mind, not only because it has been used so often and fits so well the history of certain left-wing poets like Stephen Spender, registered, but also because it is rather difficult to capture on paper just how the alternation registered in J.B.'s political vision led him to reinterpret the events that were, allegedly, responsible for driving him into the arms of the communists. Unfortunately, it was not quite that simple. For the social reality of Haldane the revolutionary was, in crucial respects, very different from that of Haldane the liberal. The central motif in the new Haldane's political outlook was that the ruling class, his class, had to be divested of its control over the means of mental and material production. Socialists therefore had to develop, within the labor movement, institutions that were dedicated to the obstruction and eventual destruction of the smooth administration of the capitalist state. Obviously both axioms were derived from the writings of Marx, Engels, and Lenin. As early as 1933 Haldane had begun to study their works in earnest. What they had to say increasingly helped him to make sense of what was happening to his world, and vice versa. In fact, JBS was uncharacteristically overwhelmed and humbled by the complexities and insights of dialectical materialism. Only after he had mastered to his own satisfaction the Marxist worldview did Haldane allow himself, in 1942, to be put forward as a full member of the Communist Party. By that time he had already become a veteran of revolutionary politics, and not just in public. True to his canons of personal integrity, JBS felt obliged to wage the class war with himself and his family. Sometimes the results could be very alarming to, among others, his sister Naomi Mitchison. I suppose he wanted to join the Communist Party, partly as a kind of affirmation that he was through with his comfortable pre-war life, that he was casting off his bourgeois origins. Often he did this rather violently, as the time when my father died. There was a cremation in London. The ashes were to be taken up to Clone to be scattered. We were going up by the night train, and my aunt and I, it had been a pretty grueling time, got sleepers. And he not only wouldn't have a sleeper, but he insisted on having the ashes with him in a third-class compartment in the rack, just to show what sort of person he was now registered. By stage managing this break with his aristocratic past, Haldane was, quite consciously, increasing his reliance upon a new range of, shall we say, less than aristocratic associates. That, however, was only the initial step in what was bound to be a long and complicated effort to change himself. When asked in 1940 what he required from life, JBS replied with a transparent honesty that indicated how far his self-transformation had proceeded, as well as the distance he still had to cover. I require friendship. Particularly I require the friendship of my colleagues and comrades in scientific and political work. I want the society of equals who will criticize me, and whom I can criticize. I cannot be friends with a person whose orders I have to obey without criticism before or after, or with one who has to obey my orders in a similar way. And I find friendship with people much richer or poorer than myself very difficult. 6*. These sentiments were not unusual for someone of Haldane's background. What was peculiar was the admission that they were, in any sense, problematic. Perhaps it was J.B.'s newfound sensitivity to his own condition that made it possible for Hyman Levy to befriend him for the first time in view of their very different histories, not to mention Levy's congenital uneasiness with Cambridge men. This was a striking testimonial to the deep changes which had made it possible for Haldane to become a communist. But Lancelot Hogben, retrospectively, offered a rather different explanation for J.B.'s altered behavior. Coming from a Calvinistic tribal background, Haldane had swallowed hook, line, and sinker dialectical materialism, which I regarded at all times as obscurantist rubbish. Degree While Hogben's religious determinism cannot, I believe, account for Haldane's situation in the 30s, it works rather well when applied to his own. For unlike JBS, Hogben did not undergo any personal/political transformation in this period. He remained instead the perennial nonconformist. The troublesome gadfly of all establishments, the nitpicking nemesis of any true believer. Prior to the formation of a communist-led left-wing intelligentsia, his had been, by any reasonable definition, a radical stance. From a point of near-heroic isolation, Hogben had kept faith with his own socialism and had discomfited a number of reactionary scientists. Along the way, however, he had also cultivated some of the psychological and philosophical defenses we might have expected of someone who occupied such an exposed position. One of these was a tetchy disposition, which prevented Hogben from becoming too closely involved with any individual or institution. This pattern allowed him to keep his own counsel, though the price he paid for this independence, the periodic loss of close friends and his detachment from the labor movement, was obviously a heavy one. Another form of self-protection was his ferocious defense of science's ethical neutrality. Once again, in the context of the 1920s, Hogben's defense of public knowledge had served a progressive end, because it validated his one-man stand against the dominance of politically motivated eugenic ideas within the scientific domain of British biology. That it likewise served to buttress his profession in the future against any outside influence from the left was then a purely academic point. Hogben was, in short, the complete individualist, who pursued quasi-revolutionary ends with purely liberal means. That combination worked well enough until the time of the Popular Front. Thereafter the fragile lifestyle, through which Hogben had stitched together his personality and his philosophy, his profession and his politics began to unravel. For the first time he had enemies to the left as well as to the right of him. The scientific community had become politically animated in a manner that both pleased and repelled him. Socialist intellectuals were now sufficiently numerous to justify organized, collective protests, in which their individual personalities were often submerged. Furthermore, Hogben did not yet feel that he had secured adequate recognition for his experimental work. All of these developments were bound to inhibit his wholehearted participation in the political movements of the 1930s. But his experiences at the London School of Economics, coupled with his early disaffection from Soviet communism, nearly moved him to abandon politics altogether. His sojourn at the LSE proved to be especially traumatic. By many academic criteria, Hogben's Department of Social Biology ought to have been counted a great success. Apart from his own work on population genetics and sex hormones, Hogben sponsored the demographic studies of Enid Charles and supervised the earliest researches of a number of promising students, including David Glass, J. L. Gray and Pearl Moshinsky. Together they produced in 1938 under Hogben's editorship the volume Political Arithmetic. Among their investigations was a tightly argued account of how up to 60% of Britain's most gifted children were excluded from higher education. Although this work appeared both to confirm Hogben's previous criticisms of the eugenists and to transform demography into one of the leading social sciences, it was only published after the LSE authorities had dismantled Hogben's department. Hogben had already left the school, as had Beveridge, his principal backer. He had many reasons to be disenchanted. Hogben still felt professionally insecure. If his fellow scientists judged his own research to be competent and worthwhile biology, they did not always extend that accolade to social biology as a whole. That judgment was likely to be reinforced in the case of eugenically minded biologists, whose old arguments about the genetic inferiority of the working class were now being pulled apart by Hogben's students. Hogben of course might have stood firm had he received unwavering support from other social scientists, not least at the LSE. But they were frankly envious and resentful at the relative ease with which he was able to fund his work and that of his students. Hogben, in turn, was openly contemptuous of the aimless theorizing of his colleagues, whether they were right-wing economists like Lionel Robbins and Friedrich von Hayek, or left-wing followers of the political theorist Harold Laski. He charged these secular Platonists with conspiring to protect the study of human society from what is called empiricism and muckraking. Today active opposition to realistic research is mainly directed against attempts to study how man can enlist the new powers which science has placed at his disposal for the satisfaction of common social needs and the prolongation of human life. Then for good measure he chivied his enemies with the unscientific nature of their ideologies and research methods. Perhaps there was some guile in these attacks. As Beatrice Webb commented of Hogben at the time, partly because of his anti-Marxism and anti-politics, he has got on the right side of Beveridge. He therefore gets all the money and freedom he wants for an Enid's investigations. But Hogben was quite genuinely estranged from the rest of the L.S.Es academic staff. He not only tended to stay away from the senior common room but got away from London every weekend as well. Thus when the Rockefeller Foundation announced in 1936 that it would be unable to continue its massive subsidy for social biology, Hogben lost no time in applying for a vacant chair of physiology at the University of Aberdeen. Having secured this professorship, he was overcome with relief and bitterness. "That will end an inglorious and rather humiliating chapter of my life," he admitted in a letter to Beatrice Webb. "Just now I am on top of the world again. The biological opportunities are stupendous. But if what is called social science is what is done at the LSE, thank heaven I am still a biologist." Aberdeen was not exactly a center for revolutionary ferment. Yet to Hogben that had almost become a point in its favor. Though he still saw himself as a Marxist and a socialist, he could not bring himself to support the organized left of the 30s. We know some of the deep background that helped to account for this response. What we have not considered are his specific objections to the form and content of the Popular Front. The main difference between Hogben and more orthodox left-wingers in the 30s was his rejection of the philosophical outlook, economic direction, and repressive policies of the Soviet state. Even at the 1931 Congress, he had been anxious to dissociate Marx's conception of historical development through class conflict, which he accepted, from the Russians' mania for dialectical laws, which he immediately dismissed as mere logic. 6 The influence of the U.S.S.R.S. Marxism was, however, not half so baneful as its obsession with industrialization. For just as Hogben had been about to campaign against the horrors of an overdeveloped Britain, his fellow socialists became fascinated with the new production targets of the 5-year plan, thereby reviving what Hogben later termed the discredited ideology of early industrial capitalism. Registered what finally disillusioned him about the Communist Party as such was the execution of Bukharin and others in the purges of 1936-38. Registered degree he abhorred the C.P.G.B's cover-up of the Moscow trials and suspected that life would be no different should the party ever come to power in England. On the other hand, Hogben could summon up no enthusiasm for any form of collaboration with the Labour Party. Ideologically speaking, he was adrift and the political tide had already turned against him. Later Hogben would manage to recover his bearings and renew his opposition, as a socialist, to the orthodox left. But in the 30s he did momentarily lose his way. His main political role, as we shall soon see, was to popularize a new approach to the history and presentation of science. Yet even that apparently uncontentious enterprise was difficult for Hogben to launch, so uncertain had he become about his normally assured moral judgments. In this case he hesitated over the publication under his own name of Mathematics for the Million. Written while Hogben was recuperating from a long bout of illness and destined to become an international bestseller, the book prominently featured a Marxist emphasis on the social background to scientific discovery. At first he decided that this work might damage his scientific reputation, at precisely the moment when he hoped to be considered for admission to the Royal Society. Hence Hogben pressed his still close friend, Hyman Levy, to place his name on the title page instead of Hogben's asterisk. While Levy admired the text and understood its author's diffidence in showing it to the world, he declined the request. His grounds for doing so were that, however much on the periphery of pure mathematics, he could not assume the authorship of a work whose mathematics were entirely pre-Newtonian in character, and still call himself a professional mathematician. Eventually Hogben gave the go-ahead to his publisher, Allen and Unwin, who brought out Mathematics for the Million, by Lancelot Hogben. That was in 1936, 1 year after Hogben's election to a fellowship in the Royal Society. As with his health, his friends, and his politics, the 30s had the effect on Hogben of stretching him to the furthest reaches of his rugged individualism. The retreat to Aberdeen came none too soon. When we turn to the political course taken by Bernal, Levy, and Needham, we find no trace of the internal upheavals which Haldane and Hogben were experiencing. As we might have expected, Levy's situation in the 1930s was the easiest to understand. For he was already there, well before the Popular Front had commenced. Levy was professionally secure within the limits which he had placed on his scientific ambitions. He had become a communist, on terms of mutual respect, at a time when the party was not overly keen on intellectuals. Still more remarkably, in his attempts to unionize scientific workers and popularize scientific socialism, Levy was once again well in advance of the strategies favored not only by the CPGB but by his Cambridge allies as well. Here we need only add that, if there was any change in Levy's politics, it was in the direction of an even more intimate relationship with the party's internal development. In particular, he would devote himself to making improvements in the Communists' educational programs for its own members, while more conventionally successful intellectuals, Bernal and Haldane, for example, were put on public display. Indeed, Bernal was, somewhat paradoxically, to prove his loyalty to the Communist Party by leaving it as early as 1933.79. In losing his party card, he was of course free to operate in public as an independent intellectual of Marxist persuasion. Yet like John Strachey, Bernal would remain very closely in touch with the party's leadership. His resemblance to Strachey increased when by the late 30s he had emerged as the most widely respected theoretician of the scientific left. The irony of Bernal's political evolution was that the anonymity and apathy which had previously characterized his communist leanings would now be officially preserved and put to good use. Hence his most explicitly communist writings continued to be produced anonymously, at least before the Second World War. Although this ploy had the effect of abetting Bernal's career, its main purpose was to protect his uncommitted status within the scientific community. His own research work was already widely respected. At the age of 36 he was elected to a professorship of physics at Birkbeck College, not to mention a fellowship in the Royal Society. Meanwhile he had become a model Popular Front intellectual, involving himself at one count in more than 60 committees devoted to peace, anti-fascism, civil liberties, Spanish aid, friendship with the USSR, etc., ad infinitum. 7. Why the pace of Bernal's politics increased so dramatically was not very mysterious. Having undergone his conversion to Marxism in the 20s, he still lacked the means and motives for putting his ideology to work. These missing ingredients finally turned up in the early 30s, not least in the form of a Soviet delegation to an international gathering of historians of science. Thereafter Bernal threw himself into the business of creating what had not previously existed in Britain, namely organizational channels that helped to translate intellectual discontents into socialist grievances. For that job it was useful to be widely known, but not as a card-carrying communist. Bernal's progress was recapitulated in a rather more muted fashion by Joseph Needham. It was not simply a question of Needham's retiring manner. Bernal was himself a shy man. Nor did they diverge that radically in their political outlooks. Both men were attracted to dialectical materialism, counted themselves as supporters of the Soviet Union and jointly participated in a variety of popular front activities. They did, however, differ as to party affiliation. For Needham, the Labour Party still represented the most likely agency for bringing about a social revolution in Britain. Naturally, he was aware of its many faults, including the conservatism of the party's current leadership. That is why he was one of the most active supporters in Cambridge of the Socialist League, a left-wing ginger group of Labour supporters that tried unsuccessfully in the 30s to turn the National Party in a more radical direction. For despite this failure, Needham could not bring himself to admit that his only option was to turn to the Communists. His reticence to do so indicated a number of tacit reservations about their policies. Perhaps the one doubt that came closest to the surface of his public utterances was that the Bolsheviks were possibly too obsessed with social order and scientific rationality. This objection, which will be elaborated in the next chapter, was perhaps not so surprising, coming as it did from an Anglo-Catholic who still believed in the virtues of a balanced soul. Indeed, Needham went out of his way to link together his religious faith and his political principles. For the benefit of his fellow socialists, he helped to produce one of the period's most famous documents, Christianity and the Social Revolution. But he also spent 5 years with a small circle of his co-religionists, including the anthropologist Bronislaw Malinowski and the poet T.S. Eliot, who laid the foundations for the modern Churchmen's Conference, which was held in 1937.78. These efforts helped Needham to prevent his life from being collapsed into a single mold of understanding, in this case political action informed by a Marxist worldview. He was therefore more than prepared to allow Bernal to become, in Needham's words, the St. Paul of the science and society movement of the 30s. One final regulator of Needham's political activity was his aspiration to be admitted to the Royal Society. Since the publication of Chemical Embryology, his scientific career had gone slightly awry. It was not that his work on organizing relations in embryological development, a collaborative project with Dorothy Needham and C.H. Waddington, was unpromising. No, the problem for this gifted team was finding funds for their expensive and esoteric research. By the mid-30s they, like Hogben's social biology department, had lost their support grant from the Rockefeller Foundation. While Needham now suffered directly from the worldwide decline of American capitalism, the effect of his victimization was to make him slightly more cautious in his public efforts to weaken that system. For he still did not have his FRS. However, Needham by no means ceased to place himself on the line for his political beliefs. Indeed, at the beginning of 1936 he wrote to Nature, registered attacking the racist views of Professor E. W. McBride, an extreme eugenist and a member of the Royal Society's selection committee for Needham's field. When Hogben read Needham's letter, he recognized exactly what his fellow biologist was risking. "How brave you are," read Hogben's message of congratulations and commiseration. 7. But Needham was now prepared to be more selective about the political enterprise to which he lent his name. A case in point was his decision to publish anonymously a short book he had written on the English Civil War. The reason for this, Needham would later confess, was that I was by this time hoping to get into the Royal Society, and, as I felt that I was already quite unpopular enough in the bien-pensant circles, I thought I never should get in it if I started publishing books about the Marxist interpretation of the Civil War, etc., however disguised, as a young scientist should not do. Therefore I wrote it under an assumed name, but I gave an introduction to it under my real name %degree. This volume appeared in 1939, bearing on its soft orange cover the title of The Levellers and the English Revolution, the pseudonym of Henry Hollerenshaw and the imprint of the Left Book Club *. Fortunately for Needham, his days of concocting these useful fictions were numbered. In 1941, less than a year after MacBride's death, he got his fellowship and could now be regarded by one and all as a fully paid-up, card-carrying member of the High Science Party. Though it is fascinating to contemplate the very different ways in which Bernal, Haldane, Hogben, Levy, and Needham worked their science and their socialism into their lives, we must not lose sight of their common political role in the 30s. Quite briefly, it was to serve as socialist spokesman for the emergent culture of science. Of course, there were variations in how they interpreted this brief. Some of them concentrated on bringing their message to scientists rather than non-scientists, party workers instead of fellow travelers, and informal seminars as opposed to large rallies. But in all contexts they used their prestige and rhetoric to drive home the point that the advancement of science and socialism mutually presupposed one another. As intellectual advocates they could not have been more effective. All of them undeniably had a way with words. They were also well known and controversial enough to fill a lecture hall, found a journal, broadcast over the BBC, publish a letter in the Times or Nature, and get their books speedily into print. In other words, they belonged to that restricted part of the population who were expected to exercise political and cultural leadership. As such, they were destined to become some of the brightest stars in the left-wing firmament. The man who led the way here, yet again, was Hyman Levy. One reason why Levy became a pioneering spokesman for the scientific left was that, through his involvement with workers' education in the 1920s, he had encountered an extraordinarily energetic biology tutor named Mary Adams. She admired Levy's ability to communicate complex scientific ideas in simple, everyday language. As it happened, Adams was also a producer of wireless talks for the British Broadcasting Corporation. In that capacity she therefore asked him in the autumn of 1930 whether he would like to help plan and execute a series of radio programs on science in a changing world. Naturally he was delighted at the prospect of proselytizing a far larger audience than he had ever reached before. His talks, finally broadcast in the autumn of 1931,8, were apparently judged to be a great success, for he quickly received offers to do 2 more batches of programs. One of these featured a number of interviews between Levy and experts from a variety of different fields, including a skilled manual worker. The purpose of these programs was, in Levy's words, to fashion an approach to an activist as opposed to a contemplative philosophical outlook, consistent with scientific possibilities. 8. Through this web of thought and action, the collective title for these dialogues, Levy was introducing his audience to a Marxist perspective on how people come to know the world. Why the knowledge gained in this manner was used in particular ways was the subject of a further set of broadcasts on scientific research and social needs, in which Levy collaborated with Julian Huxley. Though Levy would find it more difficult in later years to use BBC facilities, he had already created a style of popularization, a vocabulary of politics, and an image of science which presaged and made easier the subsequent efforts of his left-wing colleagues to communicate to the public at large. But on at least 2 counts, Levy was still dissatisfied with these efforts. First, he believed that the impact he made on the wireless would be wasted unless there was a corresponding literature where his listeners could reflect more easily on his ideas. This, too, was an important activity because, as Levy recollected to me in 1968, science was a strange thing to people. It was part of their everyday life, but they didn't know it was science, and to talk about it in terms that were understandable to them was a very difficult thing, because we had to get rid of all the special scientific terms and speak in simple language, in order to get the ideas across. 0.8%. Levy finally got the Rationalist Press Association's publishers, C.A. Watts, to print under Levy's general editorship not only the broadcasts but other books on the social aspects of science as well. The series was dubbed The Library of Science and Culture, and this was its credo. The outstanding feature of the present age is the extent to which the life of man is affected by the remarkable growth of science. Not only has the development of scientific processes had a profound and disturbing effect on social conditions, but the extension of scientific knowledge and the increasing application of the scientific method in all directions have transformed our mental outlook and evoked new conceptions in history, ethics, philosophy, religion, and every phase of culture. The Library of Science and Culture is designed to present to the general reader a picture of the world, both of action and of thought, as science is shaping it. It will reveal how mankind had sought in science the means of satisfying its varied needs, and how, in turn, science is stimulating fresh aspirations, inspiring loftier deeds of progress and awakening hopes of increasing mastery over the destiny of the race. 4. The bracketing of science and culture was itself significant at this time. You've got to remember, Lovey would later emphasize, that the series was produced towards the end of the period when culture was necessarily classical. You weren't a cultured person unless you could read Latin and Greek. Mathematics wasn't culture in any sense at all. But now we were. Passing from one concept of culture to a new outgrowth of culture, a new development of cultural understanding * registered. Lovey recognized, however, that the popularization of this emergent culture of science had to be carried on in more explicitly political contexts and made an organic component of the labor movement's ideology. That meant seizing every opportunity to hector the left in the 30s, much as he had harassed the Labour Party in the 20s. For example, as a communist intellectual, Lovey was able to become one of the Left Book Club's most sought-after speakers. Thus, when his A Philosophy of a Modern Man became an LBC Book of the Month in 1938, Lovey was sent on a lecture tour around the groups to explain his book. He was, in the view of the club's secretary, John Lewis, a brilliant speaker and a considerable wit. He aroused great interest everywhere and people turned to the book with high expectations, which were by no means always satisfied. The book was as tough and recondite as the lectures were racy and delightful. Registered * in his mixture of highly serious writings and down-to-earth lecturing, as well as in his earlier struggles to unionize scientists and work within a political party, Lovey deserves to be remembered as the scientific left's prototypical activist. The others followed, singly and then collectively, and Lovey's contribution began to become eclipsed. The Library of Science and Culture was only a limited success compared with Hogben's primers for an Age of Plenty. After the mammoth sales of his Mathematics for the Million, Hogben wrote the still more widely acclaimed Science for the Citizen of 1938. The subtitles of these books offered a clue as to why they were more popular than Lovey's. For they were self-educators based on the social background of scientific discovery. In other words, Hogben set out to teach his readers some of the techniques and facts of the science whose social history he was narrating. The 647 pages of mathematics aimed to remove the inferiority complex of some of the million or so who have given up hope of learning through the usual channels. 8. While the 1078 pages of science provided the kind of information Hogben thought would be necessary to equip men and women for full citizenship in a scientific age. The utilitarianism of this approach infuriated pure mathematicians like G. H. Hardy *8, but it delighted, if not millions, then at least thousands of non-scientists and made Hogben a small fortune. Behind the format of his primers there was a strong conviction that workers' education had to be rescued from the professional researchers who were taking it over. Indeed, Hogben believed that watered-down versions of academic science were very far removed from his projections of a people's science. As he told a WEA annual conference in the 30s, the adult education movement has no need for biology courses of the kind which exist in the universities. What it needs are courses on malnutrition, public health policy and the revolution of agricultural techniques made possible by present biological discoveries. It has no need for elegant expositions of useless literature. It should further the study of languages as a means to peaceful communication between nations. It has no need for university economics, university sociology, or university political science. It should be its business to organize courses on the changing structure of industrial management, the recruitment of social personnel, the distribution of income, leisure, and educational opportunities, the powers of local government, the new problems of population growth, the social influence of finance capital. Registered degree. What made Hogben's arguments especially persuasive was the popularity of his books, compared with the declining percentage of workers enrolled in WEA classes, only about 6% of which were devoted to science. Registered in any event, the practical orientation of his writings proved to be more attractive to the reading public than the loftier aspirations embedded in Levy's. Meanwhile, Bernal, Haldane and Needham were taking up other aspects of the communications breakthrough pioneered by Levy. It was Bernal's achievement to develop further many of the insights which had first been adumbrated in Levy's earlier broadcasts. When his book The Social Function of Science appeared in 1939, Bernal was widely acknowledged as the scientific left's most penetrating theoretician. Unlike Levy, his favored audience was a more restricted one, whether it was a communist summer school or an informal discussion with like-minded scientific workers. Such small-scale gatherings were also favored by Joseph Needham. Haldane, on the other hand, preferred a grander political role. The larger the lecture hall, the better. He had of course the flamboyant manner, the prestigious family name and his own considerable scientific reputation, all of which could guarantee him a relatively large following. But the essential ingredient that made JBS such a great public success was his ability to talk clearly, directly and 174 the 30s. Wittily on any subject. As a stylist he had no peers among the popularizers of science. His science column for the Daily Worker in the 30s and 40s is still a pleasure to read. Later he would pass on this advice to anyone who intended to write a popular scientific essay. When you have done your article, give it to a friend, if possible a fairly ignorant one. Or put it away for 6 months and see if you still understand it yourself. You will probably find that some of the sentences which seemed simple when you wrote them now appear very involved. Here are some hints on combing them out. Can you get in a full stop instead of a comma or a semicolon? If so, get it in. It gives your reader a chance to draw his breath. Can you use an active verb instead of a passive verb or verbal noun? If so, use it, etc. Point 94. Haldane adhered to these precepts in his public lectures as well as in his writings. They allowed him to cover an immense range of problems in a very short space of time, often with breathtaking results. By demonstrating his mastery of words in a variety of circumstances, JBS undoubtedly became in the 30s the most widely known member of the Visible College. Needless to say, the total literary output of these left-wing scientists was prodigious. Besides their hundreds of experimental papers, they produced at least 30 books on social topics between 1931 and 1945. How many speeches and broadcasts they gave is unclear, but Haldane alone was reputed to have kept to a schedule of about 100 public lectures a year. 92. When they were dissatisfied with the opportunities that already existed for spreading their political message, they simply created new ones. Apart from Hogben's primers and Levy's Library of Science and Culture, they collectively supported the establishment of new periodicals. Thus Hogben, and later Needham, would serve as science editors for the magazine Fact, founded in 1937 by Leonard Barnes and Raymond Postgate. The American Marxian quarterly, Science and Society, numbered among its 7 original foreign editors the names of Bernal, Hogben, Levy, and Needham. This editorial bias towards scientists was also manifested back in Britain when the Modern Quarterly, a heavyweight intellectual journal controlled by the Communist Party, was founded in 1938. Of the 15 people who sat on this magazine's editorial council, 8 were scientists, and they included Bernal, Haldane, Levy, and Needham. So, as advocates and popularizers of scientific socialism, they had no equals on the left. These men accordingly became its chief spokesmen and leading ideologues on all questions connected with science, through their extraordinary production of published and unpublished material. No opportunity or audience would be missed in their double-barreled efforts to enlighten the world about the scientific dimensions of socialism and the social relations of science. To non-scientists in the Communist Party, the Popular Front and the public at large, they would hammer away at the liberating role that science had played in the early days of capitalism and could play again, once it had broken free from its capitalist shackles. These points would be brought home even more forcibly to their fellow scientists, who were told that there was no certain remedy for their profession's present frustrations, no reasonable hope of personal, scientific, or social progress, unless they aligned themselves with the progressive forces of the Popular Front. The extraordinary thing about these appeals was that, unlike in the 1920s, there were now groups of socialists and scientific workers who were ready to heed them. This was partly a tribute to how much the political climate had changed. But it was also a reflection on the efforts of our five central characters that they had got themselves accepted as serious political figures on the left and as highly esteemed colleagues inside their own professional community. For the two forms of legitimation reinforced one another, simultaneously enhancing the intellectual authority and political effectiveness of these left-wing scientific workers. They were real scientists and authentic socialists. With these credentials they became uniquely qualified to define and articulate a socialism that was truly scientific. Chapter 6. Theory. In its endeavor, science is communism. J. D. Bernal, 1939. Apart from their own research, the main intellectual task of our subjects in the 30s was to meld their political and professional commitments into a coherent outlook, that simultaneously drew scientific workers to the left and contributed to the development of a Marxist cultural tradition in Britain. No one defined this job with greater accuracy, or carried it out with more skill, than J. D. Bernal. Thus in 1964, 25 years after the publication of his The Social Function of Science, he could modestly observe that we are no longer concerned, as I was then, merely to vindicate the growth and use of science in modern civilization. Point 2. However, the substance of Bernal's vindication, his detailed presentation of science both as a social institution and as a model socialist enterprise, also represented a novel extension of Marxism. Indeed, Bernal went so far as to assert that science, in all its manifestations, was the chief agent of change in society. Though many latter-day left-wingers would dismiss that proposition as untrue and un-Marxist, it was not widely disputed within the pre-war Popular Front. Nor, given the historical context, can we imagine how a defense of science by socialists could have resulted in anything other than a fairly literal approach to the question of scientific socialism. There were many compelling reasons why science came to be perceived as a powerful force that could not be contained within the social framework of a capitalist society. Well before the onset of the crisis-ridden 1930s, socialists as well as scientists had affirmed that, in an important sense, the laws, methods, and facts of science transcended all national and social limitations. The difference between the two groups was that, according to the left, this socially neutral scientific knowledge could never be fully or humanely used under capitalism. John Strachey, undoubtedly the most widely read radical of the interwar period, ably summed up this tradition when he reminded his followers in 1933 that for the last half-century and more socialists have said with varying degrees of clarity, one thing. They have said that the continued and ever-accelerating growth of technical and scientific knowledge did not in itself, as the liberals supposed, ensure a steadily rising standard of life and civilization for the mass of humanity. They said that, on the contrary, it would cause poverty and chaos instead of peace and plenty. They therefore alleged that, since to check technical and scientific progress was both impracticable and profoundly at variance with the permanent interests of the race, it was becoming urgently necessary to abolish the system of the private ownership of the means of production. In a time of scientific retrogression, the urgency of Strachey's argument could not be ignored. The world slump was destroying the industrial fruits of progressive science. In Britain it became more difficult for scientific workers to devote their lives to research. Across the Channel the Nazis appeared to be launching a frontal attack against scientific rationality itself. Meanwhile, as the socialists' old prediction of a growing incompatibility between science and capitalism was being confirmed, no effort was spared in demonstrating that there would be no such conflict in a socialist society. On the one hand, the left did point with pride to the material and ideological support which scientists in the USSR enjoyed. Sidney and Beatrice Webb, in particular, rejoiced in their discovery that, unlike the groups of landed proprietors, lawyers, merchants, bureaucrats, soldiers, and journalists in command of most other states, the administrators in the Moscow Kremlin genuinely believe in their professed faith, and their professed faith is in science. But British socialists could also boast of their own efforts to make the Popular Front into, among other things, a platform for the defense of scientific progress. A young communist, writing in 1939, indicated how much importance was then attached to this strategy. The new approach implied a patient effort to discover those issues which are capable of stirring all honest intellectuals, whatever their philosophical, religious, or political outlook, into action. These issues proved to be the affirmation that science exists for the furtherance and not for the destruction of human welfare, that man was not made for the machine, but the machine for man, the claim that art and science are worth preserving from fascist savagery and the Holocaust of war, the realization that, in a world writhing in agony along the blood trail of fascist aggression, all who have the cause of humanity at heart must unite to preserve our heritage. Registered here was an apt, if overwrought, restatement of the thesis that the pursuit of science not only stood above the class war but was actually opposed, in the long run, to the preservation of any class-based society as well. This theme, that it was the advancement of science, not the actions of the working class, which was bringing about the downfall of capitalism, became a significant one in any country where the Communist Party was allowed to operate in the 30s. Nevertheless, no left-wing movement ever became quite so obsessional about the scientific road to socialism as the one in Britain. That difference in degree was mainly due to the very grave defeat which the British Labour movement had so recently suffered in the general strike. By comparison with the French proletariat's political élan and the dramatic organizational gains of trade unionists in the United States, workers in the UK were neither economically nor politically militant. Hence the class struggle was more often than not a submerged feature of the 30s crisis of British capitalism. What was demonstrably playing havoc with the existing social order was its inability to stage an economic recovery through an effective utilization of the power and instruments of science. While the French and American bourgeoisies were faced with similar problems, they were at least historically allied to a dominant culture that esteemed scientific and technological pursuits. Such was not the case with the British ruling class, which remained wedded to cultural forms that were aristocratic in origin and often hostile to anything that smacked of industrialism, science included. Registered so, despite the scientific devotion of monopoly capitalists such as Lord Melchett of Imperial Chemical Industries, Ltd., science still retained a somewhat disreputable aura. It could accordingly be used much more easily by British left-wingers than by their counterparts in France and the USA as their own distinctive cultural symbol. Yet not even the CPGB could fully realize what a powerful weapon it now possessed until the social function of science had appeared. Indeed, Bernal's greatest political achievement was to show his comrades how the socialist transformation of Britain had become a scientific necessity and virtually an historical inevitability. In view of the range, depth, and importance of his writings, we shall therefore devote the major portion of this chapter to Bernal's social thought. As an introduction to Bernalism, we can consider the different ways in which Soviet Marxism, the most important intellectual tendency within the Popular Front, influenced the scientific left's leading ideologues. After examining Bernal's views of science, capitalism, and socialism, we may then consider the reservations which Hogben and Needham had about these ideas. Finally, we shall need to remind ourselves of some developments in the USSR that, even in the 30s, were already running counter to Bernal's expectations. 1. The science of Marxism. The widespread dissemination of Soviet Marxism greatly enhanced the British left's already high estimation of science's progressive role in history. 4. The scientific attitude was itself deeply rooted in the world outlook of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. The C.P.S.U.S. doctrine was called dialectical materialism, and it consisted of an interpretation of natural as well as human history. What linked these two phenomena together was that, supposedly, both moved in accordance with the same dialectical laws. The party was of course the custodian of those laws and the guarantor of their correct application to social practice. Actually, the communist leadership appeared in this respect to operate more like a scientific than a political elite. Nor was this surprising, in view of its close involvement not only with the planning of science in the USSR but with the integration of scientific knowledge into its own worldview as well. An important consequence of the Bolsheviks' ideas and circumstances was that, with some notable exceptions, they, too, revered modern science as a revolutionary force under capitalism, and as an essential ally in their bid to build socialism in one country. Naturally there were, in theory, other versions of Marxism besides the Soviet model. But they were not readily available to British Marxists in the 1930s. The writings of continental Marxists who criticized the Bolshevik Party for its overvaluation of science, its scientism were either unpublished or untranslated, as were the most explicitly humanist works of the young Marx. At least Leon Trotsky's critique of Stalin's regime could be explored. Yet its influence was as minimal as the small number of Trotskyists in Britain at this time might have indicated. 12 This meant that the left's sole remaining ideological resources were the local adaptations of Marxism which had been made by earlier generations of socialists here. Yet the revolutionary followers of William Morris and the pre-1914 syndicalists had long since given way to the authority and discipline of the Communist Party of Great Britain. 1 Consequently, the CPGB was able to select the texts and interpretations which together would constitute the authorized version of Marxism. Besides such standard volumes as Capital, the Communist Manifesto and State and Revolution, the party distributed in 1937 a handbook of Marxism and other guides to the new orthodoxy. Among the books that were especially recommended to those who wished to unravel the mysteries of dialectical materialism were Lenin's Materialism and Empirio-Criticism and Engels' Anti-Diering. Later they were supplemented by Stalin's own pronouncements and the first English translation of Engels' The Dialectics of Nature, not to mention Hyman Levy's A Philosophy for a Modern Man. Such was the literature which introduced British socialists to a new worldview and led them to equate Marxism with Soviet-style diamat. The concept of science occupies a pivotal position in orthodox textbooks of dialectical materialism from this period, because persons, and even social classes, do not. To the Soviet dialectician this assertion represents a monstrous parody. Therefore his interest in this idea is to explain how it arose. Our interest in his explanation is that it may help us to understand how his philosophy works. 1. My idea runs counter to Soviet Marxism. 2. That idea belongs to an ideological superstructure that helps to preserve the power of the ruling class. 3. That ideological superstructure, in turn, reflects the needs of the economic base, which comprises the class system and the production system. 4. The economic base, however, is socially unstable, because changes in the production system are undermining the class system. 5. The production system is changing, because new technologies have brought about changes in the division of labor, the efficiency of firms, etc. 6. The new technologies have arisen through the application of science. 7. Though science is closely wedded to production, its advancement has come through its willingness to follow and discover the laws of nature. 8. But what is nature, if not a series of complex aggregations of matter in motion? 9. The achievement of Marxism-Leninism has been to unravel the general laws of motion which underlie all natural, social, and human phenomena. 10. These laws are dialectical in character, and they include the law of the transformation of quantity into quality, the law of the interpenetration of opposites, and the law of the negation of the negation. 11. Hence any attacks on dialectical materialism are an affront to scientific rationality and the laws of nature, as well as of the Soviet Union. As such they are irrational and presumed therefore, to be ideologically inspired. Many Soviet proponents of dialectical materialism were then quite fond of this type of reasoning. Ideas often became mere reflections of class interests. Technological changes were seen to determine the course of social development. Perhaps most seriously of all, the general laws of motion tended to replace the self-emancipation of the working class as the prime mover behind the eventual and inevitable triumph of socialism. In this philosophical universe, the closer one got to nature and production, the more one's ideas would evolve in a scientific and Marxist direction. Even the metaphors betrayed how deeply implicated the dialectical materialists were in their defense of the natural sciences. As we might have expected, Soviet Marxism's emphasis on scientific necessity made good sense in the Soviet Union. On the one hand, it bolstered the Bolsheviks' future-directed faith that the forces of natural as well as human history really were on their side. On the other, it focused attention upon the scientific and industrial prerequisites which this underdeveloped country had to fulfill, if its revolution were going to survive in an openly hostile world. As Stalin declared only 6 months before Bukharin's delegation flew off to London, in 10 years at most we must cover the distance which separates us from the advanced countries of capitalism. How could this awesome task be accomplished? Stalin answered. The Bolsheviks must master technology. It is time for the Bolsheviks themselves to become specialists, for during the period of reconstruction technique decides everything. 1 * By technique he meant preeminently the science and technology of Western capitalism. But the Soviet dictator was interested in scientific knowledge as a means of advancing the party's ideological hegemony as well as the USSR's economic development. This attempted integration of the natural sciences with the science of Marxism had the effect of bestowing upon the C.P.S.U.S. Central Committee the power to define the scientific limits of natural and social reality. In the pursuit of that objective it was, as one British communist put it in 1930, about as dogmatic as a group of biologists charged with overhauling the educational system of a fundamentalist Middle West community in the United States. 15 This was the political background to the Soviets' tremendous interest in the philosophy and practices of theoretical science. Hence it was no accident that an American historian would one day discover that dialectical materialism, as a systematic interpretation of nature, was the most original creation of Soviet Marxism in this period. 1 Registered Nevertheless, this chorus of praise for science did not prevent the regime from closely overseeing the activities of its scientific workers, most of whom were still bourgeois specialists. As long as Soviet researchers were led by these potentially untrustworthy elements, Stalin would refuse to declare officially that their research had become an ideologically neutral force of production. Yet in practice that was how their work was normally treated. And that was as it should have been, because no worldview could have been more heavily underpinned by the theories, methods, findings, and applications of science than dialectical materialism. While the CPSU had no difficulty in exporting Diamat to its British comrades, it could hardly expect them to recreate the social context which supported this formidable philosophical system. Shorn of its Soviet trappings, we must admit that dialectical materialism did display the kind of objectivity, austerity, and lawfulness that we normally associate with a piece of hard science. Yet deprived of its specific social function, the ideological prop of Stalin's absolutist rule, this world outlook quickly broke down into its many component parts. The most important of these was historical materialism, which consisted in the main of Marx's ode. Account of the social processes that had given rise to international capitalism. As for the science of the general laws of motion, or the dialectics of nature, or Marxist biology, they were initially seen to be peripheral, possibly bogus aspects of Soviet philosophy. Certainly that was Hyman Levy's immediate reaction. In 1933 he remarked that the almost medieval language in which references to the laws are phrased is itself repellent to the scientific man. He finds it difficult to believe that generalities of this nature can really mean much in practice, especially when compared with the carefully detailed phraseology of his own scientific findings. 17 Such a response infuriated party philosophers like Clemens Dude, who lamented in the same year that the bulk of scientific workers in England, even among those who are inclined to support Marxism as a scientific reading of social developments, are profoundly unacquainted with dialectical materialism. What alarmed Dude here was that, in his view and that of his Soviet mentors, historical materialism had no scientific basis without the dialectical system, which dealt with both the content and form of the laws relating to physical nature, history, and thinking. 18 By the end of the 30s our subjects had partially mended their undialectical ways. Haldane was now able to show how easily the recent findings of physics, chemistry, and biology could be expressed in the new Soviet idiom. 1 Registered Needham had in the meantime been drawn to the dialectics of nature, which, like his own philosophy of organizational levels, was predicated on the existence of evolutionary forces that were inexorably bringing about world socialism. 2 Levy made a remarkable volte-face by becoming the scientific left's most assiduous popularizer of the dialectical method of thinking, both in science and in everyday life. 2 Yet, as we might have expected, it was Bernal who first affirmed his allegiance to Soviet Marxism, with the striking assertion in 1934 that dialectical materialism is the most powerful factor in the thought and action of the present day. Even its most bitter enemies are forced to recognize its analysis and ape its methods. Whether Bernal's nostrum applied to other opponents of Soviet thought, it certainly did not inhibit Lancelot Hogben's unrepentant hostility to dialectical materialism. In his book of Dangerous Thoughts Hogben amplified his earlier dismissal of all this obscurantist rubbish. The inner necessity of the dialectic, which supposedly guarantees the overthrow of the employing class, rests on the identification of history with the reasoning process, as a corollary of the belief that ultimate reality is mental. In other words, the dialectic is a purely idealistic device which has no special relevance to any creed, which is essentially behavioristic, as are the views which Marx sets forth in his notes on Feuerbach. Hence dialectical materialism is a confusion of terms. 4. Clemens Dude retorted that Hogben's materialism was naive and vulgar. 25 Otherwise Dude ought to have been well pleased with the progress made by his scientific confederates. At the same time we must admit that the leading ideologues of the scientific left had in no way made their science and politics dependent upon their belief in dialectical materialism. The bulk of their Marxist studies were still concerned with the historical and, more particularly, the contemporary aspects of the social relations of science. It was also apparent that, aside from occasional ventures on the part of Bernal, Haldane, and Needham into theoretical biology, their excursions into dialectics remained external to their mainline scientific researches. They were reluctant to go further, partly because, as mature scientists, their investigations were already enmeshed in a web of fully tested methods, techniques, and assumptions. Hence even Bernal was prepared to concede that the essential task of any comprehensive understanding of the universe is not to build up an abstract system of connections and deductions in which experience will fit, but to use experience in its already most highly organized state of scientific knowledge, where it exists, to suggest its own form of interconnections and developments. The game must come before the rules and not the rules before the game. However much Bernal's rules/game distinction begged the very questions which dialectical materialism had been supposed to answer, it testified to the weight of the scientific givens in his life. Indeed, he and his associates believed not only in the relative autonomy of science but also in the possibility that dialectical materialism could be, in Bernal's words, derived from science. 2 Joseph Needham agreed, when he described Marxism as the quintessence of the scientific method itself. 22 Whether it was kosher in a Marxist sense to make dialectics dependent upon science, it was logically consistent with the exalted political and ideological roles which Soviet Marxists had assigned to scientific knowledge. Was orthodoxy thereby being transformed into a scientistic heresy? That was not the way it appeared to Bernal, for one, in the 1930s. He prided himself on his understanding of and allegiance to orthodox Marxism, and he was absolutely convinced that the Soviet worldview had both confirmed and illuminated his belief in science as the most powerful and progressive force in human history. On the basis of his scientific and socialist convictions, Bernal was accordingly able to construct an intellectual framework that was as arresting as it was influential. To Bernalism, the central purpose behind all of Bernal's writings is to show that only in socialist society can science take its rightful place as the chief servant of human liberation. To bolster this argument, Bernal regularly relies upon his considerable ability to speculate concretely and persuasively about the future. Once he has sketched out how good things could be, his next move is to show how the structural limitations of capitalism as a social system prevent it from using science effectively and humanely. Obviously, Bernal would like to see those constraints removed, but the great question is how. Here his imagination fails him. Yet he is quite certain that the transformation he seeks will take place. His faith apparently derives from the irreversible historical tendencies which he has detected in the course of his many examinations of the social relations of science. Of these forces, the most important by far is science itself, the prototype of all human action, not least the organizational forms of a socialist world order. Hence, if we are to understand Bernal's socialism, we must first come to terms with what he takes to be science. His definition of science is exceedingly broad, ultimately asocial, and highly reified. For a start, Bernal uses the term to connote and relate a series of connected, albeit distinct activities. The usage is implicitly followed in the social function of science, to the great annoyance of some reviewers. But in his later work, Science in History, Bernal openly avows and justifies this practice. There he remarks that science is, variously, an institution, a method, a cumulative tradition of knowledge, a major factor in the maintenance and development of production, and one of the most powerful influences molding beliefs and attitudes to the universe and man. Point 2. Registered with that range of practices in mind, it is inescapably the case that science has social relations, and that these will vary over time and between different modes of production. In a capitalist society, for example, it is the dominant class which, in the final analysis, decides the direction, pace, amount, and applications of basic research. Point 3. Registered. Moreover, Bernal continues, capitalism's rulers can also use their control of the educational system to pre-select the kind of people they wish to see operating inside the scientific community. He finally concedes that the philosophical and political interpretations usually placed on scientific theories are simply elaborate forms of bourgeois ideology*. In all these senses we can speak of capitalist science. But Bernal also recognized that, for many workers in 20th century Britain, science as such must now appear to be indistinguishable from capitalism. At no time was his recognition of this view sharper than after the first explosion of a nuclear device in 1945. The identification of science with the governing and exploiting classes has from the earliest times of class division engendered a deep suspicion of science. In the minds of the peasants and, to a lesser degree, of the working classes. In the Middle Ages science existed only on sufferance, and, even after its rebirth, the same popular reaction was to be seen in the machine wreckers of the Industrial Revolution. Today we can still see it in the reactions to the latest triumph of science, the atomic bomb. The combined effects of the contempt and ignorance of the learned, and of the suspicion and resentment of the lower orders, has been through the whole course of civilization a major hindrance to the free advance of science. Has replaced an unwilling and grudging cooperation for the free and active exchange of practical and theoretical knowledge that can, as experience in socialist countries is now beginning to show, greatly increase the rate of technical and scientific advance. %. Here Bernal is both asserting and denying the class character of science. On the one hand, he seems to be saying that the machine wreckers and their successors were correct in their perceptions of scientific technologies as capitalist tools of social domination. On the other hand, such opposition has had the effect of hindering the free advance of science, a process whose essentially classless and non-oppressive nature can only be revealed in a socialist setting. So Bernal apparently does believe that science, here defined as the free and active exchange of practical and theoretical knowledge, both transcends particular societies and is neutral with respect to social values. Science can thus be a class or classless activity, depending on whether it is practiced under capitalism or socialism. The way is now clear for the treatment of science as a quasi-human entity endowed with extraordinary capacities. Thus, science, conscious of its purpose, can in the long run become a major force in social change. Because of the powers which it holds in reserve, it can ultimately dominate the other forces. $4 on first reading those sentences make no sense. Something called science can no more be conscious of its purpose than a cabbage. Only human beings possess that attribute. But the substitution of scientists for science would imply the possibility that they can seize power from the ruling class. The absurdity of such a notion, save in science fiction, is quite apparent to Bernal, though his earlier The World, the Flesh, and the Devil had suffered from such scientific megalomania. Are we therefore simply confronted with a stylistic lapse, or a convenient figure of speech? Unfortunately we are not, or rather Bernal's language expresses quite well his belief that there is a being and not merely a tradition called science, and it is the prime mover of human history. Here then is a fuller version of his main thesis. We have spoken of science in its application both to the satisfaction of human needs and to the processes of productive industry. So far science comes in, only as a means of satisfying desires in which science itself takes no part. Science appears as a slave to social forces foreign to itself, it appears as an external and uncomprehended force, useful but dangerous, holding a position in society like that of a captive workman at the court of some savage monarch. To a large extent this does represent the position of science in modern capitalist society, but if this were all, we should have little to hope for either from science or from society. Fortunately science has a third and more important function. It is the chief agent of change in society, at first, unconsciously as technical change, paving the way to economic and social changes, and latterly, as a more conscious and direct motive for social change itself. 5. This credo becomes more intelligible if we recall how Bernal defines science. While he insinuates it deeply into the cultural and productive systems of humankind, he simultaneously removes science from any particular historical context. He thereby preserves its detachment from the specific and diverse forms which our understandings of nature have taken over the centuries. The power of this vision lies in its presentation of an almost redemptive force that is slowly but surely leading men and women from one social order into another. However, its strength is also its weakness. For the logic of Bernal's system impels him to attribute to science, say, the atomic bomb, what others would assign to the actions of specific social groups. In other words, at the heart of his dialectical materialism we find a purely idealistic conception of science. That is why Bernal's Marxism, like that of his Soviet counterparts, is always in danger of becoming history with the people, i.e. social classes left out. If we accept Bernal's comprehensive, almost cosmic definition of science, then we must also follow his ideological lead. As he rightly observes, any widespread appreciation of the results of science, of the possibilities that it offers to humanity, or of its methods of criticism, cannot fail to have large social and political implications. Indeed, an important measure of social progress is the degree to which scientific workers are free to pursue their investigations. But for Bernal, scientific freedom does not merely mean the absence of prohibitions on this or that research or theory. The full freedom of science goes much further. It is useless to permit a research if at the same time the funds to carry on that research are unprocurable. But even if means are provided, science is yet not fully free. The complete circle of scientific activity is only closed when that discovery is fully incorporated, both as an idea and as a practicable application, in contemporary society. Bernal concludes that the freedom of science needs to be considered in its modern aspect as freedom to act and not merely to think. 38 In an ideal state, scientific change would encounter little or no social friction. Yet to reach that state of perfection, society itself would have to be remodeled along scientific lines. That in fact is the visionary punchline to be found on the final page of The Social Function of Science. In the practice of science we have the prototype for all human common action. In its endeavor, science is communism. In science men have learned consciously to subordinate themselves to a common purpose without losing the individuality of their achievements. In this willing collaboration can each man find his goal. Facts cannot be forced to our desires, and freedom comes by admitting this necessity and not by pretending to ignore it. 3°*. By this stage we should realize that Bernal's analysis of the social relations of science represents nothing less than an attempt to fashion a new philosophical and historical outlook, which he hopes will serve to integrate human society as effectively as but more intelligently and flexibly than did the religions of past ages. 4°. Some commentators have dubbed this creed scientific humanism. I should prefer to call it Bernalism. Whatever its designation, it is the scientific worldview that allows Bernal and his cohorts to mount a comprehensive attack upon the capitalist institutions of their day. Bernal's indictment of capitalism rests upon the following paradox. Many would agree that, especially in a time of widespread unemployment and privation, our primary social aim must be the establishment of a working productive organization consciously directed to the satisfaction of human needs*. If this endeavor ever materializes, then it will be thanks in no small measure to the collective efforts of natural scientists. For it already lies within the immediate capacity of physical science to solve completely the material problems of human existence. Yet, Bernal observes, this often repeated statement carries no conviction or satisfaction. Most people feel by actual experience that physical science will not be applied in this way, and, even if it were, the result would not be a real improvement of human welfare. The best application of science is conceived of as producing such a fatuous and stultifying paradise as Huxley's Brave New World, at worst, a super-efficient machine for mutual destruction with men living underground and only coming up in gas masks. 4. So many distrust and fear science, even though it alone can deliver them from the material circumstances which most directly deform their lives. To Bernal this disturbing contradiction arises out of the inability of the ruling class to apply scientific knowledge fully, effectively, and humanely. Rather than admit that inefficiency and inhumanity are inescapable components of a profit-oriented production system, the bourgeoisie encourages the belief that it is science which is responsible for these evils. Obviously this pose not only shields the capitalists from their would-be critics but, in a social crisis, endangers the scientific enterprise as well. On behalf of his profession and his politics, Bernal must therefore persuade the people, scientists included, who their real oppressors are. In the context of British capitalism in the 1930s, it is easy to see how the efforts of all scientific workers are both wasted and restricted. Science, according to Bernal, has already been transformed into an industry supported by large industrial monopolies and by the state. 48 Yet the cult of science's purity flourishes as never before. What helps to nourish this illusion is that, in Britain at least, industrialized science is undercapitalized and poorly managed. Only 0.1% of the gross national product is devoted to scientific research and development for registered, but not only is the amount of money available for scientific investigations ludicrously small, but also the greater proportion of what is spent is wasted on account of internal inefficiency and lack of coordination registered, hence funds are poorly distributed. In industry small firms do not have the capital, while monopolistic enterprises, in Bernal's view, lack the incentive to extend the writ of science in production. 4. At the universities, financial support for long-term investigation is wildly sporadic and biased in favor of the physical over the biological sciences. 48 All of these distortions point to a common pattern of mismanagement. Perhaps this is to be expected of civil servants and industrialists who are commonly unversed in scientific matters. Their ignorance, combined with their mania for shrouding all types of researches in secrecy, effectively stymie all attempts to coordinate and apply science more effectively. Registered Bernal is, if anything, even more critical of senior academics, who are the self-appointed managers of high science. Indeed, so removed is this gerontocracy from the frontiers both of pure and applied work, that it constitutes the greatest factor in holding up the advance of science. Whether that is the case or not, we cannot deny that today the morale of all scientific workers, whatever their institutional location, is as low as their pay and their status. However, the key to the solution of all these problems is currently in the hands of the ruling class. Science will only be supported when those who control production wish to expand it. They cannot do so at the moment because, if they did, still more millions of people would be thrown out of work. Consequently, science is now relatively starved, unapplied and pure. Yet this enforced retreat of academic scientists into the cleaner atmosphere of abstract theory may not prove to be an adequate refuge for long registered. For example, a bourgeoisie that lost the ability both to use science and to rule in the old way might encourage the public to revolt against scientific rationality itself. That is how Bernal accounts for the rise of fascism in Germany. Whatever the cause, it is quite self-evident that, once in power, the Nazis have quite consciously set out to attack international science, in the name of their half-baked, mystical, and irrational ideology. They have concocted the disciplines of Nordic biology and Aryan physics, in order to justify their racist outrages against the German Jewish community, including of course a number of distinguished scientists led by Albert Einstein. Meanwhile, the quantity and quality of pure research practiced under the Nazi regime has declined. What scientific investigations are tolerated seem to be bent toward predominantly military ends. That of course is an ominous sign, which would suggest that other European scientific communities are no longer immune from Hitler's attack upon science. Already in Britain, Oswald Mosley's fascists are using eugenic and other pseudo-scientific arguments to whip up anti-Semitic feelings. Though not strong at the moment, British fascism is poised to advance should the economic crisis worsen. The more immediate threat to science and democracy here, however, still emanates from Germany. For the Nazis, militarism and nationalism, unchecked by any rational or humane considerations, are bound to lead them into war. That is why, in September 1938, Bernal is convinced that science itself, for the first time since the Renaissance, seems in danger registered. For indeed simply the menace of fascism is at this moment transforming British science, in the form of its increasing militarization. Between 1933 and 1937 expenditure on defense research rose by 50% registered degree. A year later Bernal is able to estimate that, conservatively, between 1/3 and 1/2 of the money spent on scientific research in Britain is spent directly or indirectly on war research. And this in peacetime. 5 registered. While this support helps to fatten up the body scientific, it nonetheless serves to weaken Bernal's profession. Once again science becomes identified with the destructive tendencies of capitalism. The secrecy of military research leads not only to a further breakdown in science's internationalism but to a decided curtailment of many scientists' civil liberties. To make matters worse, it is not even clear whether Britain's armed services will ever be deployed, in Bernal's oblique phrase, on behalf of the principles of democracy and civilization. 5 By which he means in defense of Britain and the US.S.R. against the fascist powers. The one positive feature of science's assimilation into the war machine is that, more than anything else, it has made scientists look beyond the field of their own inquiries to the social uses to which their discoveries are put. Registered 8 The limitations of the retreat into pure science have at last been discovered. Perhaps researchers will now begin to appreciate that the frustration of their science is, as Bernal claims, an inescapable feature of the capitalist mode of production. That argument is enormously strengthened when one considers the very different fate of science under socialism. For the cornerstone of the Marxist state, Bernal assures us, is the utilization of human knowledge, science, and technique, directly for human welfare. Registered. Let us rely here, as Bernal himself does in the social function of science, registered degree, on the observations of Martin Ruhrmann, a physicist who had actually worked at a Russian research institute in the 1930s. 6 Ruhrmann notes that both ideology and necessity have led the Communist Party of the Soviet Union to push the scientific method into all spheres of social life. The most fundamental concept in the Soviet world outlook is that the arrangements which people make among themselves for producing the necessities of life depend on the extent to which the inhabitants have made nature serve their needs. To a people with such a philosophy, scientific research, that is, the process of mastering nature's laws, must acquire particular significance, since its results are considered to determine the whole structure of society. That the specific needs of the Soviet people, and their position in relation to the rest of the world, literally force this outlook upon them, can only enhance its effect, and explain the constant attention paid to scientific research by the Soviet authorities. Point 6*. Besides confirming our earlier judgments about the scientism inherent in Soviet diemat, Ruhrmann is able to demonstrate how and to what extent the scientific attitude has entered into the lives of the Russian people. His favorite example of a people's science is Stakhanovism. Named after a coal miner in the Donets Basin, the Stakhanovites are celebrated in the USSR for their efforts to boost production. Most of their improvement came through their own rediscovery of piece-rate methods of work. 7. Which had the effect of putting them into competition with each other for a larger wage packet and of breaking down a complex job into a series of simple, monotonous tasks. Such techniques are also well known to workers in a capitalist society. The difference is that here piece rates and other forms of speed up have to be imposed in the form of scientific management, whereas in Russia they can be introduced as the invention of, literally, scientific workers. Of the many conclusions that might be drawn from this contrast, these are the ones selected by Ruhrmann. It is nowhere contended that these Stakhanovites are particularly clever, and probably their results might have been attained by any normally intelligent person giving his mind to the question. The point is that the kind of reasoning applied by Stakhanov and his followers is in no way different from the reasoning of a scientist confronted by a problem in his own sphere. To be a Stakhanovite requires not so much cleverness or even an undue stock of intelligence. What it does require is just the scientific outlook of which we have been speaking. The fact that many thousands of persons are beginning to share this outlook is a momentous fact in Soviet history. Not only does it bear out Marxist theory and justify the government policy, but it enables things to be done from below which could never have been done from above. In this context, the repeated stress on intelligence is rather jarring, as is the implicit suggestion that the regimentation of working life is a direct consequence of applying the scientific method to problems of production. Yet Ruhrmann unflinchingly makes that connection. So, too, does Bernal. Russian workers are encouraged in every way to assist actively in the application of science to industry. In the Soviet Union, the Great Stakhanov movement is an impressive proof of the possibility of workers themselves taking a leading part in transforming the processes of industry. Registered for the essential background to this development is a state that stresses the supreme role of science in all spheres of social life. Such wholehearted commitment is bound to be reflected in the lives of Soviet scientists. Because their work is identified with the liberation rather than the oppression of the people, the morale of professional researchers is correspondingly much higher. They are esteemed figures in Soviet popular culture and important advisors to the state planning authorities. Given the low level of scientific achievement in pre-revolutionary Russia, it is not surprising that the quality and quantity of research there does not yet exceed that done in Britain. But the Soviets have already established the precondition for a scientific revolution that will exceed in size and comprehensiveness all previous leaps forward in the history of science. For a start, the USSR spends proportionately 10 times as much as the UK on all aspects of research and development. Moreover, this expenditure is not dissipated in the form of periodic restrictions on funds, gross mismanagement, and poor coordination between different sectors of the scientific-industrial complex. For the common ownership of the means of production in the Soviet Union allows the state to engage in long-range economic planning. In these conditions, it is also possible, in close consultation with the scientific community, to plan the advancement of science itself. However, the conscious integration of scientific workers into the vaunted 5-year plans means that Soviet scientists can enjoy greater freedom than their counterparts in the West. Not only is there widespread recognition of the need for unfettered basic research, but scientific investigators can be confident that their ideas will be fully incorporated into production and culture as well. Compared to that picture, the consolations of pure science strike Bernal as mean, in both senses of the term. At last we can appreciate the breadth and power of Bernal's critique of capitalist society. Clearly he has offered many good reasons why the present economic system and the advance of science cannot for much longer go on together. Either science will be stifled and the system itself go down in war and barbarism, or the system will have to be changed to let science get on with its job. Registered asterisk. Though both of these contingencies are possible, Bernal believes that, on balance, the hour of the socialist transformation first predicted by Marx is fast approaching asterisk. Nevertheless he cautions the left against any overly optimistic reading of history. Capitalism, which had originally made science possible, is in a dying but dangerous state. It would be wrong to think that the ruling class will be overthrown simply because science makes capitalism superfluous. 8 In other words, science can only bring the people to the brink of a revolution, it is they who must finally initiate it. As Bernal almost grudgingly concedes, the events of the future do not come to men as blind fate, but partly, ever so little, as the result of their own efforts. How the transition to socialism is to be made is nowhere clearly stated in any of Bernal's writings. He is confident that this change will be achieved through the guidance of the Communist Party, whose revolutionary leaders represent most completely and consciously the social forces actuating the great mass of their followers. Why should the party be allowed to exercise this degree of hegemony over the revolutionary movement? Bernal replies, because its leadership has been and will continue to be drawn from the ranks of those who can see the wider possibilities. Through the discipline of science, natural and dialectical, philosophy can therefore analyze, plan and act for humanity as a whole. This formulation, while it prefigures the role Bernal will allot to the intelligentsia of a socialist society, still does not tell us how the revolution will be carried out. All he will concede is that changing societies are full of violence and apparent cruelty, the cruelty that unhesitatingly sweeps aside all the sentiments of people who for one reason or another cannot adapt themselves to the rate of change. Since Bernal is already persuaded that, in the absence of a proletarian revolution, such cruelty is likely to visit the working class in the form of fascism, he has no hesitation in opting for the socialist alternative. For in a general crisis of capitalism there is ultimately no middle way between fascist and socialist dictatorships, between a production system that serves a tiny minority and one that works on behalf of all the people. The superficiality of the similarities between fascism and socialism immediately becomes apparent when we examine Bernal's vision of the social relations of science in a post-revolutionary society. The first priority of any socialist regime must be to establish an optimal biological and social environment for all its citizens. Everyone will therefore have the right and duty to work for their own and the common good. Since the part that people play in the productive mechanism will for a long time determine the quality of their social relations, the moral authority of the new order will necessarily be founded on cooperative values. The central demand of the new morality is that we should work our best with our fellows for a common purpose. This implies many demands both on the individual and on society that were never made before. It demands goodwill and cooperation, it demands intelligence and initiative, it demands unlimited responsibility for every action. These are not separate demands but linked closely with each other. The new society is not a society of instinctive robots like those of bees and ants, it is one of conscious and diverse human beings. It is not one ruled by a Führerprinzip, in which each man is only responsible for carrying out the demands imposed on him by his superior. It is up to everyone to find his place and to do his best in it, not for himself but for the society of his fellows. 74. This means that men and women are free to take up any position that suits their fully developed talents and fulfills a socially useful purpose. The fraternity gained from the realization of an efficient system of production thus becomes, in the eyes of society, the source of equality between all of its members. True liberty flows from the recognition of social and natural necessity. At this juncture we perceive that from each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs is a maxim affirmed by Bernal not as an ideal but as the only way in which a productive mechanism will ever work satisfactorily. 7 out of that experience, or so Bernal believes, will come an enlargement of individual responsibility, as well as an enhancement of social solidarity. A new religion built on collective pride and scientific knowledge might even be possible, one which fostered a deep sense of community and human brotherhood. Already the importance of science in Bernal's severely practical utopia is quite striking. Furthermore, as a result of recent developments in the social relations of science, Bernal can now envisage how scientific knowledge can be more effectively placed at the service of society. For in a Marxist state these investigations can be planned. Science's main social function will be to supply answers on the basis of controlled experiment and statistical results to all problems of production, agriculture, health, and strategy. In the context of a society so committed to the promotion of productive efficiency, the role of basic research in providing the knowledge for new technologies will obviously be an important one. Indeed, Bernal looks forward to the creation of a science of science which can enhance the creativity of the theoreticians. What is needed is a more thorough analysis of those characters in scientific work that make for initiative in discovery and theory, and for critical thoroughness in the establishment of facts. It has already been found in practice that it is possible to retain these characters, combined with extensive organization, as long as the scientists are given responsibility and allowed to arrange their own work. 78. Bernal's awareness that the fate of science depends upon the preservation of liberty registered is so great that he feels obliged to grant scientific workers an unusual measure of autonomy within the limits of the 5-year plan. As in the Soviet Union, it will be basic researchers who are made responsible for overseeing a vast network of technical institutes, industrial laboratories and agricultural field stations. In consultation with the state, they will determine what fundamental investigations ought to be undertaken. How much such research will cost is a matter that will be left to the discretion of the academicians themselves. 8 One final guarantee of scientific independence is that an individual scientist should be allowed some time to pursue his/her own private investigation, even if that effort is not directly essential to the immediate goals of his/her lab. Once those conditions have been satisfied, science will most certainly take on the reified supersocial status that Bernal has always ascribed to it. Science so organized can now assume its rightful place in a socialist society as the chief source of technological and cultural transformation. Under the guidance of a master plan, scientists will direct their attention, on the one hand, to anomalies in basic theories, previously neglected areas of research, and new fields where rapid progress is likely. On the other, they will be sensitive to those discoveries in physics, chemistry, and biology which can be exploited for human benefit. In 1939 Bernal mentions such possibilities as full automation, cybernetics, nuclear energy, plastics and qualitative population control. Prospects for the more distant future should include disposable clothing, the gradual replacement of traditional food sources by plankton, algae, and similarly ubiquitous substances on land and sea, and, quite certainly, the totally enclosed, spacious air-conditioned town. 8. But all such progress will be either futile or unlikely unless the cultural context offered by society is itself transformed along scientific lines. The outlook and knowledge of science, the ultimate ground of our freedom through their definition of natural and social necessity, must suffuse our educational and political institutions. Of critical importance is a revaluation of school curricula such that scientific subjects will not only encompass historical, literary, and visual dimensions but become integral to the understanding of the arts as well. 4 Finally, the dialectically conceived social sciences and the conduct of socialist politics will both have to be placed on a sound experimental basis. Then and only then will the full implications of the scientific worldview be realized. Science implies a unified and coordinated and, above all, conscious control of the whole of social life. It abolishes or provides the possibility of abolishing the dependence of man on the material world. Henceforth society is subject to the limitations it imposes on itself. there is no reason to doubt that this possibility will be grasped. The mere knowledge of its existence is enough to drive man on until he has achieved it. The socialized, integrated scientific world organization is coming *registered yet, Bernal emphasizes, his utopia will not be a happy ecstatic state but the basis for further struggles and further conquests. Under anti-scientific capitalism we are confronted with the destructive contradictions of a class society. The adventure and promise of scientific socialism will gradually evolve out of the discovery of what it means to be truly human. 8. Such is the hope at the heart of Bernalism. Several underlying weaknesses, not least in his assessment of the short-term durability of British capitalism. Yet after reading Chapter 7 it will be difficult to deny the persuasiveness of Bernal's arguments in the 30s itself. For they help not only to push a number of scientists to the left but to prod the left into becoming more scientific as well. In this section, however, we want to find out whether any of Bernal's associates dissented from the main lines of his philosophy. The brief answer is that, with two exceptions, they did not. Hogben and Needham, the two non-communists, did have some reservations about, respectively, Bernal's industrialism and his scientism. But even their disagreements were made within the boundaries of a Bernalist universe. Nor was this surprising, given that Bernalism was ultimately very much a personal synthesis of a much wider, more collective endeavor. What they all had more difficulty in reconciling with their worldview at this time were some unexpectedly unscientific developments in the USSR. Let us begin with Hogben's less traditional and more problematic rationale for the overthrow of contemporary capitalism. Hogben concurs in the general criticisms that Bernal has made of capitalist Britain. In particular, he is convinced that only collectivism by its encouragement of technology can now afford science with the means for its further development. 88 Where Hogben departs from Bernal and the others is in his analysis of what was then thought to be a widespread fear of technical change. To the Bernalists such anxiety is epiphenomenal and will assuredly disappear once the means of production are communally owned and operated, as they are in the Soviet Union. Hogben on the other hand cannot dismiss so easily this reaction to the evils of a capitalist-inspired nexus between science and other productive forces. Is it conceivable that at least some of the problems which most concern the scientific left are not specific to capitalism, but inherent in all forms of society that rely predominantly upon industrial technologies? The reason so characteristic of the age has its origins, he believes, deep in human history. From earliest antiquity the backward state of biology made towns the center of any scientific culture. Hence, hypertrophied urban squalor has been tacitly accepted by most people as the price we pay for what is gratuitously styled a high standard of life. Registered because of the early maturation of the physical sciences and their related technologies. The first scientific industrial revolution had to result in a system of mass production which pollutes everything it touches. The increasing availability of goods became the hallmark of such a society and led to an invidious fetishism of commodities. In order to produce and secure these products, the populace has since been herded together in urban environments that are both physically and socially undesirable. Hogben's horror of the city is virtually unbounded. Its overall congestion and typically cramped living quarters are iniquitous in themselves and destructive of privacy. But when these aspects are combined with inducements to the employment of women in a time of declining population, they become dangerously incompatible with fertility. Degree registered. Another source of allurement, not just away from the home but away from any sort of meaningful activity, are the overwhelmingly passive pleasures of city life. The cinema, Hogben argues, is mainly used to compensate the unbearable tedium of life in a model flat. Crowds assemble to watch games which are only played by experts or gentlemen. Having abandoned the family pew and the choir practice, we turn on the radio and listen to the crooner. Registered. His indictment of capitalism is that it is too committed to the exacerbation of all those problems to countenance the unglamorous alternative of a less diversified, smaller scale, deurbanized but self-sufficient economy made possible, so he asserts, by modern biotechnology. What maddens Hogben about contemporary socialists, especially orthodox Marxists, is that they concentrate upon transforming the administrative machinery rather than the creative policy of industry. The Labour Party offers little hope here. Its spokesmen have made it clear that they would concentrate on the nationalization of well-established industries. They have even sought to soothe the middle classes by promising that initiative in creating new industries would be left to private efforts. Registered as for the supporters of the Popular Front, they have become obsessed with Soviet Russia's program of industrialization, thereby reviving what he terms the discredited ideology of early industrial capitalism. At this point Hogben cannot avoid criticizing Bernal, who was possibly the British left's most eloquent advocate of socialist industrialism. The utopia of Professor Bernal, he caustically observes. Hogben concludes, it may be a chemist's paradise, but it has no attraction for me. %8 In order to counteract the influence of all these industrializers, Hogben must therefore revert to the earlier socialist visions of Robert Owen and William Morris, and then revamp them in the light of modern biotechnology. He first reminds us that men like Owen and Morris were far less taken in by the glamour of capitalism than we are. They were not content to criticize it because it distributed its products unjustly, or because it was incapable of producing as large a quantity of goods as a planned economy could deliver. They also, and more especially, attacked it because it was not producing the kind of goods which are good for people to want and to strive for, and they were not hypnotized by the liberal delusion that things people have been educated to demand by capitalist advertisement are necessarily the things they need most. What these pioneers of British socialism inevitably lacked, however, was any clear recognition that science could create the prospect of a new heaven for unjusted traffic and a new earth for spacious living. But in Hogben's bioaesthetic utopia, science would achieve, as it does in Bernal's fantasies, cultural as well as productive preeminence. The first step to be taken, through the gradual process of piecemeal planning by peaceful persuasion, is the socialization of all technical resources which private enterprise has failed to exploit in the interests of social welfare. 1 With the aid of an appointed parliamentary chamber of experts, an inventory of human needs determined by the science of human nature can then be compared with an appraisal of available resources. Afterwards it will at last be possible to draw up a thermodynamical balance sheet for the entire society. 14 The provision of basic necessities would be followed up with a long-term plan to restore the serenity of small community life, through the exploitation of hydroelectric power, light metals, fertilizers, and a host of applications stemming from recent work in biochemistry and genetics. 1 Furthermore, Hogben proclaims, mobile power, aviation, and electrical communications make it possible to distribute population at a high level of productive capacity without the disabilities of cultural isolation. 1 Yet underlying all of his hopes for social progress is an educational reformation which will make the world outlook of modern science an open Bible. 1 8 If the scientific enterprise is inextricably linked to the recovery of England's green and pleasant land, then it becomes the primary ingredient of intelligent citizenship. Such is the only set of proposals known to Hogben that might unite different sections of the productive population in a common endeavor to prevent the frustration of science by social parasitism. 1 Registered distinctive as this vision may be, however, does it not bear a strong structural resemblance to the socialism advocated by Bernal? Where Hogben is critical of left-wingers who overvalue industrialism, Joseph Needham is distressed to find that many Marxists are intoxicated by what he describes as scientific opium. The two components of this rather heady drug are said to be ruthlessness in the face of deviation and imperfection, and blindness to the numinous aspects of human experience. Accepting the potential need for pre-revolutionary violence, Needham anxiously wonders whether the pattern of cruelty against those who, in Bernal's words, cannot adapt themselves to the rate of change will be continued and extended in a post-revolutionary society, particularly one based on science. The ruthlessness with which a biologist throws out an anomalous embryo useless for his immediate purpose may, Needham fears, too easily be applied to human misfits and deviationists in the socialist world order. 1°*. A more ineluctable quality of scientific socialism may be its denial of the tragic side of life through an overly blithe definition of the necessity which stands over mankind. Here we should allow Needham to speak at length. Shall we substitute for the opium of religion an opium of science? It has always been the tacit conviction of the social reformer and the person occupied with the practical application of scientific knowledge that by man's own efforts, not merely minor evils, but the major evils of existence may be overcome. This is expressed in that great sentence of Marx: philosophers have talked about the universe long enough, the time has come to change it. But the problem of evil is not capable of so simple a resolution. So long as time continues, so long as change and decay are around us and in us, so long will sorrow and tragedy be with us. There is little to be gained by trying to replace by a eupeptic opium, derived from too bright an estimate of the possibilities of scientific knowledge. Driven out, it will return in the end with redoubled force. 11. Thus Needham hopes that, as an antidote to scientism, it will be possible to preserve the ritual and liturgical forms of traditional religion and, partly through them, the sense of the holy. 4. His goal is clearly a regnum dei populated by human beings balanced between scientific pride and religious humility. 1. Such qualities can be ascribed to Bernal personally by Needham, who nevertheless retains some ill-suppressed doubts about their viability under a scientifically socialist regime. At the same time he believes that, in the main, communism provides the moral theology appropriate for our time. 11. Needham also affirms that the defeat of capitalism is just a matter of time. 1. Finally, his long-standing belief that the natural sciences only come to their most perfect fruition in a socialist society leaves us in no doubt that he, too, is a Bernalist. The leading spokesman for the scientific left therefore evinced considerable unanimity in their views on the social relations of science, and this was all to the good. For in the late 30s they began to receive some disturbing reports of a major attack on the science of genetics in, of all places, the Soviet Union. Apart from any other consideration, this news was an embarrassment to anyone who, like Haldane and Hogben, had unfavorably contrasted the poor opportunities which British geneticists had to teaching and research. 11. Registered with the tremendous support which their counterparts in the USSR were receiving. 49. Yet they could hardly deny the Soviet controversy's existence. Here then is how it came across to Bernal and the others, based on the published and unpublished information they had managed to obtain by 1940. 12°. There is an anti-genetics trend in the USSR. The Soviets' disgust with biological racism, notably in Nazi Germany, has already led them to close down their Institute of Human Genetics, and to arrest some of the leading specialists in that field. Plant geneticists have also been attacked for their failure to apply their work successfully to the problems of agricultural practice. So for the moment the Soviet authorities seem to be relying upon the approach of T.D. Lysenko, an agronomist of peasant origin, following his earlier triumph in increasing grain yields. His secret weapon is what he calls vernalization, a set of techniques designed to expose seeds to unusual environmental conditions prior to sowing. The nub of the problem is that, not content with overseeing the development of agricultural practice, Lysenko has attempted to enforce his unorthodox theory of heredity on all Soviet biologists. He disagrees with the view expressed by most geneticists that, apart from random mutations, no change in environment can alter the hereditary potential of an organism. However, according to Lysenko, his experiments reveal that such genotypical transformations do take place. He therefore has not hesitated to attack geneticists both for their undialectical perspective on the nature-nurture question and for the bourgeois distortions associated with their discipline. Naturally orthodox genetical theorists have resisted the notion that their work, like that of other scientists, is not ideologically neutral. They have also suggested that Lysenko's experimental results either have been ill-founded or could be explained without resort to outmoded scientific doctrines like Lamarckism. Nevertheless, the gene theory's proponents still suffer from a double handicap. Not only can their science not promise immediate benefits for Soviet farmers, but it seems to contradict the egalitarian sentiments of Marxism's founding fathers as well. Hence Lysenko has been able to gain the upper hand, despite his manifest ignorance of the widely verified theories and practices on which classical genetics is based. Fortunately, this dispute has not been finally resolved. As of 1939, it looks as if Lysenko's branch of biology will be subjected to thorough tests in the fields, as well as in the laboratories. Meanwhile, geneticists are able to continue their own investigations, handicapped though they are by their lack of contact with Western science. Even this incomplete assessment of the early stages of Lysenkoism deeply troubled British left-wing scientists. First, it contradicted their notions of how the Soviets were and ought to have been dealing with scientific matters. They found it inconceivable that the Bolsheviks might have gone back on their earlier pledges to respect the findings of world science and make them the foundation of their socialism. Yet that was what appeared to be happening in the case of genetics. For here, apparently, was a clear indication that the reins of scientific authority were being handed over to those who cared more for Marxist orthodoxies than scientific facts. Certainly that was the interpretation that anti-communist scientists were applying to this episode. As early as 1937, a leading article in Nature was citing it as a prime example of the atmosphere in which scientific investigators in totalitarian countries have to live and work. 1. The possibility that more attacks would be made on this vulnerable front was the second major concern of the scientific left. The third and perhaps most significant problem was that some of Britain's leading radical researchers were among the world's foremost advocates of classical genetics. J.B.S. Haldane certainly fell into that category, as did Lancelot Hogben. Inside the Theoretical Biology Club, Bernal and Needham were regularly exposed to the view of their trusted colleague C. H. Waddington that the broadening and deepening of our understanding of the behavior of genetic factors is probably the most obvious advance in biology in the last 25 years. It has been shown that genes, whose interactions seem finally to control all the properties of the living organism which contains them, are arranged in a linear order on the chromosomes in the cell nucleus. 122. While Needham accepted Waddington's observation with some reservations, 1 degree Bernal was completely won over. By 1937, Sage was regularly engaged in experiments and discussions designed to elucidate the molecular structures underlying the basic hereditary units. 124. In other words, all of these men were fundamentally committed to the very theories that had been called into disrepute inside the USSR. Such were the professional and political pressures that weighed heavily on their consciences. In the face of all these complexities, they managed to evolve a simple but effective strategy. Its main premise was that the Soviet genetics controversy was a genuine scientific dispute, and nothing more than that. Bernal summed up the debate in this way: geneticists were criticized for attributing all inherited characters to specific unitary factors in the chromosomes, and neglecting cytoplastic and environmental factors, whose importance was probably exaggerated by their critics. 125. Within this narrowed perspective, the spokesmen for the scientific left were able to take sides against Lysenko without calling his scientific credentials into question. Thus Haldane suggested that some of Lysenko's admirable results may have been due, not to environmentally induced changes in hereditary material, but to virus infections common to the types of plants the Soviet breeder had used. 126. Even so, concluded the authors of a modern quarterly article, there has so far been nothing in Lysenko's experiments which classical genetic theory cannot explain. 127. Apart from their criticisms of the scientific foundations. 1. Lysenko's views, left-wing researchers were quite confident, in public, that the genetics controversy would be resolved in accordance with the rules that had previously governed the Soviet scientific community. One of these, Needham maintained in 1937, was a due regard for the limitations of Marxist philosophy. During the recent discussion on genetics in the USSR, classical gene theory has suffered some criticism which was not well based. 128. Needham also believed that the Lysenko episode illustrated, as he put it 5 years later, the benefit which would be derived could the scientific workers of the Soviet Union in the future come into much closer contact with those of other countries. 12. Registered, he was nonetheless certain that further discussions and experiments which are still going on, and for which the USSR offers more material support than any other human community, will assuredly in due course put matters straight. 18° JBS Haldane shared those sentiments. Indeed, he was so bold as to predict that, whatever its specific limitations, Lysenkoism would ultimately advance and not merely confirm biological theory and practice. The controversy among Soviet geneticists has been largely one between the academic scientist, represented by Vavilov and interested primarily in the collection of facts, and the man who wants results, represented by Lysenko. It has been conducted not with venom, but in a friendly spirit. Lysenko said, "The important thing is not to dispute, let us work in a friendly manner on a plan elaborated scientifically. Let us take up definite problems, receive assignments from the People's Commissariat of Agriculture of the USSR and fulfill them scientifically." Soviet genetics, as a whole, is a successful attempt at synthesis of these two contrasted points of view. 194. The virtue of this rationale, first advanced in 1941, was that it not only normalized the Lysenko debate, but also reclaimed it as a positive feature of scientific life in a socialist society. Nevertheless, even Haldane's perspective could not adequately explain some of the most important developments in Soviet biology at this time, including the demise of his own subject, human genetics. For many reasons this was a worrisome episode. As an example of ideologically inspired state interference in the affairs of science, it evoked an exact and uncomfortable parallel between Stalin's treatment of scientists and Hitler's. The difference, now the complications begin to mount, was that the Nazis invoked genetic determinism to justify the doctrine of Aryan superiority, while the Bolsheviks opposed all forms of scientific racism, with the aid of Lysenko's Lamarckian credo. 8 Back in Britain, on the other hand, Haldane was busily combating the Lamarckianism of anti-communist eugenists like E.W. McBride. As JBS noted, reactionary biologists naturally use the theory of the transmission of acquired habits for political ends. It is silly, they say, to expect the children of manual workers to take up book learning, or those long oppressed races to govern themselves. Fortunately, he added, laboratory experiments agree with social experience in proving that this theory is false. 18 Yet alongside this polemic we must set Haldane's opinions that the mean intelligence quotient of the British population was declining and that this was due to the relative overproduction of working-class children. 1%. For in short, his views ran counter to the egalitarian as well as the environmentalist emphases of Lysenkoist biology. Hence JBS was in a cleft stick. He was a good enough Marxist to recognize that the biologist is himself a member of a particular class and profession within it. The first prerequisite for a relative objectivity is to realize that these facts make an absolute objectivity impossible. 1 degree that made him plead all the more insistently that biology should not be harnessed to the car of any political party. 18 Yet Haldane was late twice over, because in the context of human genetics neither the fascist nor the communist regimes were prepared to honor his carefully phrased distinctions between science and ideology. If such actions continued to strike him as irrational when perpetrated by Hitler, they were at the very least unintelligible when undertaken by Stalin. While Lysenkoism in some ways dumbfounded Haldane and the others in the 1930s, it in no way caused them to revise either their views on the social relations of science or their commitments to socialism and the U.S.S.R*. They felt with good reason that this episode was untypical of Russian science as a whole. In any case, Lysenko's agrobiology only momentarily coexisted with orthodox genetics. So long as Soviet scientific workers settled their differences here as they had done in other subjects, they and their well-wishers had little to fear. If anything, the genetics controversy only confirmed the Bernalist view that science was and ought to be relatively autonomous from the social systems which nurtured it. Why then have we dwelled so long on Lysenko? Apart from the evident turmoil which he helped to create within the pre-war scientific left, Lysenko's importance is purely futuristic. His is the only shadow to darken the brightly optimistic outlook of our subjects. but only when he assumed control of Soviet biology in 1948 would they understand his true significance as the misbegotten disciple of a new socialist science. In the meantime Bernal, Haldane, Levy, Needham and, in his own way, Hogben contented themselves with the advocacy of what they called scientific socialism. Their long-term goal was, a planned economy, producing an abundance of socially useful goods and services, that are equitably distributed to all sections of the population, who feel themselves practically and morally bound to one another in this great collective endeavor. Underlying all of these dimensions is an unswerving commitment to science, as a model for the organization of all social activities, as a set of methods for determining human needs, as a complex of technologies for generating and circulating a new abundance of products, and as an ideology that binds men and women to one another through its dominion over their definitions of natural and social necessity. As society changes, so of course will the scientific enterprise. It will grow larger. Its organization will become more industrialized. It will play an increasingly dominant role in the spheres of education and culture. In the strict sense of the term, however, this will not be a technocracy. For scientists as such will not themselves directly rule the country. Rather society shall be governed, on the one hand, by meritocratic principles and scientific notions of expertise and, on the other, by the ethos of its scientific worldview and the findings of its scientific community. Only in these circumstances and not those of contemporary capitalism will science reach the summit of its social recognition. This aspiration, first enunciated by Bukharin at the 1931 Congress, lies at the core of the scientific left's social philosophy, whose greatest exponent was most certainly J.D. Bernal. Chapter 7. Practice. When I meet men of science on their own ground, I find them scientific socialists. They argue, most violently, how the results of their own work could be applied for the benefit of mankind, if only it was not for that few, who may be the government, or the industrialists who either refuse to accept progress or accept it only to exploit it. Yet outside their own departments they are the most arrant diehards. They are, in fact, socialists in their laboratories and Tories in the Athenaeum. Richie Calder, 19341. As Bernal sat at his desk writing The Social Function of Science, he must at times have found it difficult to imagine how anyone could be anything other than a socialist. Yet his many-sided involvement in the affairs of the British scientific community was sufficient to keep his powerful imagination in check. For he was painfully aware that, laid end to end, the labs in the country constituted a great bog of political apathy and unconsciousness. To dispel the apolitical mists that enveloped their fellow scientific workers, Bernal and his cohorts therefore had to do more than propagandize the capitalist causes of science's current frustrations. They were also obliged to organize the maximum number of researchers, either on a trade union basis, or as a distinctive grouping within the Popular Front. This strategy proved to be successful, first at Cambridge and later in other scientific centers. In fact, at least one historian has since claimed that by the late 30s a radicalized social relations of science movement seemed almost to dominate the British scientific world. The initiative shown by left-wing scientists was, however, only one of the factors that led to such a happy outcome. Of equal importance were the activities of the science establishment's liberal wing, which, under the duress of an approaching war, found itself able to back the young radicals' more limited aims. While the durability of this coalition was questionable, its formation was rightly viewed by friend and foe alike as a victory for the scientific left. It was also, for the Communist Party of Great Britain, a strong inducement to attach itself still more strenuously to the cause of science. Who wants to know? Younger scientists may have been, in the words of Noreen Branson and Margot Heinemann, at once the most fundamentally hopeful and the most frustrated of intellectual workers in the 1930s. But the number who would ever articulate their grievances in political terms, as socialists, was small indeed. This gap between the power of the stimulus and the poverty of the response surprised neither the CPGB nor the leading spokesman of the scientific left to be, nor, by this stage, should it shock us. All of us were or are aware that it would require very special circumstances to create a significant left-wing fraction within the conservatized community of British science. However, to identify through political practice just what these conditions were proved to be a far more difficult task than the creation of political tracts. Thanks yet again to the intervention of Bernal, we can, at least in retrospect, discover how a particular set of appeals, made to a specific audience at a crucial moment, could engender the semblance of a social movement. Whether or not the power, influence, and numbers of radicalized researchers were more apparent than real, relative to their previous strength and in relation to other groups of intellectuals, they had to be treated as a social force in their own right. Anyone who has ever tried his or her hand at political organizing will recognize the significance of that achievement. For those who have not, the sociological whodunit which follows should help to sharpen their appreciation of the odds against those who sought to translate private frustrations into public grievances. All of our subjects realized that, by social origin, occupational status, and vocational tradition, scientific workers tended to be both politically inactive and ideologically conservative. As Bernal complained in 1933, the coefficient of political consciousness of scientists is low, because they are a particularly sheltered section of the middle class who have been psychologically selected for an absorbing interest in special problems. Moreover, in the economically depressed circumstances of the 30s, an overriding concern with job security was to be expected when the typical scientific worker was as much a salaried official as the average civil servant or business executive. Such conditions in Bernal's view were likely to promote greater rather than less political conformity, especially on the part of those employed in government and industry. Even within the universities there were constraints, some more subtle than others, that operated against the investigator with dangerous thoughts. Had not each of our central characters, Haldane aside, encountered these countervailing forces as an inner as well as an outer reality? Yet if such prohibitions could be applied to men about to receive professorships and F.R.S.S., then how much more binding they must have seemed to their more junior or less eminent colleagues. Indeed, the potentially radical constituency afforded by academics could be pared down further still. We could, for a start, eliminate most of the professorate. They were too old, too tied to the science establishment, and too much a part of the state elite. Chemists and engineers might also be safely ignored, because of the intimate connections between their disciplines and the immediate productive requirements of the ruling class. Finally, where the left was in general very weak, notably at the provincial universities, it was highly unlikely that science students would be in the vanguard to put that weakness right. All in all, the scientific community offered very slim pickings for any would-be political organizer from the left. Who then has made our short list of candidates for recruitment to the cause of socialism? So far, the scientist most likely to become a left-winger would be, young, neither too senior nor too junior, a practitioner of a fairly esoteric subject, at a major scientific center, in a university, where the left was fairly strong. That leaves us with Cambridge, London, and Oxford as possible locations. Oxford can be provisionally eliminated, as a result of the then depressed position of science vis-a-vis the all-powerful, arts-dominated colleges there. Within the University of London as a whole, scientific morale was much higher, and the city itself was of course an important locus for left-wing agitation. But the fragmentation of academic, political, and neighborhood activities defeated for a very long time all attempts to build up a radical subculture for scientific workers. That leaves us with Cambridge, the bastion of high science itself. From our previous discussions of this place, we might now want to conclude that a scientific left simply was not on. Yet it did happen, and its point of origin was Cambridge. The scientific left arose at Cambridge for three reasons. A determined nucleus of radicalized researchers, already in residence and led by Bernal, made it their business to see this endeavor through. They in turn received support from the best organized and most serious-minded of Britain's university-based left-wing movements. Ironically, however, none of this work would have been to much avail had not the Cambridge scientific community been structured in the way it was. How the pursuit of high science could, in the context of the 1930s, both abet and shape the growth of radicalism is, needless to say, an involved but interesting story. But before we become immersed in the telling of it, let us remind ourselves that nowhere in Britain were so many researchers concentrated into such a confined space. Indeed, if we break down the University of London into its component parts, we find that Cambridge boasted more than twice as many pure scientists as any other academic institution in the country. Since a commitment to some form of socialist politics was bound to be very much a minority affair, the significance of Cambridge's size should be apparent. With its basic research core of approximately 500 faculty, senior research workers and postgraduate students, it would only take, say, 5% of them to form a viable, left-wing subculture. Once organized, they would of course benefit from their access to a geographically compact environment, in which political conspiracies could be as easily pursued as collaborative research projects. Yet prior to the early 30s the prospect of such an organization ever materializing seemed remote. Cambridge scientists were simply too absorbed in the business of being Cambridge scientists. As it happened, the excellence of the Cambridge scientific community was now to inspire at least some of its members to move to the left and become politically active. This change emerged out of a social contradiction which these men and women were helping to exacerbate. On the one hand they, especially the particle physicists, were participating in what was even by Cambridge standards an exceptionally fruitful period of scientific advance. To be quite specific, 1932 was the most spectacular year in the history of science. Registered, so says C.P. Snow, who was then a Christ's College don and a practicing physical chemist. His evidence: Cockcroft and Walton had split the atom, James Chadwick had discovered the neutron, PMS Blackett the positron, and all of them were based in the same Cavendish laboratory. Living in Cambridge, Snow continues, one could not help picking up the human as well as the intellectual excitement in the air. It was an intellectual climate different in kind from anything else in England at the time. 1 degree. Here is how Snow sums up its impact on the social outlook of these fortunate young men and women. The scientists were themselves part of the deepest revolution in human affairs since the discovery of agriculture. They could accept what was happening, while other intellectuals shrank away. They not only accepted it, they rejoiced in it. It was difficult to find a scientist who did not believe that the scientific technical industrial revolution, accelerating under his eyes, was not doing incomparably more good than harm. However full of insight Snow's remarks might be, he errs in one very crucial respect: a good part of the scientific technical industrial revolution was not accelerating. On the contrary, the world economy was stagnating. Unemployment and malnutrition were rife in Britain. Japan had already invaded Manchuria, and Hitler was preparing to take power in Germany. The upshot of these developments, when juxtaposed against the intellectual progress being made at Cambridge, ought to have been clear and striking. For if ever scientists were to become aware of the great gulf that existed between the immense promise of their theories and the grim realities of a world filled with impoverished workers and embittered nations, then surely this was the moment. In Cambridge those problems were brought to the fore by a strong left-wing movement, first organized and then led by the Communist Party. 12 The Communists enjoyed this dominance mainly because their commitment to proletarian politics attracted the support of the more able and committed young socialists. That at any rate is the view now taken by a distinguished historian and former communist, Roy Pascal. It was a principle whenever a communist group was formed that it should undertake work in the working class, distributing party literature, carrying on party propaganda of various kinds, helping in industrial struggles and so on. The first thing that the group in Cambridge thought of was what could be done. We proceeded to create tasks and to carry them out, working among railway workers, the bus workers, and taking every opportunity to help. And in fact some quite considerable things were done, organizing the bus men into a union branch, which hadn't existed before, helping tenants with their problems, and all this sort of thing. This was looked on as natural and right, and I think it must be said that people tended to join the Communist Party and leave the Labour Party because of this sort of requirement. You felt something was being done, that you weren't just sitting up in a study and thinking about the political situation. Point 1 registered. A powerful stimulus to this kind of activity was the periodic appearance in Cambridge of the Hunger Marchers, bands of unemployed workers who had been mobilized largely by the Communist Party. The importance of these demonstrations, according to Maurice Dobb, was that they confronted gilded youths and privileged academics with a disciplined group of workers such as they had never probably met before. This gave them a picture of the working class acting in an organized way and taking the lead. Point 14 The CP encouraged this perspective not only through its local projects but also by its placement of undergraduates in summertime camps run by the University Labour Federation for the benefit of the unemployed. Point 15 On the basis of these commitments the party was able to attract a succession of able students leaders, including David Guest, John Cornford, James Klugman, and Maurice Cornforth. Together with various dons like Bernal, Dobb, Pascal and the biochemist Woggy Wolf, they constituted themselves as the most important single force inside the Cambridge left. Within the university itself, the Communists also took charge of a number of campaigns that attempted to unite left-wing and later even liberal sentiments. Many issues were taken up, the most important of which proved to be resistance to war and opposition to fascism. In 1932 the CP helped to establish an umbrella organization, the Cambridge Anti-War Council, that was supposed to coordinate activities in this area. However, not until November 1933 did the council decide to stage a large meeting in the Guildhall, 1 degree at the same time it mounted a major anti-war exhibition in St. Andrew's Hall. But by common consent it was the Armistice Day March organized by the Student Anti-War Council that marked the beginning of Cambridge's left-wing renaissance. For while attempting to lay a wreath at the town's war memorial, to the victims of a war they did not make, from those who are determined to prevent all similar crimes of imperialism, the demonstrators were attacked by a group of right-wing students. Many of the marchers were of course not socialists at all. Indeed some of them, like Eric Burhop, then an Australian research student in physics, were Christian pacifists. I remember marching in the Armistice Day procession, the first time I'd ever marched, with a little badge in my lapel which said "Christ claims you for peace." During the procession, which was quite a large one, the fascists attacked and seized the banner. I stopped an egg and a tomato and spoiled one of my suits. Well, of course, I was furious about this. Then I saw the evening newspaper, the Evening Standard of that day. I opened it and saw there was a leading article which read "Hooligans at Cambridge." And so I thought, oh, this is very good. The newspapers are attacking the hooligans and putting them in their place. But when I read the article, I found that we were the hooligans, and not the fascists who had attacked us. I think this was the first thing that brought home the realities of the political situation in Great Britain. 1*. Partly thanks to the injustice of those charges, anti-war groups began to proliferate in Cambridge. In 1934 the Anti-War Council was able to stage a still larger exhibition, this time on fascism and war. But the stronger the anti-war movement became, the more problematic was its conjunction of pacifism and anti-fascism. For the left at least, these difficulties were removed 2 years later with the outbreak of the Spanish Civil War. Spain was quickly adopted as the rallying cry for the Cambridge left. While a handful of students enlisted in and died fighting for the International Brigade, most stayed in the university, taking on a variety of agitational and fundraising activities. The anti-fascist cause continued to dominate the university political scene thereafter. Indeed, so persuasive were the arguments of its proponents that, shortly after the signing of the Munich Agreement, the undergraduate Socialist Club was able to attract more than 1,000 members. Registered, the Cambridge left had grown unprecedentedly strong. Thus the university provided the scientific and political preconditions for the emergence of a distinctive grouping of left-wing scientists. It also contained within its ranks established researchers who were already politically active. In addition to the communists Bernal and Wolff, one encountered labor supporters on the far left like Dorothy and Joseph Needham, or Bill and Tony Peary. All that was now required to set the whole thing in motion was an organizational framework, a provocative issue and a form of action that could politically engage the specific skills and interests of scientific workers. That was in fact to be the prime function of the Cambridge Scientists' anti-war group. How the CSAWG helped to launch the scientific left is consequently of some interest to us. But, first, let us scrutinize the anti-war group's supporters, in order to determine exactly who at Cambridge finally decided to come out as left-wingers. Although no membership list survives, a letter of protest against the militarization of research was widely circulated by the group, signed by 79 faculty, research workers, and postgraduate students, and published in the Cambridge Review on June 1, 1934. A statistical analysis of its signatories' scientific backgrounds is appended below. Here we need only concern ourselves with its main results. 1. Overall support for the letter was low. Despite its mildly liberal and pacifist tone, less than 12% of Cambridge's pure scientists signed it. It is therefore entirely possible that the total number of left-wing activists in the research community at this time was less than 5%. 2. Postgraduate students were more than twice as likely to sign the letter as faculty members. But postdoctoral research workers without teaching positions made an even stronger showing than postgraduates. No professors and only one reader in pure science put his name down. 3. More than half the pure scientists who signed the letter were drawn from only two labs, the Dunn Biochemical Institute and the Cambridge Laboratory. Yet these biochemists, particle physicists, and X-ray crystallographers constituted less than a fifth of all pure scientists working in Cambridge. 4. Possibly the most interesting and certainly the most unexpected result was that women postgraduates and faculty members engaged in basic research were 4 times more likely than their male counterparts to sign the letter. Otherwise the profile that emerges here is very much what we expected it would be. Left-wing politics were not fashionable among Cambridge scientists. Those who were politically to the left of center were young in age, junior in status, pure at heart and, quite often, female by sex. Only 2 of these findings require further comment here. The strong showing made by the second sex is important and cannot be explained away with a passing reference to women's traditional pacifism. For at least 9 of the 12 women signatories were also active in left-wing organizations apart from the anti-war movement. Dorothy Needham and Tony Peary, for example, worked hard in the malnutrition campaigns and stood as labor candidates for the city council. Nora Worcester, an X-ray crystallographer, was not only the first co-secretary of the Cambridge Scientists' anti-war group, but the original convener of Cambridge's Left Book Club group as well. 1. Registered Raynette Fremlin was a Cavendish research student who became in 1938 the national organizing secretary for the Association of Scientific Workers. Other women who joined left groups either then or later included another X-ray crystallographer, Dorothy Crowfoot, the zoologist S. M. Manton and the biochemists Barbara Holmes, Shirley Hughes, and Marjorie Stevenson. At least one of their male associates, the late C. H. Waddington, was able to appreciate the importance of their political contribution. They were undoubtedly a very important part of the whole social group, not only in making contact between people. Some of them were very politically active, and in some cases more politically active than the menfolk. At that time, I think it would be said, to take one instance, that my wife was much more inclined to politics than I was. And there were people like Mrs. Fremlin, Mrs. Worcester, and Mrs. Peary who were all at least as involved and, in many cases, more involved than their husbands with politics. So they were very important. To the whole social group, which was not just a set of isolated men, but a really coherent group of friends of both sexes. Degree. Why women scientists were often drawn to the left is not an easy question. Though they belonged to the first post-suffragette generation, they received little encouragement, either from the Popular Front or from wider social forces, to develop an explicitly feminist perspective. On the other hand, since their sex accounted for less than 10% of all Cambridge natural scientists, they were by definition a gifted and suppressed minority. Their self-awareness was probably heightened both by their concentration mainly in biological disciplines, and by a high degree of intermarriage with male co-workers in their respective labs. As biologists, some of them may have come into radical politics via the malnutrition issue. As women with their predominantly liberal and genteel backgrounds, the pacifist orientation of the left in the early 30s may also have been a decisive factor. But whatever the causes, these women proved to be more sensitive to the social crises of their time than male scientists. Nevertheless, it was the men who publicly dominated the scientific left, especially as its leading theoreticians. Hence, neither for the first nor the last time, the political contributions of such women would be almost completely hidden from history. Such a fate has not, however, been reserved for the Cambridge biochemists and physicists of that era. Many general arguments have already been put forward to explain why practitioners of these sorts of subjects might have been inclined to radical politics. So let us confine ourselves here to two remarks about the qualities specific to the inmates of the Dunn and Cavendish labs. First, they were not all that politically active. Eric Burhoff has since estimated that, of his co-workers in physics, no more than 25%, or if as high as that, could be said to have held left-wing views. Bill Peary would not even go that far with regard to his fellow biochemists. After all, he told me, more than half the staff were fairly ardent conservatives. Dixon had no political interests. Eric Holmes didn't do anything political. Tim Hughes was a conservative, and so on. Don't overrate our position. There was a lot of opposition inside. If the radical tide was not exactly overwhelming, it was at least tolerated by the lab's directors, Lord Rutherford and Sir Frederick Gowland Hopkins. Though politically conservative, Rutherford was himself disturbed by the signs of industrial stagnation in Britain and fascist repression in Germany. Indeed, these trends ultimately inspired him to volunteer his services both to the Department of Scientific and Industrial Research and to the Academic Assistance Council. He could therefore at least sympathize with those of his boys who also wanted to do something about those problems. As long as their communism did not get in the way of their experiments, Rutherford could lump their politics. Gowland Hopkins, by contrast, was not merely tolerant of his left-wing protégés, but a staunch supporter of the Labour Party in his own right. Famed for his early work on nutrition, he also publicly backed the exhibitions mounted by the Cambridge Anti-War Council in 1933 and 1934. Knowing what we now do of the low support that the left received from Cambridge's two most radical laboratories, we must also recognize how critical were the stances adopted by Rutherford and Hopkins. For what would have become of the scientific left had the Cavendish been headed by a reactionary physicist like Oxford's F. A. Lindemann, or the Dunn been led by the biochemical equivalent of A. V. Hill or E. W. McBride? In short, not even the most ideal of scientific environments could be said to have been favorable to the organizational schemes of left-wing researchers. History may have been on their side, in theory. But in practice they would have to make their own history, in circumstances that were hardly of their own choosing. It is against this ungrateful background that we must consider the origins and achievements of the Cambridge Scientists' Anti-War Group. The Cambridge Scientists' Anti-War Group 1932 witnessed not only the annus mirabilis of nuclear physicists but the first signs of political awakening on the part of Cambridge scientists as well. For in that year an attempted rejuvenation of the local branch of the Association of Scientific Workers was accompanied by the formation of a Cambridge Scientists' Anti-War Group. The date is politically significant. It coincides in fact with the first serious efforts by the Communists to launch a major anti-war campaign inside the university. The CSAWG would appear to have been an integral part of that exercise, especially since the group's earliest surviving members have all credited J.D. Bernal with its inspiration. Bernal, as we shall see, also played a leading role in reviving the A.SCW. The historical importance of the two organizations is that, between them, they would serve as the organizational foundations of an influential and distinctive grouping within the Popular Front. Indeed, in a sense, they were the scientific left. But, at least until the academic year 1935-6, both bodies were anxious to maintain a low ideological profile. This was true even of the more explicitly political anti-war group. The group at first mainly concerned itself, recalls its first chairman, W. A. Worcester, with educating its own members. It felt that the causes of international tension really wanted to be studied carefully before trying to take any particular action. *4 The process of political education turned out to be a frustrating and arduous one. As late as June 1936, the group, now with about 80 members registered, was unable to achieve a consensus on any ideologically sensitive issue. Nor was this surprising. Though originally formed by a left-wing coterie, its programmatic blend of pacifism and anti-fascism was self-consciously liberal and somewhat self-contradictory. Neither quality helped the group in the establishment of a clear perspective, around which a definite set of political practices could be organized. All the left scientists could hope for was that at least some of their liberal and Christian pacifist associates might be cajoled into becoming radicals. In the meantime, the CSAWG naturally supported the activities of the Cambridge Anti-War Council, to which it was affiliated. These included a demonstration in nearby Duxford during the Royal Air Force's air display of 1935. That action so provoked the patriotism of spectators and police alike that the constabulary was moved to confiscate the protesters' specially prepared newspaper, the Air Display Special. Later, Worcester would successfully sue the chief constable for this action. 2. Otherwise, the group supplied speakers to other anti-war organizations, wrote letters to, among other places, Nature registered and, above all, kept on talking. Compared with the remaining % of the Cambridge scientific community, such activities were almost revolutionary in character. Yet Bernal and his comrades were well aware that the scientific left was still in the making. One academic year later it had been made, in Cambridge if not elsewhere. The immediate cause of this extraordinary political transformation was Spain. How the Spanish Civil War was used to energize the left in this country is not a story we need to retell here. 2 Registered. What does demand emphasis is that the armed defense of Republican Spain against the forces of General Franco at last allowed left-wingers here to depacify their anti-fascism. The new and more consistent line was, if one were interested in peace, then one had to curb the aggressive tendencies of the fascist powers. Hence, without coming out explicitly in favor of rearmament, the peace movement was used to propagandize the virtues of an alliance between France, Great Britain, and the Soviet Union, whose governments could then act together to deny the fascists any further territorial gains. One form of military preparation that the emerging Popular Front did support, however, was civil defense. Indeed, it was in this arena that the CSAWG, which really ought to have been renamed the Cambridge Scientists Anti-Fascist Group, was to be politically blooded for the first time in its short existence. Partly through that experience and partly as a result of the more overtly socialist content of their new activities, at least some of its members felt obliged to move leftwards. That shift was in turn sufficient to allow the group to arrive at a firmer, more radical stance. Just how radical can be seen from its joint sponsorship, with the local branch of the Socialist League, of the leaflet "Why Are They Fighting in Spain?" Certain newspaper millionaires with fascist sympathies are actively supporting the Spanish fascists in the British press. In many papers the fascist rebels are described as patriots, while the supporters of the government are denounced as Reds. When the freedom of the press in England is so abused by newspaper millionaires, it is time for those who have some regard for the truth to do something about it. In quiet England it is difficult to imagine the Spanish working man standing up to the fascist tanks and aeroplanes with insufficient ammunition, or just with shotguns and sticks. But the Spanish loyalists are fighting for your freedom not only for their own, for if fascism wins in Spain, France and England will not be safe. See that all your friends clearly understand the nature of the Spanish struggle, and this document was released sometime in 1937. Like all popular front literature, it suffered sometimes consciously from certain characteristic defects, not least in its liberal emphasis on the coming struggle between English freedom and fascist tyranny. However, so long as the Communist Party instilled in its own membership an awareness of the long-term need to bring about socialism at home, then the short-term fight against fascism could become a tremendous aid to political enlightenment. At any rate, it would be difficult to deny that from a socialist standpoint the CSAWG had made a remarkable advance over its previous policy which, roughly speaking, had been that war was a bad thing. Indeed, it now deserved to be known as the vanguard of the scientific left. The group first achieved prominence when in the mid-30s it made a dramatic intervention into the nationwide debate about the adequacy of Britain's civil defences. Fears of aerial bombardment with poisonous gases sparked off the controversy, after Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin made his infamous, incautious and, as it turned out, incorrect observation that the bomber will always get through. In order to allay such anxieties, the Home Office's Air Raid Precautions Department started issuing handbooks in 1935 for those homeowners and shopkeepers who wished to gas-proof their premises and make them structurally stronger. The dual emphasis of these early publications was that, on the one hand, A.R.P. was ultimately the responsibility of individual citizens and not their government, and, on the other, that if the detailed instructions of the Home Office were carefully followed, people would be well protected from the worst effects of atmospheric poisoning, heat, blast and splinters. Privately, however, it is clear from the files of the AR.P. department that a number of its officials were far from satisfied about the adequacy of their procedures. Despite this awareness, the department would prove unable for several years to persuade either the cabinet or the fighting services to make available the funds and facilities necessary for substantial improvement in the ARP system. In particular, there was strong resistance to the notion of constructing public air raid shelters, both because of their cost and because, it was said, they would negate the self-help aspects of earlier ARP policy. Hence the government was obliged to argue that, within limits, the British people could protect themselves from enemy air attacks. In the earlier phase of the Great ARP debate, attention was focused primarily upon the destructive potential of chemical warfare and the adequacy of the Home Office's measures to defend the civilian population against it. Though many believed that high explosives would ultimately prove more dangerous, it was the memory of gas attacks during the First World War that still captured the public's imagination. Among the ARP department's strongest defenders were several chemists and military officials who had previously handled poisonous gases. These included Major General C.H. Fawkes III. J. Davidson Pratt, in a lecture chaired by the former chairman of Imperial Chemical Industries, Lord Melchett III*, and Professor James Kendall, F.R.S., of Edinburgh University. While believing that the average man mistrusts nothing more deeply than scientific brains or scientific intelligences, for Kendall apparently still thought it worthwhile to use his scientific authority to persuade the average reader that, in a homemade gas-proof room, the civilian is perfectly safe against the most severe gas attack. Registered thus the disarming title of his book, Breathe Freely: The Truth About Poison Gas. As for the public's fears about the development of a new generation of superweapons, they were assured that no authority on explosives anticipates that the world will see, in the near future, a new super-explosive, many times more powerful than TNT. Control of atomic energy may ultimately put a new angle on these problems, but that is a dream of the very far distant future. **** Indeed, to Kendall it was those whom he called the alarmists about chemical warfare who were the real danger, not the fascists, with whom he proposed, in 1938, a peaceful settlement. Such a novel form of ARP obviously had some appeal for Neville Chamberlain as well. The Home Office also had its critics, ranging from organizations like the Union for Democratic Control and the Socialist Medical Association to pacifists such as Bertrand Russell and Aldous Huxley. The UDC described the government's earliest ARP plans as a very cruel deception. 8 Registered not only did they presuppose a standard of dwelling which only the wealthy could afford, but they were only proof against the gases known at the time of the Great War as well. Surely, asserted the UDC, new and more persistent gases have since been secretly developed. Thus the only value of these measures must be to develop a war psychology among the masses. The S.M.A.'s Science Committee reiterated these arguments in 1936, in its pamphlet Gas Attacks, Is There Any Protection? There was for some, it concluded, but not for, say, the 280,000 London families living in one- or two-roomed flats. 3° However, unlike the pacifist UDC, which stated that the only defense against air attack was the prevention of war itself, the SMA castigated the Home Office for failing to advocate the single most adequate form of protection, namely heavy bomb-proof shelters. Assuming for the moment that these critics were correct and the ARP program was not reformed, what then would be the consequences in wartime? Bertrand Russell in his Which Way to Peace? Painted a grim enough picture for which Aldous Huxley was then able to embellish in the Encyclopedia of Pacifism. A bombardment with a mixture of thermite, high explosives and vesicants, Huxley asserted, would kill large numbers outright, would lead to the cutting off of food and water supplies, would smash the system of sanitation, and would result in general panic. The chief function of the army would be, not to fight an enemy, but to try to keep order among the panic-stricken population at home. Hashtag. Even without resorting to fantasies about an atomic bomb, the pacifists were able to pile one horror upon another, thereby hoping either to make war unthinkable or to render Britain more secure. Unfortunately, in the view of 10 Cambridge scientists, such easily contract overt statements too often allowed the government to hold up the entire peace movement to ridicule. This was one reason why the Cambridge scientists' anti-war group decided in November 1936 to test the efficacy of the Home Office's gas-proofing procedures for itself. In taking on such a practical task, the group was also politically engaging its members as scientific workers. Its labs were located either in a basement room on King's Parade or in the sitting room of Peter and Nora Wooster. Such after-hours experimentation, measuring the rate of half-time gas leakage out of a room, often proved to be a time-consuming and discomfiting experience. But it had its pleasures as well. Nora Wooster recalls one of the tests with particular amusement. We used to evaporate large quantities of solid carbon dioxide into the air until we got something like 10% of the atmosphere cog. And at that time it had a quite profound effect on your breathing. You used to pant very hard at every breath, and it was really quite exhausting. This went on for a period of 2 or 3 hours. On one occasion, a couple of friends of ours went into the drawing room and sealed themselves up. After they'd been in there a time, we heard peals of laughter. And this went on until about 2 o'clock in the morning. Naturally we were very intrigued to find out that this was due to their discovery of a copy of Little Black Sambo, which they hadn't come across before. So they read Little Black Sambo and proceeded to laugh, and then they read it out again, and then they laughed again. Perhaps this was really the effect of large quantities of cog on one's sense of humor, I don't know. At least they had the pleasure of getting high from their work, in contrast to the luckless research student John Fremlin. Fremlin got so caught up in this work that he very much neglected his own investigations at the Cavendish. One of his political experiments involved the liberation of tear gas in his college rooms. Having cleared the gas from his lodgings, or so he believed, Fremlin tried to go to sleep. He failed to do so. Even though his Practice 229. Windows were wide open, the gas was still there. Luckily he had a respirator mask which he put on before retiring yet again. Fremlin continues the saga, I slept in that respirator all night and woke up in the morning feeling a bit odd, turned over and got about half a pint of cold water down my neck, which had condensed in this thing while I was asleep. Then my bedder, who was a Mrs. Cronin, came in weeping copiously. She was very concerned about what was happening to me. But she very nobly went down the stairs, wiping her eyes, and prevented one of the college porters coming up, because this might lead to trouble. As it happened, the gas still had 2 or 3 days to evaporate. 44 Fortunately for the anti-war group, its main gas-proofing experiments never managed to cause as much havoc as Fremlin's. In February 1937 the results of the group's first set of investigations were published by Victor Gollancz under the title of The Protection of the Public from Aerial Attack. Since this book provided the first substantive challenge to the official ARP program, its conclusions were bound to become noteworthy. The most important points made by the Cambridge scientists were these: assuming that the air outside contains enough mustard gas to kill a man in an hour, it would be possible on an average to remain alive for about 3 hours in the gas-proof room. In other words, the gas-proof room is not gas-tight. Completely gas-tight rooms can only be constructed, at great expense, by experts. Emphasis has been laid on the fact that, first, 1 million of the population do not possess a room which can be set aside for gas-proofing, and that, secondly, 7 million more would have to live under conditions which are officially defined as overcrowded if one of their rooms were set aside as a gas-proof room * registered. In short, the group found that the Home Office's provisions were technically unsound and would discriminate against the urban working class. This challenge, to quote from the official history of civil defense during the Second World War, caused the government some concern. T registered the CSAWG was twice invited to speak to M.P.S. in the House of Commons. They in turn put questions to the Home Secretary. The press began a campaign that 230 the 30s was gingerly critical of official ARP policies. But it was not until November 16, 1937 that Geoffrey Lloyd, the junior Minister for Civil Defense, officially responded to these charges. On the following day The Guardian reported that his principal tactic had been to attack the politically motivated character of the Cambridge Group. Criticism of the efficiency of the gas-proofing recommendations of the Home Office had come before a body called the Cambridge Scientists Anti-War Group. He wished to make it clear that this group was quite distinct from the general body of Cambridge scientists, and their using a name which was liable to be taken as investing them with a certain authority was gravely resented by the senior members of the faculty. This group, to say the least, has a political tinge. Lloyd went on to report that experiments conducted on the Salisbury Plain by the Chemical Warfare Research Services on a gamekeeper's cottage in a good state of repair, not even a modern townhouse, Professor Kendall would later harumph, easily contract over the Cambridge Group's results. Outside of Parliament, the left scientists received uneven support from their professional peers. The Association of Scientific Workers strongly endorsed their work * registered, as did J.B.S. Haldane. Nevertheless, J.B.S. did find the government's new evidence impressive and believed furthermore that the CSAWG had overestimated the persistence of lethal concentrations of gas in the atmosphere. For registered Nature, however, published a damning review of the book by General Fawkes, a former commander of the British Army's Chemical Warfare Section. Fawkes accused the Cambridge scientists of perverting scientific theories for political ends and attempting to create panic. 5 As far as he was concerned, the Home Office's recommendations are generally sound and reasonable, and it is important that public confidence in these measures shall not be shaken unnecessarily. 51 To judge from all these comments, the line between science and politics was getting thinner all the time. Despite the strictures of the government and its supporters, the anti-war group held its ground and indeed tried to widen the debate still further. "We have no desire to create panic," it replied to Fawkes, "but those who persuade the people of Great Britain to believe that they are safe when they are not are inviting panic, and worse than panic in the case of war." 5. While the group did not dispute the Salisbury Plain experiments, it noted that vital details